I stayed at home for a century, when I emerged I was invincible. 501 A mere 9 Extreme Daeyuan Realm Expert is Trash, Part 1. Chu Xian sent a voice transmission to Qin Ying, asking him to go to the mystic realm where Qin Qian was and wait for her. He looked at the primordial land. As the heavenly Dao laws continued to infiltrate it, and the area it controlled became larger and larger, and Chu Xian saw more things. This included some special existences that had existed since the creation of the world. Most of them had barely survived the calamities, and had been clinging to life until today. They possessed less than 1% of their original strength. However, because of their unique status, it would be a great opportunity to obtain them or refine them, even to Daeyuan and Freedom Daeyuan realm experts. These existences that were born at the beginning of the world were always special. To be able to survive to this day after going through so many calamities, one could see how extraordinary and unusual they were. All of them were waiting for an opportunity at revival. Perhaps they were waiting for the arrival of the great Dao calamity to rise again. Each and every one of them was extremely capable and had hidden their abilities well. It would be difficult for Daeyuan realm experts to discover their existence. If the heavenly Dao laws had not infiltrated the primordial land, even with Chu Xian's current strength, he might not have been able to discover them. This was only a third of the primordial land, too. As the core of the world and the zone closest to the great Dao, the desolate ancient zone concealed countless opportunities. These special existences were able to hide from the immortal, celestial, and demon races when the three major races were at their peak. That being said, no one knew why they had suffered such a calamity and ended up here. Were they attacked by experts? Had they failed to transcend a great Dao calamity? Chu Xian was hesitating whether he should point out a few special places to Ding Yu and his other disciples to obtain the opportunities inside. Of course, there were dangers, but if they could really obtain the opportunities within, it would be priceless. If He Yu was born with a complete innate divine soul, her talent would far surpass Ding Yu and the others. Unless Ding Yu and the others obtained these opportunities and completed a major transformation, they would be left behind. Chu Xian hesitated for a moment but did not do so. They each had their own fate, and had all become independent. It was best that he avoided interfering too much. In the end, they'll have to graduate from discipleship at some point. Chu Xian closed his eyes and began to cultivate again. During this time, the various races of the 9 zones in the ancient chaos world took action. Tian Molai's figure emerged and appeared outside the 9 zones, albeit much farther away than the 3 supreme experts had been. He did not dare to so much as touch the great Dao's power of rejection. He used a secret technique and used the demon bloodline as a guide to draw in the mixed blood demon bloodline of the 9 zones. He had been unable to contact the demon race Daeyuan realm experts in the 9 zones. Therefore, he could only use this method to force a connection. Mixed blood demons were naturally suppressed by the ancient demon race bloodline. With this secret technique, the other party would not be able to avoid it. He would definitely be able to contact them. This was also a backup plan the ancient demon race had prepared. However, they had avoided using it thus far to avoid antagonizing the mixed blood demon race cultivators. The mixed blood demons had once been oppressed so much that when they reached the Daeyuan realm, they rebelled and escaped into the chaos while looking for a way to escape from the ancient demon race. Some of them even colluded with the human race, which is how they managed to leave the 9 zones without being detected by the ancient demon race. There were not many Daeyuan realm mixed blood demons left in the 9 zones. Furthermore, they were weak. Therefore, he had chosen to show off his powerful strength and intimidate them, hoping to make them submit to the ancient demon race willingly. Of course, he would also offer them some benefits to tempt them. Unfortunately, this plan failed because he and the other ancient demon race experts had failed to contact a single one of them. Moreover, the situation in the 9 zones was getting stranger and stranger, so he finally had to resort to this method. He was a 9 extreme Daeyuan realm expert, and the mixed blood demons of the 9 territories naturally could not resist the pull of his secret technique. Also, the Dao realm mixed blood demons all seemed to have changed their bloodlines. He had to find out what was going on. This was originally the biggest trump card that the ancient demon race had left behind in the 9 zones. However, these changes were rendering all of their plans useless. The thought of ancestor Yuan Shan ruining his plans filled Tian Mo Lai's heart with killing intent. Then, he used the secret technique, and the power of the bloodline was like an invisible thread, linking him with a mixed blood demon in the 9 zones. Mo2 was in secluded cultivation when he suddenly noticed an abnormality in his bloodline. Then, a pulling force appeared. It actually used his bloodline as a guide to connect someone or something with him. No expert would willingly experience an uncontrollable situation, especially when it was linked to one's bloodline. The power of his bloodline was forcibly activated and he could not resist at all. It felt as if he was someone else's puppet. He was furious, but also fearful. The power of his Dao path emerged from Mo2's body, trying to suppress the power of the bloodline. He was worried that the other party could use the bloodline connection to kill him or forcefully control him. If it was before, he naturally would not believe that any expert could do it. However, after seeing those terrifying supreme experts, he had no choice but to believe it. The difference in strength was too great, and the other party had mastered some kind of Dao path technique. 502 A mere 9 Extreme Day Yuan Realm Expert is Trash, Part 2. The power of Mo2's Dao path kept surging, but it was useless. He was unable to suppress the pulling force of the bloodline. The other party was too strong. To his relief, it seemed that the other party could not kill him with this, but only wanted to contact him. I am your ancestor, do not resist. There was a message being transmitted through his bloodline. Mo2's expression changed. He snorted and said, I don't have an ancestor. You are a descendant of my ancient demon race. Even if your blood is not pure, you are still a demon. I am still your ancestor. Now is the best time for you to return. I will help you to purify your bloodline. After the purification of your bloodline, you will become a true demon. Your level of talent will increase, and reaching the 10,000 mile mark will no longer be a dream for you. A message was transmitted again, laced with temptation. Mo2's expression changed again and again. Purifying his bloodline? Outwardly, it seemed like an opportunity and recognition, but it truly was just another way of inducting him into the ancient demon race as a servant. A mixed blood demon with a purified bloodline would never be as good as a true pure-blooded demon. He was also a demon. Even if he was of mixed blood, he was very familiar with the nature of the demon race. He recalled that in the history of the demon race, those who had reached the Dayuan realm had all left the 9 zones and escaped into the chaos in order to break away from the demon race, and to escape the persecution and status of being second-class citizens among the ancient demon race. If his seniors had made that choice, then something must have happened. Mo2 was a demon of the 9 zones and belonged to the heavenly demon tribe. Before he knew about the ancient demon race, the heavenly demon tribes were regarded as the pure-blooded demons in the 9 zones. They were the kings of the demons. Mo2 knew their attitude and mentality toward the other mixed-blood demons. It was almost certain that the ancient demon race viewed them in the same manner as well. The 9 zones were a land of treasures. The seniors were foolish enough to leave the 9 zones to find a way to escape the ancient demon race. What they did not know was that the 9 zones held the key to resolving their problems. Of course, Mo2 felt that there was a high probability that the seniors of the demon race had been deceived by human experts in order to make the demon race relinquish their position as the overlord race of the 9 zones to the human race. F***ck off. I'm from the heavenly demon tribe, not some dog *T demon like you. You're not my ancestor. Who are you? How dare you lie to me? In that case, I'm your grandfather. You want me to be your dog? Are you even worthy? Mo2 roared in a low voice. The other party could only use his bloodline as a guide to connect with him and could not do anything to him, so Mo2 was not the slightest bit afraid. No matter how strong the other party was, he could not enter the 9 zones. I'll just ask Brother Chu for protection if he can really enter the 9 zones. That shouldn't be a problem, right? Fellow Daoist Chu is a good person, so he should be willing to protect me. Even becoming fellow Daoist Chu's follower is 100 times better than being the slaves of these haughty ancient demons. In the chaos, Tian Mo Lai almost exploded in anger. A lowly mixed blood demon had actually scolded and ignored him? Damn it! Were it not for the fact that he could not enter the 9 zones, Tian Mo Lai would definitely have charged in and torn that mixed blood ant to pieces. However, for the sake of the ancient demon race's great plan, he had to endure for the time being. Don't mess around. You've only just entered the Daiyuan realm, while I'm already a 9 extreme Daiyuan realm cultivator. I'm afraid you don't even know what it means to be a 9 extreme Daiyuan realm cultivator. Stop talking nonsense and shut up. Who told you that I don't know anything about the 9 extreme Daiyuan realm? Get lost. Do you think your 9 extreme Daiyuan realm cultivation means anything? You're trash. Mo2 interrupted him. Tian Mo Lai almost died of anger. He could not take it anymore and roared, "How dare you! You're just a novice. How dare you be so impudent? I can kill you with a single breath, you ant. If you have the ability, then come at me." Who's afraid of who? Mo2's face was full of arrogance. Come at me, old man. If you don't come, then I'm your ancestor. I'm waiting for you. Come on. If you have the guts, make your move. You can't even enter the 9 zones, haha. Tian Mo Lai roared. He was about to go crazy. B*****. He rushed towards the 9 zones and roared, "I'm going to kill you. I'm going to tear you to bits, you damn B*****. Boom. Tian Mo Lai was sent flying by the great Tao's power of rejection. Humph. Mo2 coldly snorted. It looked like this ancient demon had revealed his true colors. As expected, in the hearts of these ancient demons, demons like him were nothing but lowly creatures. Come on, don't just yell. Come and kill me. What's this? You can't even enter the 9 zones. Then on what basis can you behave so arrogantly? Mo2 wasn't afraid at all. After all, he was a professional troll. In the chaos, Tian Mo Lai roared madly. His aura exploded, but he had nowhere to vent his anger. He could only blow up a chaos mountain not far away. In the ancient chaos world, a few experts appeared in the periphery. They were speechless when they saw the crazed Tian Mo Lai. He was really irascible. They did not know who had provoked him. Could it be Yang? In the 9 zones, after pissing off Tian Mo Lai, Mo2 frowned. He was actually unable to cut off that bloodline pulling force. It was a dual suppression of strength and bloodline. He now understood why his seniors had gone into the chaos to find a way to escape the grasp of the ancient demon race. Mo2 sent a message to the other demon race Daiyuan realm experts, warning them not to be fooled. Still, although the ancient demons could not enter the 9 zones, he could not cut off the bloodline connection. He had to find a way to break away completely, or perhaps transform his bloodline. However, was that even feasible? Mo2 knew that the more powerful a race was, the more difficult it was to transform their bloodline. Perhaps it was possible for experts to transform the bloodlines of cultivators that were much weaker than they were, but he was already a Daiyuan realm expert. Where would he find someone that much stronger than he was? It's time to look for Brother Chu. Mo2 thought of Chu Xian first. Fellow Daoist Chu, an ancient demon used his bloodline to find me, but I scolded him until he ran away. However, the bloodline connection can't be severed. Is there a way to resolve this? Mo2 asked in the group chat. As soon as he opened his mouth, Hong Yuanche was shocked. An ancient demon had come to find him so quickly? Chu Xian saw Mo2's message and paused what he was doing. He was not surprised by this. It was only a matter of time. It's not difficult to sever the bloodline connection, but that won't solve the root of the problem, he said after a moment of silence. How about this? I'll teach you a technique to cut off the bloodline connection first. Since Mo2 had asked, it was also an opportunity. Chu Xian immediately passed on a secret technique that used the Great Tao's power of rejection to cut off the bloodline connection. This secret technique could be used by any Yuan realm expert in the 9 zones. Mo2 thanked him and, as expected, he asked, "Fellow Daoist Chu, how do we solve the root of the problem?" "Transform your bloodline," Chu Xian said. This was the only way to solve the problem. Otherwise, as long as there was a gap in strength, it was still possible to form a connection through one's bloodline. It's not easy to transform one's bloodline, Mo2 sighed and said. Furthermore, a strong bloodline indicated one's level of talent. If the bloodline was transformed, it would weaken their talent. The demon race's bloodline was extremely powerful, and it also brought with it powerful strength and talent. However, the more powerful it was, the more difficult it was to transform. It's not difficult. It just depends on whether Daoist Mo2 has the determination to do so. Chu Xian smiled. Mo2's heart moved. Sure enough, Brother Chu always had a way. Will the transformation of my bloodline cause any side effects? He was worried that after the transformation of the bloodline, his talent would be weakened, which would result in his comprehension of the Great Dao becoming poorer, and the speed and potential of extending his Dao path would be reduced. This was something that no expert could accept. It won't make you weaker. In fact, it can make you even stronger. Chu Xian gave an affirmative answer. Then may I ask fellow Daoist Chu, how do I transform my bloodline? Which bloodline should I transform it into? Mo2 was tempted. It would be great if he could part ways with the ancient demon race. As long as he broke free of the bloodline shackles, he could escape into the chaos if he was in danger. Without the bloodline connection, it would be much more difficult for the other party to find him. 503 Mo2 becomes a Buddhist, Part 1. Bloodline transformation was not that easy. The more powerful a race was, the more difficult it was to do so. Moreover, he would have to pay a huge price for it. If an expert wanted to abandon their bloodline, their cultivation level would fall at the very least, or they would suffer a backlash and die, never to rise again. Generally speaking, the replacement or transformation of bloodlines was to use a stronger bloodline to devour the weaker bloodline. However, the demon race was a strong race. In the entire chaos, only chaotic beings were more powerful than the ancient demon bloodline. Among the many races, only the human race was special. They could refine stronger bloodlines to strengthen themselves and further improve their bloodlines. It would not diminish the essence of the human bloodline, merely strengthen it. In the past, in order to rise up, the human race had refined the bloodlines of various powerful races in order to strengthen themselves. He had even created various secret techniques that utilized their bloodlines to cultivate certain bloodline powers. However, with the emergence and creation of the human race's own cultivation techniques, this method of strengthening one's own bloodline gradually faded from the history of the human race. Gradually, the blood essence of the strong experts from other races was used as a supplementary material for cultivation. For example, the blood essence of the demon race could be purified and refined to help strengthen the body. The uniqueness of the human race was also the reason why they were suppressed by other races. Mo2 was a mixed blood demon. If he wanted to change his bloodline, he would have to obtain the blood essence of a chaotic being and use a stronger bloodline to suppress and dispel the demon bloodline. Otherwise, the only way to strengthen his bloodline was to purify his demon bloodline, which in turn would make him more like an ancient demon, and even easier for them to control. This was the tyranny of the demon race. Mo2 was already a Yuan realm cultivator, which made it even harder for him to transform his bloodline. Back then, the reason why the mixed blood demons escaped into the chaos was to find supreme treasures, and even the blood essence of chaotic beings to transform their bodies and replace their bloodlines. In the endless chaos, danger and opportunity coexisted. Who could guarantee that there were no more chaotic beings? Even if all the chaotic beings were dead, they might accidentally stumble upon the corpse of the chaotic being that still possessed blood essence. If Mo2 wanted to transform his bloodline, there was only one way to go, which was to cultivate Buddhism and become a Buddhist. He could transform the demon bloodline into the Buddhist meridian. This could not be considered a bloodline exchange because the Buddhist meridian was not a bloodline, but a Dao meridian. However, as long as Mo2 transformed his demon bloodline into a Buddhist meridian, he would be completely separated from the ancient demon race, and would no longer be at risk of being suppressed and controlled. Mo2 was a Dayuan realm expert, so it was actually quite difficult for him to transform his demon bloodline into a Buddhist meridian. After all, due to the unique characteristics of the demon race's bloodline, the Dao path he opened up also had the characteristics of the demon race's Dao paths. In order to complete the transformation, the Dao path that was opened also had to be transformed, and its demonic characteristics removed. There was only one way to achieve this: connecting Mo2's Dao path with the Buddhist Dao principle. The Buddhist Dao principle had grown by leaps and bounds from when it had first been established. It was not a major problem to use it to convert Mo2's Dao path's demon characteristics. The key factor was that Mo2's Dao path was established on the foundation of the Great Dao of the Nine Zones. As such, he would have to use the heavenly Dao laws as a bridge to connect the Great Dao and the Buddhist Dao principle. That would eliminate the possibility of a backlash from the Great Dao when the source of his Dao path was transferred. If this was successful, Mo2's Dao path would be connected to the heavenly Dao laws, which would strengthen it and the Buddhist Dao principle. Furthermore, this might elicit a chain reaction and have the other Dayuan realm demons also follow suit, which would be a great development for the heavenly Dao laws. Of course, the premise for all of this was that Mo2 was willing to undertake this process. Mo2 was deep in thought. He already knew that the demons of the Nine Zones had entered the Buddhist world to avoid heart tribulations. They were once called the Buddha race. However, as the number of races converted to Buddhism increased, they were no longer called the Buddhist race, but rather just Buddhists. It was a sect that used Buddhism as its foundation and cultivated Buddhist Dharma. Chu Xian continued, the Buddhist meridian is not a bloodline. It is a Dao meridian and augments the cultivator's talent for Buddhism. Furthermore, Buddhist power has a restraining effect on demonic power. Mo2 was moved when he heard this. It could restrain demonic power. 504 Mo2 becomes a Buddhist, Part 2. If he became strong enough with this Dao meridian, would he not be able to restrain ancient demons? Still, the restraining capability would be relative to one's strength. At the very least, he would be able to gain an advantage against those in the same realm. Daoist Brother Chu, I have a question. Where does Buddha come from? There was no Buddha in the Nine Zones. In the annals of history, they had never existed. They appeared with the Great Dayuan calamity, like a completely new race. Chu Xian naturally would not say that he created Buddha. After all, he was Buddha himself. Mo2 came to a sudden realization. If Buddhism was born amidst the calamity, and had the power to restrain demonic power, he had also heard the saying that Buddhist Dharma was boundless. In that case, Buddhism had a bright future, right? If he were to become a Buddhist, he would definitely be the strongest in the Buddhist sect at the moment. He would naturally obtain more fate and would ride on Buddhism's coattails as it rose up. Daoist Brother Chu, I'm willing to become a Buddhist, but I've already opened my Dao path, so how can I transform my bloodline into a Buddhist meridian? This was the most difficult part. The source of the Dao path was pretty much fixed, so how could it be changed? Unless he severed his Dao path and cultivated anew. Dao paths were not that easy to sever. Furthermore, if he really did sever his Dao path and cultivate anew, he might not have the chance to reach the Dayuan realm again. Chu Xian then said, Buddhism was just born. At this time, it is a great opportunity to open your Dao path based on the Buddhist Dao principle. Your Dao path can grow with the growth of Buddhism. Mo2's eyes lit up when he heard this. What a great opportunity! Daoist brother Chu, please show me the way, Mo2 said respectfully. Fine, I'll give you something to connect with the Buddhist Dao principle and save you from the long process of transformation. A crystal appeared in Chu Xian's hand. This crystal connects the heavenly Dao laws and the Buddhist Dao principle. When he was sure Mo2 was going to ask him for help to transform his bloodline, Chu Xian had taken the time to make this connecting Dao crystal. Then, he transmitted it to Mo2. In the group chat, Mo Zhan had been watching silently without saying anything. If Mo2 succeeded in converting his demon bloodline into a Buddhist meridian and found it easy to transfer his Dao path to the Buddhist Dao principle, he too would follow suit. Many thanks, fellow Daoist Chu. Mo2 received the connecting Dao crystal and, after thanking him, he began to ponder about his decision to transform into a Buddhist. He had some doubts in his heart. What if this was Chu Xian's plan to control him? On second thought, the wisp of his aura was directly absorbed by Chu Xian and pulled into the Great Dao communication group. Seeing that he already had the power to do so, if he really meant harm to him, he would already be dead, right? There was no need to resort to such a method. Mo2 laughed at himself. Who was Brother Chu? He was someone who did not even care about the strongest of the ancient demons. Why would he have to make such a complicated plan to control him? With this in mind, Mo2 no longer had any doubts and began to prepare for the transformation of his demon bloodline into the Buddhist meridian. After Chu Xian gave Mo2 some pointers, he continued his cultivation. Mo2 was just the beginning. It was also part of the plan. As Mo2's strength increased, the heavenly Dao laws would also be strengthened. Sooner or later, he would bring all of the Daoyuan realm cultivators in the 9 zones under the banner of the heavenly Dao laws, even Huanglong and the other 2 creatures of the Great Dao. That being said, given their special status, he would need to pay close attention to them to avoid any backlash from the Great Dao, and would have to wait until the heavenly Dao laws had assimilated most of the Great Dao. Chu Xian continued to immerse himself in cultivation, but stopped after a few days when Mo2 began to transform his demon bloodline and connect it to the heavenly Dao laws and the Buddhist Dao principle. He looked at Mo2's Dao path. With the heavenly Dao laws acting as a bridge, it was connected to the Buddhist Dao principle. Chu Xian was confused. Was this a Dao path? It seemed far too narrow. The Dao path was close to 2,000 miles long, but was less than 1,000 meters wide. In Chu Xian's eyes, it was no different from a narrow and winding road. It did not look like a Dao path at all, at least not like his own. Mo2 was also one of the top cultivators in the 9 zones. Although he was slightly weaker than Hong Yuanchu, it was not by much. The Dao path he opened was actually so shabby, which was completely beyond Chu Xian's expectations. Chu Xian could not help but frown. If Mo2's Dao path was so narrow, then Hong Yuanchu's would not be much better, and the other Daoyuan realm cultivators would only be worse. Were the Dao paths of the 9 zones Daoyuan realm cultivators all like this, or were the Dao paths of the Daoyuan realm cultivators of the ancient chaos world also this shabby? Chu Xian did not quite understand. If everyone's Dao path was like this, did that not mean that his Dao path would crush everyone else's? Chu Xian could not stand Mo2's shabby Dao path. He knew that they were weak, but he did not expect that they would open up a narrow and winding Dao path. Mo2's Dao path connecting with the Buddhist Dao principle was really a great opportunity for him. He could expand his shabby Dao path. Chu Xian continued to observe. After Mo2's Dao path connected with the heavenly Dao and the Buddhist Dao principle, the heavenly Dao laws started to strengthen rapidly. Mo2 was a Daoyuan realm cultivator, after all. The meaning was different. Furthermore, after his Dao path connected with the heavenly Dao laws, it had also brought the power of the laws of the Great Dao into the heavenly Dao laws, which assimilated them. The heavenly Dao laws then followed his Dao path and began to infiltrate the great Dao. Mo2's Dao path was too narrow. Even if one end was cut off and connected to the heavenly Dao laws or the Buddhist Dao principle, it would not cause any fluctuations within the great Dao. Chu Xian was speechless. Even if he did not use the heavenly Dao laws as a bridge and directly connected Mo2's Dao path to the Buddhist Dao principle, the great Dao would not have reacted. After that, the Buddhist Dao principle and Buddhist world became stronger, giving birth to more laws. At this moment, all Buddhists seemed to have gained some enlightenment. It was as though a new Buddhist scripture had appeared in the Buddhist Dao principle. Demon Buddha immediately went into seclusion. The left and right Buddhist attendants also became stronger, and they reached the peak of the Dao realm. Furthermore, this was just due to Mo2's Dao path being connected to the Buddhist Dao principle. It had yet to be transformed. Once Mo2 became a Buddhist, the Buddhist attendants would most likely reach the Daoyuan realm. Perhaps they would become like the creatures of the great Dao, except that they resided within the Buddhist Dao principle and world. The Buddhist Dao principle blossomed with a faint brilliance, and its laws began to spread toward Mo2's Dao path, slowly transforming it. This would take time. Chu Xian observed the process for a while before focusing his attention elsewhere. Mo2 was also in seclusion as his mind was filled with Buddhist Dharma, and his bloodline began to transform into a Buddhist meridian. However, before that, Mo2 grabbed a ball of blood essence and sealed a part of his bloodline. He did not want to cut off the connection with the ancient demons, but he did want them to be unable to control him through the bloodline. Therefore, he had sealed this ball of blood essence to retain a channel of communication with the ancient demons. He wanted to tell the other party that he had escaped from their control, and that from now on, he was no longer a demon, but a Buddhist. If he succeeded in becoming a Buddhist, Mo2 had several plans in mind. His seniors had all escaped into the chaos to leave the ancient demons. Were they willing to become Buddhas? Definitely. At that time, he would be able to gather a group of powerful experts to strengthen the Buddhist sect. One day, he would be able to lead the Buddhist sect to fight against the ancient demons. Mo2 was full of ambition at this moment. If he had to follow someone else, he would follow Chu Xian. It was much better than following the ancient demons. How could he not know the nature of the demon race? He was also a demon. The insolence and cruelty of the demon race was basically ingrained into their bones. As he cultivated and comprehended Buddhism, his Dao path began to change and expand slightly. After becoming a Buddhist, his strength did not decrease, but became even stronger. Moreover, he did not notice any telltale signs that he was being controlled. Mo2 was very excited. He had made the right choice. 505 signs and changes. Mo2 had become a Buddhist, and the other demon race Daoyuan realm experts were all watching. If his strength was at least maintained, then the transformation would be worth it. No one wanted to be suppressed by their bloodline. Moreover, as mixed blood demons, they were very clear about their status in the ancient demon race. Even if their bloodline were purified, they were just servants with a slightly higher status. It was precisely because they understood the nature of the demon race that when he found out that they were actually mixed blood descendants of the ancient demon race, they started thinking about how to escape from their control. How could a high and mighty Daoyuan realm expert be willing to be a servant? Therefore, if Mo2 succeeded, the rest would follow suit. Just like the mixed blood demons of the 9 zones, who had all chosen to leave the demon race and become Buddhist. It was precisely because of this that the human race had once used this issue to plant many spies in the demon race. This was also why, at some point, no one other than heavenly demon tribe members were allowed to participate in the major decisions involving the demon race. This was to prevent confidential information from being leaked, as they did not trust the mixed blood demons. The demon race Daoyuan realm experts were not the only ones watching. Everyone else in the Daoyuan realm group chat was. They were interested in the results of this transformation, and whether they could glean any insights from it to use for their own cultivation. Mo2 continued the transformation process, while Chu Xian immersed himself in cultivation once more. The speed at which the heavenly Dao laws strengthened increased, and the area it controlled became wider and wider. The 9 zones were still in chaos. However, it seemed that everyone had forgotten about the existence of the northern zone. He Yu was still being hunted down. She used Tian Yu as a whetstone to continuously improve her strength. Luo Zhenbei's human king fate was getting stronger and stronger. The human race had also reached the peak of their power in the 9 zones in history. Although they had not unified the 9 zones, they had suppressed all of the other races. All of the races in the alliance against humans felt pressured. Now, they truly knew what it felt like when the human race was weak and cornered on all sides. On the Great Dao, Yi Yuejun was staring at the power of calamity. The power of calamity seemed to have really changed. However, he could not tell how it had changed, nor if the change was good or bad. After some slight hesitation, he carefully entered the power of calamity, wanting to find out what was going on. Time passed by unknowingly, and when Chu Xian woke up, the 73-year milestone was approaching. He looked at the 9 zones. There were already some experts from the chaos who had used their trump cards and tried to send their wisps of consciousness into the 9 zones. The alliance of the races against the humans felt the great pressure from the human race. Many of them wanted to establish a connection with their ancestors in the chaos. However, no expert had managed to send their wisps of consciousness over just yet. The power of rejection of the Great Dao seemed to have increased. Chu Xian looked at Yang Tian. It was the same. During this period of time, Yang had not descended with his wisp of consciousness. Chu Xian did not know whether he was still recovering from that last crisis, or if there were other reasons. It had been such a long time since he had seen his ancestor, so Yang Tian actually missed him. Currently, the heavenly Dao laws had taken control of half of the primordial land. Mo2 had completed half of the transformation process. Chu Xian looked at the chaos outside the 9 zones, but he did not sense any fluctuations. He then turned his attention to He Yu again, who was still entangled with Tian Yu. Moreover, Tian Yu also seemed to know that He Yu was using him as a whetstone, which made him extremely angry. He had invited many experts to help him. However, they were still unable to kill He Yu. Instead, each crisis made He Yu stronger and stronger. Chu Xian saw some special treasures on He Yu's body, which she must have obtained from the chaotic being. Her progress was coming along swimmingly. Perhaps it would not be long before He Yu obtained the missing portion of her innate divine soul. Chu Xian looked at a certain corner of the desolate ancient zone. There was only one ominous being left in the 9 zones. The Great Dayuan calamity was coming to an end. It was probably the shortest Great Dayuan calamity in history. After it ended, would the Great Dao calamity immediately descend? In what way would it descend? Chu Xian had no idea. Moreover, he did not notice any signs of the Great Dao calamity. There seemed to be nothing unusual about the Great Dao. Was the power of calamity in the Great Dao the only sign of the Great Dao calamity? 506 Boundless Destruction Sword. Ding Yu, Xiao Yang, and the other disciples had already entered the depths of the primordial land, beyond the range of the heavenly Dao laws, so Chu Xian had no idea what their exact situation was. However, these disciples had left behind their blood essence. If they died, they would definitely be reborn in the pocket dimension. Qin Ying was waiting for Qin Qian to wake up in the secret realm. Chu Xian took a look. It was almost time for Qin Qian to wake up. The 73-year milestone was fast approaching. Chu Xian was certain that the reward would be world origin energy again, which meant that he would get infinitely closer to the million-mile mark. Chu Xian leisurely waited for the arrival of the 73-year milestone. Then, the system's reward suddenly appeared. Your disciple, Ding Yu, has fused with a chaos treasure. His sword pulse has been transformed, his fate has been transformed, and his cultivation level has skyrocketed. You have been rewarded with the Dao Path secret technique, Boundless Destruction Sword. Chu Xian was startled. It had been a long time since any of his disciples had triggered a system reward for him, and he had long given up on the possibility. Unexpectedly, Ding Yu surprised him. The sword pulse transformed after fusing with a chaos treasure? He had indeed obtained a great fortune in the primordial land. As expected of the core zone of the 9 zones. There were too many secrets and opportunities hidden within. Chu Xian had no way of knowing what kind of treasure Ding Yu had obtained. After all, he had already left the scope of the region controlled by the heavenly Dao laws. Still, to be able to transform his sword pulse and trigger the system's reward, it was obviously not an ordinary treasure. Chu Xian examined the reward. Boundless Destruction Sword, a Dao Path secret technique. It ignores time and space. One strike is enough to destroy everything. It was a very powerful Dao Path secret technique, which was even a long-range attack. Since it ignored space and time, there would be no delay due to the distance, and it could ignore restrictions and formations to reach its target. However, the effective range of the attack also depended on the strength of the user. Chu Xian looked up toward the chaos. With this Dao Path secret technique, he could attack the enemies in the chaos beyond the 9 zones without even stepping out of his house. Awesome! He immediately received his reward. Insights into the Boundless Destruction Sword kept surging into his mind as Chu Xian immersed himself in comprehending it. At his level, he still needed a certain amount of time to comprehend the Boundless Destruction Sword technique as it involved the laws on a very deep level. After grasping the Boundless Destruction Sword, Chu Xian was eager to try out its power against the ancient chaos world, but he quickly restrained his impulse. He could not afford to expose his existence and lose his advantage. After suppressing his impulse, Chu Xian wondered. Ding Yu had brought him a surprise. Would the other disciples also receive a great opportunity? Chu Xian was full of anticipation. In a mysterious space within the primordial land, a ball of fire was dancing. It then turned into a human figure. The flame's aura was chaotic, and it exuded a special charm. Within the flame, a figure was burning. Its flesh and blood had already disappeared. All that was left was a skeleton. Even the skeleton was burning, and there was a wisp of its soul flickering inside its skull. Indistinctly, a fragile Dao principle was protecting the wisp of its soul. The Dao principle seemed to be transforming, but it was incomplete. A wisp of consciousness was vibrating within the flames, and it was filled with anger. An ant-like existence dares to covet my origin essence. The flame suddenly turned dark grey, and an aura of chaos rippled out from it, carrying with it the aura of time, as if it had existed for countless years. Even if I only have a wisp of my consciousness left, I'm not something that ants like you can covet. We chaotic beings are the true rulers of the 9 zones. Anyone who dares to offend us will die. The wisp of consciousness within the flame roared. It kept burning the skeleton in the fire, as it tried to burn the skeleton into ashes. Xiang Xing felt like his soul was about to melt. His bone armor had already reached its limit. If he had not been born with fiery bones and had not comprehended the absolute beginning scripture and the myriad Dao technique, he would have turned into ashes within these flames. It was the origin essence of a chaotic being. This chaotic being was once one of the rulers of the 9 zones and an extremely powerful existence. However, he was finally surrounded and killed here. His origin essence had survived and was waiting to be awakened. After a long period of slumber, the opportunity to be awakened was finally approaching. However, Xiang Xing stumbled into this space by chance, and then tried to fuse and refine the origin essence, awakening him. Xiang Xing did not give up. The Dao principle protected his divine soul. As long as his divine soul was not destroyed, he still had a chance. As long as he devoured this flame, he would be reborn and become a chaotic being. If he had known that the wisp of consciousness of this chaotic being was merely sleeping, he would not have come in. However, since things had come to this, he could only persevere. Xiang Xing continuously inscribed a rune that he had comprehended from the absolute beginning scripture. If he succeeded, he would be able to counterattack and obtain the final victory. He had only been able to last until now because of the Dao principle. Of course, the other party was only a wisp of consciousness and was unable to mobilize the true power of the origin essence. Otherwise, Xiang Xing would have long been turned into dust. Die, die. However, Xiang Xing persevered. Even though his bone armor showed signs of cracking, his soul was still not destroyed. Impossible, how could you block it? The wisp of consciousness started to panic. You must die. The mysterious space started to shake. Then, a huge but damaged bone armor appeared and merged with the flames. Those were the remains of the chaotic being that had been defeated. Xiang Xing felt an unprecedented sense of danger. The skeleton made a prompt decision and suddenly rushed forward, pouncing on the huge and damaged bone armor. His own bone armor was instantly shattered. His divine soul, under the protection of the Dao principle and the half-completed rune, escaped into the damaged bone armor. He was fighting for control of the bone armor with the wisp of consciousness. Despite the many years that had passed, the bone armor of a chaotic being was still incredibly powerful and extraordinary. Thankfully, the rune he comprehended from the absolute beginning scripture was very special. It had the ability to accommodate everything, which was why he managed to pull off this stunt and fight for control of the bone armor. Impossible, how did you get in? The wisp of consciousness was shocked. Xiang Xing did not say a word. He continued to focus his attention on expelling and suppressing the wisp of consciousness. This wisp of consciousness was probably not the original consciousness of that chaotic being, but rather something that had been born later and inherited a part of that chaotic being's memories. Xiang Xing silently and constantly looked for an opportunity to destroy this wisp of consciousness so that he could occupy the bone armor and merge with the origin essence. The chaotic being that had fallen here should have been an existence that had mastered the Fire Dao principle. It was a perfect match for Xiang Xing. I'll kill you. The wisp of consciousness seemed to have gone crazy. The flames grew darker and stronger as they continued to burn. Even Xiang Xing's Dao principle was showing signs of instability. However, as he inscribed more and more of the rune, a special aura was emitted. The damage caused by the flames was constantly being reduced, and he could now even control a trace of the power of flames. Xiang Xing's divine soul approached the wisp of consciousness, looking for the right time to strike. Kill! 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 Boom! Finally, the rune was completed and fused into Xiang Xing's divine soul. In an instant, a special power of the laws filled the air. Suppress! Xiang Xing seized the opportunity and instantly attacked and wiped out the wisp of consciousness. 507 Ancient Chaos Gods. Boom! The moment the rune was completed and the power of laws condensed, that wisp of consciousness was crushed. Xiang Xing heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the wisp of consciousness dissipate. He had finally made it. This rune had actually condensed the power of laws. Although the power of the laws would only appear once it was completely inscribed, as long as it continued to grow, he would definitely be able to control the power of the laws it condensed. Xiang Xing was not sure what this rune was. He had comprehended it by chance from his study of the absolute beginning scripture. Suddenly, a wisp of consciousness appeared. Xiang Xing's expression changed drastically. Even that had not destroyed the wisp of consciousness? He looked toward the spot where the wisp of consciousness had dissipated, only to see a huge figure appear there. Its entire body was surrounded by flames, as if it was the embodiment of flames. However, it was very faint, as if it would dissipate at any moment. The phantom of a chaotic being. Xiang Xing's expression was grave as he looked at the figure warily. He still died in the end, the mysterious man sighed. He looked at Xiang Xing and said, "You've inherited my origin essence, which means you've also inherited my karma. You'd better think it through. Those who killed me all those years ago will become your enemies. They will also try to kill you." Xiang Xing said nothing. So what? It was still not certain who would kill who. It's a pity that I couldn't become a Chaos Ancient God in the end, the mysterious man sighed. What is a Chaos Ancient God? Xiang Xing could not help but ask. Chaos Ancient Gods are born from the chaos, and can innately control the laws of the Great Dao. The chaotic beings that most refer to are just the second batch of chaotic beings, who are the descendants of the Chaos Ancient Gods. The phantom was getting fainter and fainter. Ancient Chaos Gods were born with opened Dao paths. If you fuse with my origin essence, you will be a descendant of an ancient Chaos God. I hope you can become one of the ancient Chaos Gods in the future. The phantom was about to dissipate. You're not going to resist. Xiang Xing was always on guard and alert. However, the phantom was about to dissipate, so he could not help but ask in confusion. You've inherited my origin essence. Whether you're willing or not, you'll avenge me eventually. What's the point of killing you? After all, I can't take revenge myself. Then, the phantom completely disappeared. Xiang Xing then understood that it was impossible for the other party to recover to his peak. In fact, he was only struggling on with his last breath. Ancient Chaos Gods, Hui, Xiang Xing muttered to himself. How long ago was that? How powerful were they? Where were they? Were all of them dead? Xiang Xing inhaled deeply and began to merge with the origin essence. The fusion would take some time, but once it was successful, he would become a chaotic being. Even second-generation chaotic beings were monstrously talented and powerful. In another mysterious space in the primordial land, Ding Yu's body was covered in injuries. The sword in his hand had already shattered. At this moment, his entire body was exuding an intense and sharp aura. The sharp aura came from a special item in his body, and it was constantly slicing his body. The injuries on his body were all caused by this special item. His sword pulse had already transformed into patterns that were extremely mysterious and special. It seemed as if the power of the laws had emerged. Ding Yu closed his eyes tightly, and a Dao principle appeared. He wanted to suppress that special item and treat his severely damaged physical body. However, even the Dao principle could not withstand the aura emitted by that special item. I've already fused with it. Why can't I control it? Ding Yu frowned. He looked at his sword pulse. After the transformation, the sword pulse was like a pattern that snaked throughout his body and spread to his soul. He closed his eyes again and the absolute beginning scripture appeared in his mind. All of his insights filled his mind. The patterns that were scattered in his body and soul started to connect and gather, as if they were trying to form a rune. As the rune gradually condensed, the pressure on his body from the sharp aura began to show signs of decreasing, and he was getting things more and more under control. Chu Xian was paying attention to Chu Yi and Chu Er. These two soul puppets that he had created were slowly transforming into special life forms, and were about to reach the Daiyuan realm. Chu Xian still valued Chu Yi and Chu Er. After all, he was the one who created them and gave them life. Finally, there would be someone who could do his bidding in the 9 zones, and perhaps explore the heavenly domain for him. Furthermore, no Daiyuan realm experts had left the heavenly domain yet, which meant that Chu Yi and Chu Er would be virtually invincible in the 9 zones. Boom! Chu Yi and Chu Er started to open their Dao paths on the origin Dao Ring's Great Dao instead of the Great Dao of the 9 zones. 508 Development of the 3 worlds. Of course, whether it was the 9 zones Great Dao or the origin Dao Ring's Great Dao, there was not much difference in the process of opening a Dao path. Although the origin Dao Ring's Great Dao was currently inferior to the 9 zones Great Dao, it was still a Great Dao with complete laws and endless potential. If Chu Yi and Chu Er opened up their Dao paths here, and their potential was limitless. As Chu Yi and Chu Er opened their Dao paths, the origin Dao Ring's Great Dao also underwent some changes. The power of the laws within it was slowly improving. Furthermore, he continued to absorb power from the Great Dao of the 9 zones to replenish its energy. Chu Xian looked on silently. Chu Yi and Chu Er extended their Dao paths differently from how he did. Chu Xian did not know if it was any different from the other Daiyuan realm cultivators. Although it was not particularly fast, it was still faster than the other Daiyuan realm cultivators. 100 meters, 200 meters, 500 meters. Chu Xian observed for a while and then turned his attention to the Buddhist Dao principle, which was still growing as Mo2 continued the process of his bloodline transformation. It also absorbed a part of the Nine Zones' Great Tao's power. Demon Buddha had already left the Buddhist world and was heading toward the primordial land. After Mo2 became a Buddhist, he would definitely be one of the top experts of the Buddhist sect. He would also need to be given a Buddhist title. Demon Buddha was a Buddha. As Chu Xian's disciple, his status was naturally the highest. Would Mo2 be an Arhat? Demon Arhat? Or Demon Venerable? Chu Xian felt that it was better to allow Mo2 to choose. He would probably choose Arhat. For now, the Buddhist sect's ranks were Buddha, Arhat, and Venerable. At the moment, Buddhism was still weak. When it became stronger, its venerable rank cultivators would probably be novice Daiyuan realm cultivators. Arhats, on the other hand, had to have at least 10,000 mile-long Dao paths before they could be considered Arhats. As for the exalted Buddha, it was naturally for those above the 9 extreme Daiyuan realm. Chu Xian thought for a moment and directly displayed the Buddhist ranks as such. When one cultivated Buddhism to a certain level, one would be able to understand the 3 major ranks of Buddhism. The venerables who had reached the Daiyuan realm, the Arhats who had 10,000 mile-long Dao paths, and the exalted Buddhas who had surpassed the 9 extreme Daiyuan realm. At present, the strength of Buddhism was still weak, so they would assign temporary ranks to the Buddhist sect's experts. Of course, the left and right Buddhist attendants were special existences that had no specific rank. Buddha Nanmu was the first Buddhist of the 9 zones. He had inherited the great fate of Buddhism. His status was equivalent to that of Buddha. Thanks to the great fate of Buddhism, his talent and strength continued to grow. He was not much weaker than Demon Buddha, and was now also heading toward the primordial land. On this day, 2 figures appeared within the Buddhist Dao principle. The Buddhist light around them was blinding as they placed their palms together and sat cross-legged. The left and right Buddhist attendants. They were about to open their Dao paths. The day Mo2 entered the Buddhist world was the day they opened their Dao paths. The significance of them becoming Daiyuan realm cultivators was extraordinary. To the Buddhist sect, it would be a great sign. Chu Xian looked at the ghost world. At present, the ghost world was the weakest. Although Yusu had also turned into a ghost and entered the ghost world to cultivate the ghost Dao principle, it was still much weaker than the Buddhist world and the monster world. It was time to seek a new path for the ghost world. Without a Daiyuan realm cultivator, the ghost world would be weaker, and if the difference in strength between the 3 worlds was too great, it was easy for problems to arise. Moreover, the ghost world was related to the reincarnation cycle, which needed powerful experts to guard it. Once the heavenly Dao laws successfully devoured and assimilated the 9 zones Great Dao, the reincarnation cycle would be completed, revealing the reincarnation Great Dao principle. If the reincarnation cycle did not have a powerful expert to oversee it, there would be opportunities for other experts to manipulate it and harm the reincarnation cycle. Of course, the strong always had special privileges. Even those who had comprehended the reincarnation Dao principle could escape part of the reincarnation cycle, either keeping their memories, or even a portion of their cultivation upon reincarnation. However, the cultivation level requirement was not low. At the very least, one had to be a Daiyuan realm expert. All of this would happen in the future, so before that, he needed to find a guardian for the reincarnation cycle. Chu Xian then looked at the primordial land and had some ideas in his heart. However, he could not put them into practice at this stage. He was not in a hurry. Mo2 and the other demon race Daiyuan realm cultivators were willing to become Buddhists in order to escape the control of the ancient demons. What about the monster race's soaring flood dragon? Was he willing to enter the monster world and cultivate the monster Dao principle? Had he noticed the changes happening in the 9 zones to the monster race? Did he want to part ways with the ancient monster race? After Mo2 successfully became a Buddhist, there might be an opportunity to explore this. Chu Xian raised his head and looked toward the chaos. It seemed calm, but he knew that it would not be peaceful for long. The Great Dayuan calamity was about to come to an end. 509 Great Dao Runes. What would the Great Dao calamity be like? Chu Xian retracted his gaze. The system's reward suddenly appeared again. Your disciple, Xiang Xing, has comprehended the Fire Great Dao rune and fused with the origin essence of a chaotic being. He has become a chaotic being and a descendant of an ancient chaos god. You have been rewarded with the Dao Path secret technique, Heaven Imprisoning Fire Cage. Chu Xian was stunned. Xiang Xing had comprehended the Fire Great Dao rune and fused with the origin essence of a chaotic being. Furthermore, what was with the descendant of the ancient chaos god Bit? What was an ancient chaos god? The first batch of living beings born in the chaos were born with the ability to control the laws of the Great Dao. They were born as Dayuan realm experts. The ancient chaos gods had always been exploring the edges of the chaos and had long since disappeared. It was also unknown whether any of them were still alive. However, there was no doubt that every ancient chaos god that had lived until now possessed terrifying power. Xiang Xing's luck was extraordinary. In particular, he had comprehended the Fire Great Dao rune. Chu Xian frowned slightly. What was the Fire Great Dao rune? The condensation of the laws of the Great Dao into a rune gave him an incredible foundation to work with. Using this rune, he would gradually be able to control the laws of the Great Dao, similar to an ancient chaos god. Chu Xian even suspected that it might not be any weaker than his own indestructible chaos body. However, Chu Xian was different. He did not condense the Great Dao runes. After all, his Dao path was a miniature Great Dao with perfect laws. The Fire Great Dao rune was still quite inferior to this. Chu Xian received his reward. Heaven Imprisoning Fire Cage, a Dao path secret technique. It can imprison a world in a fire cage, incinerate it, and refine the Great Dao within it. It was also an extremely powerful Dao path secret technique. If it was strong enough, it could even burn the 9 zones. Xiang Xing was incredible. He was really going to rise up. However, it was also inevitable that he would be contaminated by the karma left behind by the chaotic being. What about the other disciples? What kind of opportunities would they have? Chu Xian was filled with anticipation. There were only 3 days left until the 73-year milestone. If the reward was world origin energy again, then he would be another step closer to the million-mile mark, and would reach it at the 75-year milestone at the latest. Then, your disciple, Ding Yu, comprehended the Sword Great Dao rune, and refined and fused the energy of an ancient chaos god, transforming into a descendant of an ancient chaos god. You have been rewarded with the Dao Path secret technique, Chaos Sword Stream. Chu Xian was startled. This Ding Yu guy was not bad. He had also transformed, and his opportunities were even better than Xiang Gan's. After all, he had just obtained a chaos treasure just a while ago. This time, he even refined and fused the energy of an ancient chaos god. He received his reward. Chaos Sword Stream. Turns chaos into a sword torrent. Nothing is indestructible, nothing cannot be killed. It was a terrifying Dao Path secret technique which turned the chaos into a stream of sword strikes. Of course, how much of the chaos could be turned into sword streams depended on the strength of the person. Without a doubt, it was extremely powerful. All of this made Chu Xian look forward to the performance of his other disciples. Wang Luo, Xiao Yang, Demon Buddha and Qian Ming. They were all proud children of fate and peerless geniuses. That being said, it might be difficult for his in-name disciples to achieve similar feats, since they were lacking in terms of fate and talent in comparison to his personal disciples. 510 changes in the chaos. The 73-year milestone arrived. You remained in seclusion for 73 years and cultivated talented disciples, and advanced the progress of the Great Daeyuan calamity. You have been rewarded with world origin energy. As expected, it was world origin energy again. Chu Xian received his reward and once again immersed himself in cultivation. While he was doing this, the experts of various races gathered in the ancient chaos world. The experts of all the major clans had ugly expressions on their faces, especially Tian Molai. He had originally thought that the ancient demons had the greatest advantage in the 9 zones. In the end, the mixed blood ants of the 9 zones rebelled. It was simply unforgivable. However, although he wanted to kill all of them, he could not enter the 9 zones. Some of the weaker races had already used some of their trump cards, but they were still a little lacking when it came to sending the wisps of consciousness into the 9 zones. It was as if they had been obstructed by something. The humans of the 9 zones are getting stronger and stronger, someone said. Tian Molai's face became more and more unsightly. However, since they had decided not to target the human race first, he did not jump out to express his opinion. Seeing that the demons did not say anything, the other races more or less understood. Are we really going to sit by and watch the human race grow stronger and stronger until they finally suppress our races? Don't forget that we once suppressed the human race to the point where they couldn't even breathe, Tiangu Zheng said in a deep voice. The others were silent. Were it not for the changes in the chaos, they would not have given up on targeting the human race. However, now that things had come to this, they could not afford to be careless. The human race is also a race of the 9 zones, so there's no need to be so hasty, a celestial race expert said. Let's talk to the human race, Ancestor Yuan Shan said. Those guys from the races of the ancient chaos world made contact with the human race, Long Chong chimed in. In the past, the races of the ancient chaos world would only aggravate the conflicts between the races of the 9 zones and the human race. They would even sometimes target the human race. However, they had now made contact with the human race, and there seemed to be signs of cooperation between the two sides. This was not a good thing. They also want to enter the 9 zones to avoid the changes happening in the chaos. Humph, the 9 zones belong to us. What does it have to do with them? The experts from the powerful races were all very angry. Some of the weaker races had sorrowful expressions. What exactly happened in the depths of chaos? They did not know. This was the sorrow of a weak race. They had no supreme experts in the depths of the chaos, so they had no idea what kind of danger they were facing. Can the 9 zones really cope with the changes? One of the experts from a mid-tier race asked. Even though he did not know what had happened in the depths of chaos, it did not stop him from acting as if he knew. It's the first world created by chaos. The great Dao of the 9 zones is extremely powerful. Who can destroy the 9 zones? Will be able to survive the changes unless the great Dao of the 9 zones collapses, which will never happen, Tian Molai said. No one thought that the great Dao of the 9 zones would collapse. Even if the 9 zones collapsed, the great Dao of the 9 zones would still remain. As long as they could return to the 9 zones, even if the world collapsed, as long as the great Dao was not destroyed, they would still have a chance to recover. The group of experts discussed their plans and finally decided to try to contact the human race. Of course, they did not plan on truly relying on them, and merely wanted to make use of them. Somewhere in the chaos, there was a mysterious space hidden in the darkness that was almost impossible to detect. The mysterious space was like a miniature world. Yang walked into a large hall and sat down on a chair at the end. At this moment, a few figures appeared in the hall. Apart from Hong, the other figures were all blurry. Those were not their true bodies. Yang sat at the end, waiting silently. Even though he was one of the 10 ancestors of the human race, he was at the bottom of the pack and the weakest. What happened in the chaos? Hong asked softly. The blurry figure in the second chair said, an unknown terror was born in the depths of the chaos. It once devoured a chaotic being. It is filled with evil intentions and wants to sweep through the chaos, devouring all life. I'm afraid it has something to do with the Great Dao Calamity. It is currently lost and won't reach the 9 zones anytime soon, but we need to be prepared to deal with this matter. The immortal, celestial, and demon races will definitely try to get the human race to cooperate with them. After all, this change is not something that one race can deal with alone. However, we must also be wary of the other races turning on us after the cooperation. Yang listened quietly. The changes in the depths of the chaos actually gave birth to an unknown horror that devoured a chaotic being and wanted to sweep through the chaos and devour all living beings. Was that terrifying existence trying to surpass a certain limit? Yang, don't be in a hurry to cut off the source of your Dao path. We will find a supreme treasure for you to surpass the 9 extreme Dayuan realm. 511 930 000 mile Dao path. Understood, thank you. Yang nodded in agreement. Next, the experts of the human race continued to discuss the possible cooperation with the other races, and how to maximize benefits and ensure the safety of the human race. They also explored their options of covertly killing certain key members of the other races. However unlikely it was, if an opportunity presented itself, they wanted to be ready for it. The Great Dao Calamity was unpredictable and full of variables, so it was only a matter of identifying and seizing the right opportunity. In the 9 zones, He Yu was standing atop a mountain peak, looking at Tian Yu, who was standing in the distance. She revealed a smile. Tian Yu had served his purpose as a whetstone, and seeing the frustration and anger on his face helped her to vent her anger in her own way. Tian Yu stared at He Yu, feeling mentally exhausted. He was stronger than she was, yet he had failed to kill her time and time again, and was forced to watch her grow stronger. It was a meaningless pursuit. However, if he did not continue to pursue her, would she let him go? The answer was a definite no. No matter whether he continued to pursue or gave up, the final result would be death. How had things turned out like this? His gaze became determined. So what if I die? I'll just take her down with me. He had to take advantage of the fact that she still was not strong enough, as well as the element of surprise. He Yu, however, looked at him and smiled. She said softly, "You want to drag me down with you? You're not capable of that feat." Tian Yu's heart began to collapse. Chu Xian awoke from his cultivation. This time, he had extended his Dao path by 300,000 miles. In addition to the previous total, his Dao path was now 930,000 miles long. He was basically inches away from the million-mile mark. As the origin Dao Ring's Great Dao grew, Chu Yi and Chu Er's cultivation also advanced rapidly. Their Dao paths were now 500 miles long. Inevitably, the Great Dao of the 9 zones also absorbed some of the overflowing world origin energy. Thus, the 9 zones continued to expand. The heavenly Dao laws were also constantly improving, as were the Buddhist, Ghost, and Monster Dao principles. This time, it had taken a little longer to extend his Dao path. Half a year had passed. There was only half a year left before the 74-year milestone. Chu Xian exhaled and looked at Mo2. His Dao path was about to be fully transformed. It had also expanded, making him stronger. In the 9 zones, the alliance of various races was still in conflict with the human race, but they had stabilized their territory. The human race was no longer aggressive and had entered a period of rest and recuperation. In fact, most of the territory in the 9 zones were now ownerless. After all, the 9 zones were more than 100 times larger than before it started expanding. However, the number of living beings in the 9 zones had been reduced by 1/3 during the same period. It was also because of this that the conflict between the human race and the other races did not intensify. After all, the 9 zones were large enough and had endless resources. There was no need to fight over territory or resources. Chu Xian looked at the geniuses from the various races and smiled. Some people were trying to send their wisps of consciousness into the 9 zones. However, at this stage, Chu Xian would not allow it. The only thing he did allow them to do was strengthen and nurture their pawns and vessels. The stronger these pawns were, the stronger the overall strength of the heavenly Dao laws would be. Tian Yu had gone crazy. Chu Xian was a little surprised. He was driven crazy by He Yu. He Yu had taken this opportunity to amplify his negative emotions by constantly stimulating and taunting him. However, He Yu did not end his life, which drove him even crazier. He Yu's strength was improving rapidly and she was constantly obtaining treasures from that chaotic being. From the looks of it, the plan had succeeded. She was luring the other party into eventually returning the missing part of her innate divine soul. Although the chaotic being probably had other plans, Chu Xian would be able to deal with the situation at that time. Elsewhere, Yang had still not sent his wisp of consciousness over. Chu Xian had made arrangements to allow Yang's wisp of consciousness to descend, but nothing had happened so far. Could something have happened? Ji Dexin did not contact the experts of the celestial race either. He headed to the primordial land in search of opportunities. 512 Unexpected changes. The heavenly Dao laws had gained even greater control over the primordial land, and had already seeped into the heavenly domain, though not in any meaningful quantum. Due to this, Chu Xian discovered many hidden existences in the primordial land, most of which were struggling at death's door, waiting for a chance to recover. The former rulers of the 9 zones were chaotic beings. Over the long years, some of them had left the 9 zones, and some had been killed. A portion of the chaotic beings that had been surrounded and killed back then had probably left their origin essences in the primordial land. These had been hidden extremely well, and had yet to be found until today despite the countless eras that had passed. It was almost impossible for those who were not fated with them to find them, even with secret techniques. The more special and powerful an opportunity was, the harder it was to detect it with secret techniques. One could only rely on fate. Ding Yu and Xiang Xing were undoubtedly fated with them, which was why they had discovered it. What about Wang Luo, Xiao Liang, and the others? Chu Xian guessed that they too had already discovered their own opportunities. On the whole, the 9 zones were relatively peaceful. As the Great Dayuan calamity gradually came to an end, the irascible emotions of the living beings of various races were constantly weakening. They no longer drew their swords and attacked each other at the drop of a hat. Chu Xian frowned as he looked at the ominous being somewhere in the desolate ancient zone. It was the only ominous being remaining in the 9 zones. At this moment, its condition was extremely unusual. It seemed to be overflowing with an ominous aura, exhibiting signs of self-disintegration. What was going on? Chu Xian felt that something might have happened. Could it be that the power of calamity had changed? Was the Great Dao calamity coming? Chu Xian contacted Yi Yuejun. Fellow Daoist Yi, have there been any changes to the power of calamity? In the end, there was no reply for a long time. What was going on? Could it be that Yi Yuejun had been contaminated by the power of calamity? Chu Xian then contacted Huang Long. I see. Fellow Daoist Chu, I'll help you take a look. When Huang Long heard that Chu Xian could not contact Yi Yuejun, he immediately agreed to check on the power of calamity. Thus, Chu Xian could only wait for Huang Long's news. As for Gui Ran, this turtle was a true shut-in. He was not willing to move unless there was something truly exciting, and he spent most of his time sleeping. On the Great Dao of the 9 zones, there was a mass of blackish-grey gas that was slowly wriggling and writhing. Beside it was a strange bird with colorful feathers that seemed to be tainted with an ominous aura. At this moment, he was lying on the Great Dao and seemed to have lost consciousness. Huang Long knew the general location of the power of calamity, so it did not take too long to find it. He stopped 10,000 miles away from the power of calamity. His eyes were wide open as he stared at the strange bird. The power of time emerged and swept over Yi Yuejun. Chi. A strange power overflowed from Yi Yuejun's body. Good, he's still alive. Huang Long heaved a sigh of relief. He had been scared to death just now, thinking that Yi Yuejun had already died. If Yi Yuejun died, it meant that this place was also extremely dangerous for him, and there was a risk of death. What happened? Huang Long looked at the power of calamity in fear. Yi Yuejun raised his head, flapped his wings, and flew over. I'll go back and recuperate. Yi Yuejun sighed. The ominous aura around his body both looked and felt uncomfortable. 513 Chaos Furnace, Part 1. Huang Long looked at the power of calamity from afar and moved closer, but not too close. He did not want his jade-white body to become colorful like Yi Yuejun. That would be too unsightly. There seemed to be something wrong with the power of calamity. It was like a giant ball of energy, which was wriggling and writhing. He chose to transmit this scene to Chu Xian. Chu Xian opened the private chat function and received the transmission. The first thing Chu Xian saw was that of the varicolored Yi Yuejun lying underneath a huge mass of energy. He was momentarily stunned. Was that Yi Yuejun? Why was he in that state? Did he enter the power of calamity again? After that, he turned his attention to the power of calamity itself. Chu Xian frowned. It was not quite right. Why did it feel like it was breeding something or brewing? Huang Long, are you going to enter and take a look? No, I feel that something is not right inside. And I don't want to become colorful. Huang Long shook his head. Chu Xian could only contact Yi Yuejun. This guy was really bold. He had once again entered the power of calamity. What was the situation inside? Did he experience anything unusual? Then, unexpectedly, Yi Yuejun knew nothing. After he entered, he became lost. It was as if he had entered a maze. There were winding paths everywhere, and it took him a long time to come out. After he had emerged, his feathers had become colorful. Chu Xian stared at the mass of energy for a long time, but could not deduce anything. He could only put it aside for the time being. There were some changes to the power of calamity, which was probably related to the Great Dao calamity. He wondered if it would affect the heavenly Dao laws or if it could contaminate the heavenly Dao laws. Chu Xian had an idea. After reaching the million-mile mark, he could use the world origin energy to strengthen the heavenly Dao laws and reincarnation Great Dao principle, preparing them for the eventual devouring and assimilation of the Great Dao of the 9 zones. He might not be invincible even if he had a Dao path that was millions of miles long, but if the heavenly Dao laws took over the Great Dao of the 9 zones, as the master of the laws, he would be invincible within the 9 zones. Of course, he could not slack off in terms of extending his Dao path either, but his focus and priorities had to be clear. His path to invincibility lay with the heavenly Dao laws. Chu Xian exhaled, refocused himself, and then immersed himself in cultivation again. The million-mile mark was there for the taking. In a mysterious space in the primordial land, Wang Luo was floating. His physical body had already melted, and it was only because of his Dao principle that his divine soul had not dissipated with it. This mysterious space was like a furnace that could melt and refine everything. Were it not for Wang Luo's unique comprehension of alchemy Dao and his extraordinary understanding of refining, he would have been refined as well. Even so, he had to remain fully focused in order to avoid being completely melted and refined. He constantly adjusted himself based on the changes happening inside the mysterious space. His Dao principle was also related to alchemy and refining, which is why he had managed to conceal the presence of his divine soul from the furnace. Even so, Wang Luo almost died. In the moment of crisis, he calmed down and comprehended a new Dao principle, which strengthened his main Dao principle and caused it to transform. It now had many similarities with the power that operated in this mysterious space, which kept him alive. After stabilizing the situation, Wang Luo began to think of a way to escape. The mysterious space was very special. It was like a furnace that could melt everything. It seemed like a treasure, but it was not a treasure. No one knew how it was formed. Wang Luo knew that it was a great opportunity. As for how to obtain this opportunity, he had no idea. He could only float around and study the absolute beginning scripture. If he wanted to escape, this seemed to be the only feasible route. His physical body had already melted, and his innate pill meridians had been fused into his divine soul. At this moment, Wang Luo was only left with his divine soul, which was wrapped in his Dao principle and floating about. He was immersed in his comprehension of the profound mysteries of the absolute beginning scripture. Unknowingly, the Dao principle that enveloped his divine soul changed. Runic patterns appeared out of thin air and surrounded his divine soul. They seemed to cover the entire mysterious space. A great Dao rune was taking shape. After an unknown period of time, Wang Luo felt that his divine soul seemed to have dispersed. In his consciousness, he seemed to have turned into a huge furnace. 514 Chaos Furnace, Part 2. The furnace seemed to have been born from the chaos, but was intercepted by an unknown existence and brought into this world. That unknown existence probably wanted to control the chaos furnace for his or her own use. Over the course of the years, the chaos furnace had remained dormant in this mysterious space, waiting for its destiny, and to fulfill its purpose. At this moment, Wang Luo had a feeling that he was the furnace. In a daze, he woke up from his state of comprehension. In the mysterious space, Wang Luo's divine soul was no longer present. The mysterious space was undergoing changes, as if it was giving birth to life. A figure gradually appeared. Chu Xian was clearing the way when he suddenly received the system's notification. Your disciple, Wang Luo, has inscribed a great Dao rune, fused with the chaos furnace, and transformed into an ancient chaos god, in progress. His cultivation level has skyrocketed. You have been rewarded with the heaven-melting earth-destroying Dao Path Palm technique. Wang Luo had also obtained a great opportunity. Moreover, he had directly become an ancient chaos gods. Of course, he had only started the process. He was in a similar state as Ding Yu and Xiang Xing. If they wanted to become ancient chaos gods, they would need to go through a long process. Chu Xian received his reward. It was also an extremely powerful Dao Path secret technique. As long as one was strong enough, one could melt the 9 zones and annihilate the great Dao. Of course, the prerequisite for such a feat was an insane amount of strength. Still, it was good that the upper limits of these Dao Path secret techniques were so high. After receiving the reward, Chu Xian continued to immerse himself in cultivation. In the primordial land, a face appeared on the trunk of an ancient tree covered in 5 colored spots. It was looking in a certain direction with confusion. The chaos furnace seemed to have given birth to life? How was that possible? Could it be that a living being had fused with the chaos furnace? No, it was impossible. Any living being that entered would be refined. Even if they were strong enough to resist the refining, they would not be able to fuse with the chaos furnace. Could it be that some unforeseen event had caused the chaos furnace to undergo some special changes? The chaos furnace was not born in the chaos, but in the 9 zones. Was it still a chaotic being then? The ancient tree's mind was full of doubts, but it restrained itself. The time had not come yet. However, the situation in the 9 zones seemed to be changing far too quickly. The ancient tree was not the only one in the primordial land that had noticed the changes in the chaos furnace. There were also other special existences. They all felt that something was really wrong with the 9 zones, and that these changes were beyond their expectations and scope of knowledge. Another half a year had almost passed. The 74-year milestone was about to arrive. Your disciple, Xiao Liang, inscribed the battle great Dao rune and fused with a wisp of an berserker chaos god's origin essence, transforming into a descendant of an ancient chaos god. His cultivation level has skyrocketed. You have been rewarded with the battle chaos god Dao Path technique. Xiao Liang had also obtained a great opportunity and underwent a transformation. The opportunities that the disciples obtained were related to their talents and their Dao principles. Xiang Xing's Dao principle was fire. Wang Luo was an alchemist. Ding Yu cultivated sword Dao. Xiao Yang was born with a battle soul. A wisp of Berserker Chaos God's origin essence? An ancient Chaos God had once left his origin essence in the 9 zones? Had they left a backup plan for themselves in case of any mishaps, or did they have some other purpose? Regardless of the reason, Xiao Yang had taken advantage of it. Of course, there was also a chance that the ancient Chaos God had left the wisp of origin essence behind for the purpose of finding a successor. Chu Xian looked at the 9 zones. The last ominous being was about to collapse. The Great Daoyuan realm calamity was really about to end. Would the Great Dao calamity descend after that? Chu Xian thought to himself silently that he had to speed up the progress of the Heavenly Dao Talisman plan. Among his personal disciples, only Demon Buddha, Hu Tianya, and Qian Ming were left. They had not yet obtained a great opportunity. Heiyu's great opportunity was the missing portion of her innate divine soul. Of course, Hu Tianya was in the process of transforming into the white tiger divine beast, so he might not be any weaker than a chaotic being. However, he could only be considered to be in the process of transformation. He still needed more opportunities to further enhance his talent and bloodline before he could become a powerful divine beast. As for Demon Buddha, Chu Xian was not too sure what kind of opportunity he would encounter. Despite the fact that the primordial land was filled with opportunities, which one would match Buddhism, which had not existed in this world until Chu Xian created it. Chu Xian looked at Su Xianer. This little handmaiden was a little behind his disciples. This was because she had always been by his side and did not fight for the opportunities. However, she was often in the pocket dimension and had countless natural treasures. She also benefited from the Origin Dao Ring's Great Dao, so her cultivation level grew quite quickly. Chu Xian pondered. Perhaps when the Heavenly Dao laws took control of the primordial land, he could find an opportunity for this little handmaiden. Chu Yun as well. Chu Xian halted his cultivation, and turned his attention to strengthening the reincarnation cycle. This was one of the key factors in supporting the Heavenly Dao laws and also an important part in perfecting the laws of the world for when the Heavenly Dao laws took over. He wanted to make the 9 zones even better and surpass its current state. Chu Xian's goal was to make the Heavenly Dao laws expand toward chaos eventually. Although the 9 zones was the first world in the chaos, and was extremely special and powerful, in comparison with the wider chaos, it was still rather minuscule. The chaos was boundless, and no one knew how many experts were hiding out there. There was definitely more than just one world out there. Your disciple, Demon Buddha, inscribed the Dragon Great Dao rune and fused with the pure source of chaos, transforming into an ancient chaos god, in progress. His cultivation level has skyrocketed. You have been rewarded with the 10 Purifications Dao Path technique. The day before the 74-year milestone, Demon Buddha also obtained a great opportunity. Chu Xian was puzzled. Dragon Great Dao Rune? Thinking about it, he suddenly understood. Demon Buddha had created his signature technique, Mighty Heavenly Dragon, which was probably why he managed to inscribe the Dragon Great Dao Rune. What was the pure source of chaos? He checked his reward. 10 purifications. A Dao Path secret technique that can purify everything and turn everything into nothingness. Although it was called purification, it was actually turning things into nothingness. As long as one was strong enough, even the world could be purified into nothingness. The 10 purifications technique was very suited to Demon Buddha, and would be able to complement his Buddhist light and purify evil. The reason why he was able to fuse with the pure source of chaos was also likely related to this. He would probably be able to step into the Daoyuan realm very soon. Chu Xian was full of anticipation. He looked at Heiyu. Once her innate divine soul was complete, she should also undergo a transformation. Chu Xian suspected that Heiyu's innate divine soul was born from the chaos, similar to ancient chaos gods. It was just that she was a little special and was born too late. Furthermore, it had only given birth to the innate divine soul and not the physical body of an ancient chaos god. After she was born, her innate divine soul was in a state of dormancy. No one knew what had happened to cause her to lose part of her innate divine soul, or why or how the main portion of her innate divine soul had actually reincarnated into the 9 zones. Perhaps this was what made the 9 zones special. Only the 9 zones could bear the reincarnation of such a special existence. Chu Xian had reason to suspect that the origin essences of the ancient chaos gods were prepared in case of an accident, so that they could reincarnate in the 9 zones. 515 Origin Pearl of the Laws. You have remained in seclusion for 74 years, created the heavenly Dao laws, nurtured talented disciples, advanced the great Dayuan calamity, and expanded the 9 zones. You have been rewarded with world origin energy and the origin pearl of the laws, single use. Chu Xian was startled. Unexpectedly, the reward for the 74-year milestone was not just world origin energy, but also an additional origin pearl of the laws. Even though it was only a single-use item, it was still extraordinary. Chu Xian examined the origin pearl of the laws. The origin pearl of the laws can transform the Dao principle into another Dao principle. It did not seem to be of much use. It just turned one Dao principle into another Dao principle. It was unable to increase its strength. Moreover, it was actually very difficult to transform the other party's Dao principle in a battle. Even if he did, he would only be able to turn the other party's Dao principle into another Dao principle. Although he could gain a certain advantage, it did not guarantee a sure kill. Then, Chu Xian suddenly thought of the heavenly Dao laws. He could use the origin pearl of the laws to turn the laws of the 9 zones great Dao into the heavenly Dao laws. This way, he could quickly devour and assimilate the great Dao of the 9 zones. The great Dao of the 9 zones had no master and was not controlled by anyone, so it was much easier to transform. The only uncertainty was whether he would trigger a rejection or backlash from the great Dao of the 9 zones. Chu Xian decided to give it a try. He would begin from the newly expanded areas of the 9 zones, as he would likely receive the least rejection or backlash there. Chu Xian took out the origin pearl of the laws and threw it into the heavenly Dao laws of the newly expanded area. The laws of the great Dao of the 9 zones continued to descend. However, in this newly expanded area, the heavenly Dao laws were dominant. Thus, it continuously assimilated the descending laws of the great Dao. However, this was limited to the newly expanded area. The heavenly Dao laws were at a disadvantage elsewhere. Only a small portion of the heavenly Dao laws had infiltrated the great Dao. The origin pearl of the laws dissolved and attached itself to the heavenly Dao laws, and a special power flowed through them. Gradually, the laws of the great Dao that had been descending continuously suddenly turned into the heavenly Dao laws. Furthermore, it continued to spread back up toward the great Dao until it reached their source. This part of the laws of the great Dao did not weaken. Instead, it strengthened those heavenly Dao laws and allowed those laws to be accepted by the great Dao. With this, part of the heavenly Dao laws had been merged with the laws of the great Dao. In other words, it had taken over those laws of the great Dao. Even though it was an insignificant amount of laws compared to the number of laws of the great Dao there were, it was still a start. There was no rejection or backlash from the great Dao. It was as if it did not notice anything unusual. Perhaps it was because the world was expanding, and its control over that area was the weakest. It was also possible that in that newly opened area, the appearance of the heavenly Dao laws was seen as the birth of new laws of the great Dao and not an external set of laws. In any case, the most important part was that there was no rejection or backlash. Chu Xian was extremely excited. It was a success. He finally had made headway into the infiltration of the great Dao. Even if it was just an insignificant bit, it was a foundation that the heavenly Dao laws would be able to use in the future. It was a pity that the origin pearl of the laws was a single-use item. Furthermore, it could only transform an insignificant number of laws. Still, if he got to the point where this became a daily system reward, would he not be able to make rapid progress in his plans? Chu Xian sighed. It was just a wild wish. The origin pearl of the laws was obviously not an ordinary treasure. It was already amazing to be rewarded with one every year. Chu Xian could feel that the heavenly Dao laws were constantly changing. The part of the heavenly Dao laws that was connected to the great Dao was rapidly strengthening and gradually spreading to the entire heavenly Dao laws. Chu Xian did not know if the great Dao of the 9 zones had changed. After observing the 9 zones, he did not find any special abnormalities. It seemed that nothing had happened. The reincarnation great Dao principle was also improving. Chu Xian looked at Mo2 again. 2/3 of his Dao path had already been transformed. He was getting closer and closer to becoming a Buddhist. By now, Mo2 would have felt the changes in his Dao path. 516 Great Dao World. Chu Xian took out the world origin energy and once again immersed himself in cultivation. If everything went well, the world origin energy this time would allow him to reach the million-mile mark. However, it was a huge milestone, so he was uncertain if it would be sufficient. An unknown amount of time passed as he used the world origin energy to extend and expand his Dao path. When his Dao path reached the 999,999 mile mark, his Dao path stopped extending and expanding. It was as if it was blocked by a barrier. However, the world origin energy had not been completely consumed. Chu Xian frowned, but he did not stop and continued to push forward. As he continued to press forward, the world origin energy was constantly consumed, and strange phenomena gradually appeared on his Dao path. A trace of insight appeared in his mind. The million-mile mark was not so easy to break through. A Dao path that was 90,000 miles long was what one needed to reach the 9 extreme Daiyuan realm, in which the cultivator would undergo 9 qualitative transformations. To move forward, they would have to transcend 9 great Dao calamities. Without transcending the 9 great Dao calamities, they would have to rely on a supreme treasure to break through, which were extremely rare. Furthermore, they would also have to sever the source of their Dao path to become a Freedom Daiyuan realm cultivator. Those who surpassed the 500,000 mile mark were considered the supreme experts of the Freedom Daiyuan realm. To reach the million-mile mark, it was no longer just about the length or width of the Dao path. At this point, the Dao path had become too long and too large, and needed a foundation that could support it before growing any further. It required the creation of a world. That world was the foundation of the Dao path, with their own great Dao. These were called world creators. This step had stumped countless cultivators. A world was not so easy to create. If one was not careful, their Dao path would collapse and they would die. This was the reason why Chu Xian had not broken through. Of course, his Dao path was special, and he had no intention of creating a world. Since that was the case, if he wanted to reach the million-mile mark, his Dao path would need to undergo a transformation. Chu Xian had the pocket dimension, Buddhist world, monster world, and ghost world. It was not difficult for him to become a world creator, as he could use any of these as the foundation of his Dao path. However, he chose a different path, which was to transform his Dao path. On his Dao path, strange phenomena appeared, as if heralding the creation of a world. Although he had not created a world, his Dao path contained world origin energy, which was the foundation of the world. In other words, his Dao path was a different kind of world. A great Dao world. It was not a world of living beings. As Chu Xian continued to consume world origin energy, he became more and more enlightened. What he wanted to open up was not a world of living beings, but a great Dao world. However, in the end, he ran out of world origin energy. Chu Xian sighed with regret. It seemed that he would have to wait for the 75-year milestone to complete the great Dao world. Chu Xian continued to immerse himself in cultivation, but rather than extending and expanding his Dao path, he focused on how to create the great Dao world. A law of the great Dao was a living being that was birthed into existence by the great Dao world. They also developed as the great Dao world did. Could they propagate other laws? Chu Xian's thoughts became more and more flexible. At this moment, he had truly found the path that belonged to him. Your disciple, Hu Tianya, inscribed the golden Great Dao rune, devoured a supreme chaos treasure and transformed into a chaos monster god, in progress, and awakened the talent of a divine beast. His cultivation level has soared. You have been rewarded with the immortal battle Dao path technique. Chu Xian was stunned. Hu Tianya also had the opportunity to devour a supreme chaos treasure and become a chaos monster god? It was another type of ancient chaos god. Moreover, he had awakened his divine beast talent. It seemed that he had truly transformed into a white tiger divine beast. He checked the reward. It was still an extremely powerful Dao path secret technique that blocked every attack that was below its user's level, regardless of how many attackers there were. Now, among the disciples, only Qianming has not obtained any opportunities. Elsewhere, Mo2 was about to complete his transformation and become a Buddhist. In the heavenly domain, Mo2 sat cross-legged with a solemn look, just like an eminent monk. Although his head was not bald, it had changed. His hair was shorter, and Buddhist light lingered around his hair. Moreover, he no longer had his usual arrogant and overbearing attitude. He looked very solemn, but still exuded his mighty aura. Mo2 was very satisfied with his transformation. He was about to completely discard his demon identity. He was a Buddhist. Then, Mo2 discovered that his Buddhist power actually had a suppressive effect on demonic power. Within the same realm, he could suppress demons. This made Mo2 extremely happy. After transforming his Dao path, he felt his strength increase and his Dao path expand. Even cultivation seemed to have become easier for him. As expected, Buddhism was the right way and the only way to have a bright future. Mo2 decided that after he became a Buddhist, he would make Mo Zhan and the other demon race Dayuan realm cultivators become Buddhists as well. He could feel that, as the first Dayuan realm Buddhist, he would obtain more fate and potential. The more Buddhists there were, the faster his strength would improve. This was a good thing. Surpassing Hong Yuanchu might not be impossible. At this moment, Mo2 had a lot of thoughts running through his mind, and his ambition rose. 517 Mo2 the Buddhist. Hong Yuanchu and the other Dayuan realm cultivators had been paying attention to the process of Mo2's transformation, the demon race Dayuan realm cultivators in particular. They sensed a vast power emerging from Mo2's Dao path in his residence. Their expressions changed when they realized that this vast power was able to suppress demonic power. In this case, it seemed that they either had to choose Buddhism or stand opposed to Mo2. Hong Yuanchu glanced at them. The experts of the ancient demon race had tried their best to contact the demon race cultivators and even promised them many benefits. If the demon race cultivators did not know how they would be treated as mixed blood descendants, they probably would not have been able to resist the temptation. However, if the promised benefits continued to increase, would they be able to maintain their stance? Hong Yuanchu did not know. Therefore, it was the best choice for these demon race Dayuan realm cultivators to become Buddhists. After Mo2 came out of seclusion, a discussion would unfold. Time passed as Chu Xian focused on perfecting the structure and laws of the Great Dao world while waiting for the reward of the 75-year milestone. Soon, it was almost time for the 75-year milestone. Incidentally, Mo2 had finally succeeded in becoming a Buddhist. At this moment, in the heavenly domain, the Dayuan realm cultivators looked at Mo2 in shock. Why did he seem like a different person? His short hair was surrounded by Buddhist light, and he looked like a kind and virtuous person. Hong Yuanchu was stunned. Mo2 was his old rival. He had always suppressed Mo2. Ever since they were young cultivators, the two had always been fighting. As such, Hong Yuanchu was confident that he understood Mo2 better than any of the other demon race Dayuan realm cultivators present. However, at this moment, even he felt that Mo2 was a little unfamiliar. Could becoming a Buddhist result in such a large change? Buddha is merciful. Greetings, Almsgivers. Mo2 put his hands together. After he entered Buddhism, he naturally had the appearance of a Buddhist. Hong Yuanchuo and the rest were stunned. Are you still Mo2? Ruoxian could not help but ask. Of course. From now on, I'm the Arhat, Mo2. Mo2 placed his hands together. She felt that Mo2 was strange and not familiar at all. Ruoxian, you little b*tch, stay away from me. I don't get close to women. Mo2 glared at her. Ruoxian's face turned red with anger. It was undoubtedly that b*starred Mo2. She snorted and turned to leave. Mo2 looked at Mo Jean, and Buddhist light bloomed. His voice was like thunder as he rebuked, Demon, why don't you quickly convert to Buddhism? I'll let you guys see the boundless dharma of your Buddhism. Mo2 snorted coldly and raised both his hands. Buddhist light bloomed, and the power of his Buddhist Dao path emerged, suppressing the demon race Dayuan realm cultivators present. Hong Yuanchu heaved a sigh of relief. Mo2 might look solemn, but his personality had not changed. He was just a little more arrogant than usual. He left immediately. He would let the demons solve their own problems. He could tell that Mo2's Buddhist power could suppress demonic power. Mo Jean and the others would surely become Buddhists if nothing unexpected happened. Mo2, that b*starred, actually became stronger after he became a Buddhist. He had to continue to cultivate and increase his strength. Not long after Mo2's successful transformation, Mo Jean also followed suit. Soon, all the demon race Dayuan realm expressed their intentions to become Buddhists. Chu Xian naturally was happy to help, and passed some connecting Dao crystals to Mo2 to distribute. At the same time, this meant that the demon race had completely separated from the ancient demon race. This was a completely new path. Soaring Flood Dragon was tempted. Chu Xian said that this was an opportunity. In fact, Soaring Flood Dragon had already sensed some changes in the Nine Zones monster race. He just did not know what those changes meant or were. He immediately expressed that he wanted to study the Monster Dao principle and asked for Chu Xian's help. Chu Xian was naturally willing to oblige, and so Soaring Flood Dragon began to comprehend the Monster Dao principle. At present, only the Ghost World lacked a Dayuan realm cultivator. That being said, the Ghost World was related to the reincarnation cycle, so Chu Xian had to find the right candidate. Looking at the desolate ancient zone, he had some ideas. Still, it would have to wait until he surpassed the million-mile mark. In the meantime, the 75-year milestone was about to arrive. 518 changes again? On this day, Qian Ming finally obtained a great opportunity. Your disciple, Qian Ming, inscribed the universe Great Dao rune and fused with a wisp of chaos origin energy to become a descendant of an ancient chaos god, in progress. You have been rewarded with the universe obliteration Dao path technique. Chu Xian checked the reward. Another disciple, and another powerful Dao path secret technique. A universe was created in one's palm. Anyone who entered the universe would live and die on the whim of the user. Now, only Heiyu was left, but she was making great progress. That chaotic being had given her guidance and many treasures, and even a powerful secret technique. It would not be long before the chaotic being made its move to seize Heiyu's innate divine soul. Chu Xian was very curious as to the identity and strength of the chaotic being. Was he trying to obtain Heiyu's innate divine soul to make up for flaws, heal some wounds, or grow stronger? Heiyu did not cultivate that secret technique. She only simulated the appearance of the secret technique via the heavenly Dao laws, and made it seem that she was on the verge of successfully cultivating it. Chu Xian believed in Heiyu's means and ability. After the 75-year milestone, when he broke through the million-mile mark, the time should be right. He was confident that at that point, even if the other party entered the 9 zones, he could still kill it. As he waited, the 75-year milestone finally arrived. You remained in seclusion for 75 years, created the heavenly Dao talisman, constructed the reincarnation cycle, and cultivated disciples with the potential to become ancient chaos gods. You have been rewarded with world origin energy and the origin pearl of the laws, single use. Indeed, it was another origin pearl of the laws. However, this origin pearl of the laws was clearly of a higher grade than the one he received from the 74-year milestone. Chu Xian first received the pearl and placed it within the heavenly Dao laws, using it in the same area. When it melted, the same process from before repeated itself again, but this time with more great Dao laws. Now, Chu Xian could vaguely spy on a corner of the heavenly domain. He could vaguely see a floating mountain with a palace on it. He did not know which cultivator's residence was located there. Chu Xian saw more of the secrets of the primordial land as well. These were special opportunities for those who could find them. He hoped that those fated ones would be his disciples. The remnant wisp of consciousness of that extreme Dao expert was still not within the range that could be detected by the heavenly Dao laws, so Chu Xian was unable to determine whether it belonged to the human race's third ancestor, or whether he was truly dead. Chu Xian decided that the next origin pearl of the laws would be used on the reincarnation Great Dao principle to allow the heavenly Dao laws a second channel to infiltrate the Great Dao. Your nephew, Chu Pingfen, has fused with the origin chaos energy and transformed into an extreme ancient god, in progress. He has obtained the fate of the chaos and his cultivation level has skyrocketed. You have been rewarded with the extermination Dao path technique. The system's reward suddenly appeared. Chu Xian was stunned for a moment. Even Chu Pingfen, an extreme Dao cultivator, had also obtained a great opportunity. An extreme ancient god? He had also obtained the recognition of the chaos and obtained the fate of the chaos. Chu Xian looked at the heavenly Dao laws. After Chu Pingfen transformed, the laws had undergone some changes and had become stronger again. This was an unexpected blessing. Chu Pingfen's transformation was a surprise. After all, he was an extreme Dao cultivator and was very special. Opportunities that were suitable for extreme Dao cultivators had always been very rare. In the primordial land, some special existences woke up from their deep sleep again. They were all confused. Why did something seem that something had changed again? It was as if some special existence had been born in the world. Something was really wrong with the 9 zones. Had the great Dao calamity been brought forward? Was it almost time? In a mysterious dark space, there was a remnant wisp of consciousness floating about. At this moment, it suddenly came alive. It floated out from the dark space and peeked into the 9 zones. What happened? Why are there changes to the extreme Dao again? However, after it was unable to discover what had happened, it returned to the dark space. This seemed to be a commonplace occurrence nowadays. Where the power of calamity was, the ball-like power of calamity wriggled and writhed faster and faster. However, it did not expand, but rather started to compress. Yi Yuejun, who had just recovered from his previous predicament, once again glanced at the power of calamity with a puzzled expression. Why did it change again? However, he wisely chose not to enter it this time. In the chaos outside the 9 zones, these changes were also sensed by certain experts. Mo Zun, Divine Lord Du, Venerable He, and Kun Zhen all showed themselves and frowned as they stared at the 9 zones. This whole situation was strange and beyond their scope of knowledge. 519 Plans and Discussions. Venerable He, what do you think? Divine Lord Du asked. Venerable He was a second-generation ancestor of the immortal race. He was the oldest among the 4 of them. Furthermore, even though Venerable He was one of the weaker second-generation ancestors, he was still stronger than the 3 of them. Furthermore, he had access to more secrets about the chaos than they did. It's a good thing, but it's also a bad thing. Venerable He had the air of an immortal, like a senior. Just say it. Mo Zun raised his brows. He had clearly dispensed with any form of respect. Venerable He glanced at him and ignored his behavior. The brats of the demon race were all arrogant and rude people, so why should he be angry? He had seen many of these demon B***starts, and most of them were dead. Due to their arrogance and impulsiveness, the demons were easy to kill. Those who could survive were all extremely powerful and terrifying existences. If it was a demon of the same generation as him, Venerable he would retreat or even admit defeat. Mo-zun was the strongest among these three, but that mattered not to him. After all, these three were still juniors when compared with him. The good news is that a great opportunity has probably appeared in the 9 zones. The bad news is that the situation in the 9 zones will no longer unfold as per our expectations. Everything that happens there now is unfamiliar and unpredictable, Venerable he said indifferently. Mo-zun and the others frowned. The Great Tao's power of rejection was still present, which meant that they had no access to the great opportunity mentioned, at least not for the time being. What was even more annoying was that none of their plans and arrangements were working thus far. Can the human race send their wisps of consciousness into the 9 zones? Divine Lord Du asked. Humph! Mo-zun scoffed coldly, do you want the humans to have the upper hand? Opportunities depend on one's luck and strength. Even if you are aware of them in advance, you may not be fated with them. Kun Zhen squinted his eyes and said. Oh, Kun Zhen, are you willing to let the human race send their wisps of consciousness to investigate? Mo-zun laughed coldly. There's no harm in that, Kun Zhen nodded and replied. Both Divine Lord Du and Mo-zun looked at him. Had the races of the ancient chaos world and the human race come to some kind of agreement to cooperate? Venerable he did not say anything. It was as if he was expressing that whether or not the human race's wisps of consciousness descended to the 9 zones was irrelevant. Kun Zhen was calm and composed. The races of the ancient chaos world were not afraid of the demon race, the celestial race, and the other races of the 9 zones. It was not like they had never fought before. The races of the ancient chaos world did not lack experts. If they really fought, it was hard to say who would win. In times of crisis, the races of the ancient chaos world were much more united than the races of the 9 zones. With the addition of the human race, it was not impossible for them to gain the upper hand. The human race still had some strength, without which they would not have survived until today. Moreover, since the human race was special, they naturally had their own advantages. Perhaps they had already produced an omnipotent expert. In the eyes of an expert at Kun Zhen's level, an omnipotent expert was one whose Dao path stretched for millions of miles, and had created a world. In other words, a world creator. Venerable He's figure moved and disappeared from the spot. There was no point in continuing to watch what was going on. The rest of the experts also left one after another. After returning to the immortal race's territory, he was greeted by an expert. What did the human race say? Venerable He asked. Yang can send his wisp of consciousness into the 9 zones, but the human race's conditions are a bit harsh, the expert replied. What are they asking for? They want the Origin Immortal Technique. The Origin Immortal Technique was one of the fundamental techniques that was unique to the immortal race. Venerable He remained silent and did not give an answer immediately. The human race was very special. They could cultivate all kinds of techniques, regardless of which race it originated from. That was how the current cultivation system of the human race came about. Cultivation techniques that were truly created by humans were extremely rare, and not widespread. For example, the extreme Dao. If the Origin Immortal Technique was passed on to the human race would certainly produce experts similar to the immortal races. Moreover, they would still be humans instead of joining the immortal race. Moreover, were those who had cultivated as immortals from the human race completely separated from the human race? It was hard to say. Perhaps parts of the technique had already been leaked. Is there anyone in the human race who has reached the world creator realm? Venerable He asked. I've only encountered Hong, but not the other two, the expert replied. Of the 10 ancestors of the human race, 3 had already fallen. Hong was the fourth ancestor, and there were two more before him, who were probably the strongest experts of the human race. Of course, there was one more person before the 10 ancestors of the human race. However, that person should have died. If he had not died, his strength would have been extremely terrifying. Do you think Hong has reached the world creator realm? Venerable He frowned as he pondered this question. The fourth ancestor of the human race, Hong, had slaughtered many experts of the various races and fought for a place for the human race to stand. He definitely could not be underestimated. 520 million mile mark. I've never seen a world creator realm expert, so I can't tell, the expert replied. A strange phenomenon appeared around Venerable He's body. It was like a miniature world, but it was illusory and fragile, like a bubble. Still, it exuded a special aura. Venerable He, you've reached the world creator realm. Not fully. Venerable He shook his head and sighed. The strange phenomenon then disappeared. Did you sense a similar aura from Hong? The expert shook his head and said, no, I didn't, which means that it's very likely that he hasn't reached the world creator realm. In any case, since even Venerable He has yet to break through, how could Hong have done so? Venerable He felt that those words were reasonable. He was a second-generation ancestor of the immortal race, and had been around long before Hong even existed. No matter how talented Hong was, he was limited by time and should not have managed to become a world creator realm expert. As for the other two, it was hard to say. We can give the human race the origin immortal technique, but there's one more condition, which is that the human race gives us a copy of their enlightenment method for Daopath secret techniques. Venerable He thought for a while and said. The enlightenment method is the foundation of the human race. It's also one of the reasons why the human race is different from the other races and so strong. I'm afraid they might not agree, the expert replied hesitantly. Daopath secret techniques were extremely difficult to comprehend and pass down. The current inheritance methods of each race mainly relied on some form of bloodline inheritance method. For the immortal race, usually the origin immortal technique would be used by the inheritors of that bloodline to analyze the Daopath secret techniques to strengthen the inheritors' comprehension. Out of 10 inheritors, only one would be able to comprehend it. The other races won't be able to use the enlightenment method even if they obtain it. Even our immortal race can only study it to try and increase the success rate of our bloodline inheritance method. Besides, there are also human immortals in the immortal race who can cultivate and comprehend this technique. It won't pose any threat to the human race. Venerable He paused for a moment and continued, I'll also add on another promise. If the human race is in trouble, the immortals promise to allocate no less than 1,000,000 miles of land in the 9 zones for the human race. I think that they will agree to leave a way out for the human race if something happens to them. Is there a need to make such a promise? Let's do it this way. It's not a big deal for us immortals to protect some humans. Venerable He's figure disappeared. The expert frowned and stood motionless. What had happened in the depths of the chaos? Why did they attach so much importance to the human race? Chu Xian observed the 9 zones for a while. Seeing that there were no changes, he received the system reward for Chu Pingfan's transformation. He now had another powerful Daopath secret technique. Chu Xian also received the 75-year milestone reward and began to immerse himself in perfecting the great Dao world. Mo Zhan and the other demon Dayuan realm cultivators were also in the process of Buddhist transformation. Soon, the Buddhist world would be strengthened again, along with the Buddhist Dao principle. Soaring Flood Dragon also began his own transformation process as he comprehended the monster Dao principle. Everything developed according to Chu Xian's plan. Chu Xian's own Dao path seemed to be undergoing some sort of transformation. With every passing moment, Chu Xian could feel his strength growing. His Dao path, which was originally stuck at a bottleneck, began to extend again. Boom! 1,000,000 miles! He finally broke through, and the heavenly phenomena around his Dao path became clearer. Moreover, some special living creatures seemed to have been born within the heavenly phenomena, and they were wandering around the great Dao world. For example, within a certain phenomenon, sword-like existences were born, swimming around like fish. This was his sword Dao principle, and encompassed the many laws of the sword he had comprehended. Every sword-like existence was a sword law. Elsewhere, there were countless flames of all colors and shapes, which represented his fire Dao principle, and the many fire laws within it. Each and every one of these heavenly phenomena were contained within the great Dao world. Chu Xian's strength had undergone an earth-shaking change, and the road ahead became clearer and clearer. He was walking on his own path to supremacy. Even though his Dao path had just only surpassed the million-mile mark, he was confident that his strength far exceeded that of ordinary world creator realm experts. Chu Xian was not sure how strong those ancient chaos gods were, but he knew that he was no longer a weakling in the chaos. He had truly stepped into the ranks of the top experts in the chaos. Of course, compared to those ancient existences, he was still lacking. After all, he had just surpassed the million-mile mark. Chu Xian was not discouraged, nor did he become arrogant. He still wanted to continue becoming stronger until he was on par with the great Dao of the 9 zones and became the strongest in the chaos. As Chu Xian broke through, the heavenly Dao laws also changed and became stronger. There was still world origin energy remaining, so Chu Xian continued to cultivate, though the world origin energy was no longer as effective. It seemed that after each cultivation milestone, things would slow down again. Still, that did not bother Chu Xian. This was just the beginning. Recalling his bragging all those years ago, he chuckled. His lie was about to become the truth. Soon, his Dao path would truly be millions of miles long. 521 Innate Divine Soul, Part 1. After exhausting the world origin energy, Chu Xian's Dao path was 1.06 million miles long. This time, another half a year had passed. Chu Xian stretched lazily. Cool. He could finally take it a notch down. He would still cultivate every day, but now he could turn his attention to other things as well. He used his Dao aura to condense an avatar on his Dao path, which wielded the heaven-splitting axe to extend his Dao path. Even if the avatar extended his Dao path by a mile a day, Chu Xian would be satisfied. At his current stage, his strength was more than enough to deal with any situation in the 9 zones. The heavenly Dao laws continued to expand. It would not be long before it took over the primordial land. Chu Xian finally understood why there were so many special existences and treasures hidden in the primordial land and the heavenly domain that had never been discovered. Even world creators without the aid of the heavenly Dao laws would not be able to sense these special existences. From this, it could be seen that these opportunities could only be obtained by those with great fate. Since ancient times, there had probably been very few people with great fate. The reason why Ding Yu and his other disciples were able to obtain these great opportunities was closely related to the heavenly Dao seals in their bodies. As the heavenly Dao laws infiltrated the heavenly domain, Chu Xian sensed a familiar aura. Mu. Buddhist light lingered around his residence. However, aside from Mo2, Chu Xian did not spot any of the other group chat members. Chu Xian sat on the reclining chair leisurely. He called Su Xianer over to massage his shoulders. This was what life should be like. Sir, I've fallen behind Ding Yu and the others, Su Xianer said gloomily as she massaged Chu Xian's shoulders. Then, do you want to go out and fight for opportunities? Chu Xian opened his mouth and ate the Dao fruit Su Xianer fed him. I don't want to. I have to serve you. Chu Xian smiled. This girl was quite smart. She knew that he was the biggest opportunity and following him was the right path. Don't worry, I'll give you some opportunities. Chu Xian chuckled. When the primordial land was taken over by the heavenly Dao laws, he would help Su Xianer choose some opportunities that were suitable for her. Since his disciples had all started transforming into ancient chaos gods, he could not allow his maidservant to fall behind. Thank you, Sir. Su Xian'er smiled. Chu Xian looked at He Yu. It was almost time, right? How is it? His voice rang out in He Yu's mind. Master, it's almost time. The other party should be making his final preparations. He Yu showed a rare hint of excitement. Due to her incomplete innate divine soul, it was easy for problems to arise if her emotions fluctuated too much. She had been controlling her emotions since she was young. Over time, no matter what happened, her face would not display any emotional fluctuations. However, the missing portion of her innate divine soul would soon be hers again, so she could barely restrain her excitement and anticipation. Once she was whole again, her cultivation level and talent would skyrocket. Very good, I will give him the opportunity to act. Chu Xian laughed. He Yu smiled happily. Chu Xian's eyes flickered as he used the Heavenly Secrets origin probing technique again. He was now a world creator, and was considered a powerful expert in the chaos, so by right, he should be able to divine the source of He Yu's innate divine soul, right? An image projection appeared before his eyes. In the chaos, there was an unknown blank space, within which were no traces of the Dao principles and no signs of laws. At a certain moment, a faint purple light appeared in the space. It was chaotic purple light. From the chaotic purple light, many laws were formed in that unknown blank space, and the laws soon started extending out of the blank space. After an unknown number of years, a commotion suddenly broke out in this blank space. It was as if a terrifying existence had broken out in battle, and the aftermath of the battle shook the area. The fragile laws swayed, shifting away from that blank space and wandering in the boundless chaos. Unknowingly, but the laws gradually became a blank divine soul, unconscious and without thought, like a piece of pure white paper. This blank divine soul floated in the boundless chaos. At a certain moment, when it floated past a terrifying spatial abyss, it was affected by an unknown power. The blank divine soul was instantly sucked in, and a portion of the divine soul shattered and separated, disappearing into the chaos. The main portion also sealed itself at this moment. At a certain moment, it seemed to be attracted by something, and fell into a different world. The image projection ended. Chu Xian fell into a state of deep thought. The origin of He Yu's innate divine soul was more complicated than he had expected. What kind of blank space was that? The chaotic purple light appeared and created a mass of laws. Then, it was shaken by the aftermath of the battle and left that blank space. While floating in the chaos, that mass of laws actually turned into a divine soul. A blank divine soul. How could a divine soul have no consciousness? Was there some other interference that caused it to be as such? Chu Xian did not know if it was by accident or if it was deliberately done by a powerful existence. 522 Innate Divine Soul, Part 2. When the Divine Soul floated past the terrifying abyss, it was attacked by an unknown force. Was it a completely random power fluctuation, or was it a deliberate act by an existence in the abyss? Furthermore, He Yu's soul was actually in a dormant state and had not been completely awakened. She would probably need to fix her divine soul before she could fully awaken it. From the information he had so far, the chaotic being had only obtained the missing part of He Yu's divine soul by chance. Chu Xian then thought of the power that led He Yu's divine soul to the 9 zones. Was it a natural attraction force of the 9 zones, or was it the doing of some existence? Even with his current strength, he had no idea. He Yu's divine soul was unimaginably special, and it might be related to a larger scheme. No matter how one looked at it, He Yu's origins were as special as those ancient chaos gods. Once He Yu's divine soul awakened, would something major happen? Chu Xian felt that he should make some preparations. If things went as he expected, something big would likely happen when He Yu's divine soul awakened. Furthermore, He Yu had contributed immensely to the implementation of the Heavenly Dao Talisman plan, and her fate was thus deeply intertwined with the Heavenly Dao laws. Any changes that happened to her would affect the Heavenly Dao laws. As such, Chu Xian had to be prepared. While Chu Xian was making preparations for the possible changes, He Yu was also making preparations. It was a chaotic being, so she did not dare to be careless. The missing portion of her divine soul was of great significance to her. She could feel a desire to connect with it that came from the depths of her soul. In order to conceal things, she used the power of the heavenly Dao laws to simulate comprehension of the secret technique it passed on to her, as well as its aura. Time passed and, in the blink of an eye, the 76-year milestone was about to arrive. He looked at the heavenly Dao talisman in front of him and pondered for a moment. After the transformation, the heavenly Dao talisman was no longer a mere supreme treasure, but a world. Chu Xian felt that it was not safe enough. He was worried that the heavenly Dao talisman would not be able to withstand the sudden impact of the changes that the awakening of He Yu's innate divine soul would bring. A brush appeared in his hand. The heaven-splitting brush. Then, he took out a scripture. The Earth Creation Scripture. With a wave of his hand, the two supreme treasures entered the heavenly Dao talisman, and floated in the sky. If these two supreme treasures supported the heavenly Dao talisman word, it would be safe. Chu Xian decided to tell He Yu not to be anxious. After he received the 76-year milestone reward, it would be time for them to act. He Yu's grasp of time was still very accurate, and she was not in a hurry. In any case, it was necessary to make more preparations. The 76 milestone soon arrived. You remained in seclusion for 76 years. You created the heavenly Dao laws, cultivated talented disciples, strengthened the Buddhist and monster worlds. You have been rewarded with world origin energy and the origin pearl of the laws, single use. Chu Xian received his reward. Now, everything was ready. With his current strength, even if there were some unforeseen circumstances, he could still deal with it. It was now time for He Yu to act. In the chaos, there was a special chaos mountain not far from the ancient chaos world. The mountain was tens of thousands of feet tall, but it was shaped like a living being with 3 heads and 4 arms, with a back like a mountain. This region of the chaos had always been regarded as a forbidden zone. Even 9 extreme Yuan realm experts would not rashly approach this zone, as this strange chaos mountain was extremely dangerous. There was once a 9 extreme Yuan realm expert who disappeared into the chaos mountain and never returned, with no news of him, not a single peep. He was probably dead. At this moment, the mountain trembled, and 6 eyes suddenly opened on its 3 heads. Its 6 eyes were like 6 small suns, and they stared at the 9 zones. A wisp of consciousness began to follow some kind of connection and headed toward the 9 zones. Pan Shan was an extremely powerful chaotic being. However, in the depths of the chaos, which was also known as the abyss, he had been seriously injured while fighting for an incomplete divine soul of unknown origin that emitted a special power of the laws. In the end, he obtained it, and discovered that it was a blank divine soul. He even wanted to merge it with his own divine soul in order to obtain a chance to comprehend the special power of the laws within it. Unfortunately, he failed to do so. At a certain point in time, he sensed a special connection from the divine soul, so he hid in the chaos region surrounding the 9 zones while recovering from his injuries and waiting for an opportunity or clue. Finally, he discovered that the main portion of this divine soul was actually in the 9 zones. Furthermore, it was in the possession of a human woman. This was a huge discovery. Hence, he started to plan how to take control of her. The human woman now trusted him, and he was ready to claim his opportunity. He had fused a wisp of his consciousness into the missing portion of the divine soul. Originally, he had wanted to separate a part of his divine soul instead. Unfortunately, the power of rejection of the great Dao of the 9 zones prevented his divine soul from entering. However, a wisp of consciousness was enough. He was a chaotic being, an extremely powerful being. A wisp of his consciousness was enough to destroy the consciousness of that divine soul. Of course, this divine soul had mysterious origins, so it was likely that there was something special about it that could resist his wisp of consciousness. As such, he taught the human woman secret techniques and gave her treasures, which had also been tampered with to ensure that nothing would go wrong. Once he annihilated the woman's consciousness, the divine soul would be his, and he would be able to merge the divine soul with his own. If he succeeded, he would definitely become one of those ancient chaos gods, and a top-tier one to boot. This divine soul was a great opportunity for him. This might even be a chance for him to surpass the ancient chaos gods. 523 Innate Divine Soul, Part 3. A divine soul fragment appeared in Pan Shan's hand. It was different from the other divine soul fragments, as this divine soul fragment was completely blank, without any sign of consciousness or thought. It was like a piece of torn blank paper. However, it exuded a faint transcendent aura. It formed an indescribable connection and resonance with the laws of the chaos. He had always wanted to refine this portion of the blank divine soul. However, he did not succeed. If he forced it, it might cause some backlash. After studying it for a long time, he found that the reason was that this portion of the blank divine soul was not the main portion. Only by obtaining the main portion of the divine soul could he imbue his consciousness into it or merge it with his soul, which might even allow him to surpass the ancient chaos gods. As such, he had always been very cautious with his planning. Over time, he realized that although the main portion of the divine soul had a consciousness, it was still in a state of dormancy. This was an opportunity. It meant that many of his methods could be used and he could occupy this divine soul, which also birthed a trace of urgency in his heart. However, in order to ensure that nothing went wrong, he still restrained himself. He gave Heiyu treasures and taught her the secret technique. Heiyu did not disappoint him and soon successfully cultivated the secret technique. Now, the time had come. The completion of the secret technique meant that her consciousness had been imperceptibly eroded. As long as his wisp of consciousness descended, he would be able to take over her consciousness immediately. If he were to erase the consciousness of the main divine soul, it would lead to some negative consequences. As such, he would proceed with the second option, which was dominating her consciousness and fusing with it. In any case, his consciousness dwarfed hers. He had been alive for countless eras in comparison to her. Pan Shan was waiting for an opportunity. The pulling force was getting stronger and stronger, and he would soon be able to transfer his portion of the divine soul into the 9 zones. Even now, he still did not let his guard down. Of course, what he was most wary of was not the 9 zones. Based on what he knew, there was no one in the 9 zones who could interfere with his plan. Even if there were some special people hiding, they were half crippled or in hibernation. Moreover, they might not be able to detect it, and even if they did, they would not dare to interfere. Even if they wanted to interfere, they did not have the ability to. He was a chaotic being. No ordinary expert would dare to offend him. As for the Daeyuan realm experts of the 9 zones, in his eyes, they were merely ants. He disregarded them completely. If it were not for the power of rejection of the 9 zones Great Dao, he would have directly descended and seized Heiyu's divine soul with his strength. There would be no need for so many schemes and plans. What he was wary of now was the region of the chaos outside the 9 zones. The Great Dao calamity was coming, and something seemed to have happened in the depths of the chaos. Some experts might have already come to this region. He intended to enter the 9 zones and avoid the changes in the chaos. What he had to be wary of was that these experts would sense the extraordinariness of Heiyu's divine soul and try to interfere. For this reason, he used his power to erect a barrier. Once someone got close, he would be able to detect their presence immediately and deal with them. Pan Shan carefully controlled the connecting force while observing the 9 zones. He did not immediately send the missing portion of the divine soul over. Instead, he chose a high-level treasure and sent it into the 9 zones. His goal was to test the power of rejection of the 9 zones Great Dao. 524 Innate Divine Soul, Part 4. The treasure followed the connecting force and entered the 9 zones smoothly. It did not elicit a reaction from the great Dao of the 9 zones. Pan Shan let out a sigh of relief. The power of rejection was probably not targeted at treasures. He immediately sent the missing portion of Heiyu's divine soul over, together with the wisp of his consciousness that was hidden within it. Pan Shan was a little nervous, afraid that his wisp of consciousness would be rejected by the great Dao, causing the plan to fail. He also had to be on guard against any external interference. His aura swept out, sealing off the area. Any expert that approached would be able to sense his killing intent, and would likely make a detour. The area he was in had always been a forbidden zone. Once, a 9 extreme Daiyuan realm cultivator had wandered in, but was captured and refined to help Pan Shan recover from his injuries. The missing portion of the divine soul was approaching the 9 zones, and he watched it with bated breath until it finally entered the 9 zones safely. Pan Shan let out a sigh of relief. He wanted to connect with that wisp of consciousness and control it to complete the entire plan. He could not allow any mishaps to happen. The 9 zones. Heiyu had already returned to the northern zone and was waiting in a treasure land there. Finally, she sensed an invisible tugging of the missing portion of her divine soul. The missing portion of her divine soul was about to return. Chu Xian looked up and sensed some changes through the heavenly Dao laws. Soon, the missing portion of Heiyu's divine soul appeared in the 9 zones. Sure enough, there was a wisp of that chaotic being's wisp of consciousness attached to it. Chu Xian could sense a transcendent aura from the divine soul fragment, which made him recall the mass of laws he had seen born in the chaos. Heiyu's divine soul contained some sort of special power of the laws. Even if it was only an embryonic form, it was definitely not weaker than those ancient chaos gods. Once her divine soul was restored and awakened, it would inevitably cause some changes. There was a high chance that it would trigger the appearance of a supreme chaos law, which would augment the heavenly Dao laws. Chu Xian took a deep breath. He had already prepared the world origin energy and the origin pearl of the laws. He had also prepared various other countermeasures for all kinds of unexpected situations. This included the disappearance of the power of rejection of the great Dao of the 9 zones. Although the possibility of this happening was very small, he had to cover all the bases. The boundless destruction sword technique was already ready. The divine soul fragment had already begun to descend. A circle of hazy radiance appeared over Heiyu's head, and there were some subtle changes in the great Dao. As the divine soul fragment approached, Heiyu's divine soul gradually started to awaken, and a wisp of transcendent aura began to spread out. At this moment, the heavenly Dao underwent a change. The reincarnation Great Dao principle also changed. The origin Dao ring's Great Dao rippled slightly. In an instant, it seemed to record and simulate the transcendent aura. Chu Xian was not in a hurry to attack. The time had not come yet. In the chaos, Pan Shan was so excited that he was trembling. He could see Heiyu with his own eyes and had sensed the transcendent aura. That would be his divine soul soon. He would use it to become an ancient chaos god and eventually surpass one. The divine soul fragment was getting closer and closer. The main soul's pulling force was getting stronger. It was about to swallow the divine soul fragment and complete the integration. At this moment, Pan Shan felt a purple light flash before his eyes. A purple light swept across the falling divine soul fragment, and a thunderous sound roared. Everything he had prepared dissipated into nothingness. Pan Shan's vision turned black, and his wisp of consciousness evaporated. What had happened? What was that purple light? What was that thunderous sound? Was it something triggered by the main portion of the divine soul when it sensed the threat? No, it was impossible. Her soul was blank, like a blank piece of paper. How could it sense danger? As for Heiyu, she was too weak. Although her consciousness was born from the divine soul, it was still impossible for her to trigger such a terrifying power. No. Pan Shan couldn't accept it. His eyes were red. The long years of waiting and planning had turned into smoke. No one could accept this. Roar! With a furious roar, the mountain-like Pan Shan revealed his true form. It had 3 heads and 4 arms, and its eyes were like the sun. It emitted a terrifying aura. Its huge body suddenly rushed towards the 9 zones. At this moment, he had almost lost his mind. He had even forgotten the existence of the Great Tao's power of rejection. The chaos began to stir. In the ancient chaos world, many experts appeared. 525 Innate Divine Soul, Part 5. The experts' expressions were pale. It was too terrifying. What kind of expert was that? They looked at the area where Pan Shan had emerged from. Was that not the dangerous forbidden zone? There was once a 9 extreme day Yuan realm expert who disappeared without a trace there. Venerable He, Mo Zun, Divine Lord Du, and Kun Zhen's expressions changed drastically, and their bodies flickered as they headed towards the source of the commotion. The rest of the experts also followed. In the distance, a huge figure could be seen charging towards the 9 zones. Venerable He and the other 3 hurriedly stopped. It was a chaotic being. It was an existence that was incomparably powerful and had surpassed the 1,000,000-mile mark. When they looked at the 9 zones, their expressions changed again. The great Dao of the 9 zones was now rippling steadily. What had happened? Boom! Pan Shan was blocked by the power of rejection of the great Dao. No matter how much he roared and attacked, he still could not enter the 9 zones. At this moment, there were also drastic changes in the 9 zones. Countless hidden existences were alarmed. Heiyu's divine soul had merged with the divine soul fragment, finally becoming whole again. Her originally dormant divine soul was activated at this moment. One could see that the divine soul was like a mass of newborn laws, exuding a transcendent aura. At the same time, the great Dao started to ripple slightly. The laws of the chaos seemed to be drawn out and resonated with her divine soul. Heiyu entered a strange state. At this moment, the heavenly Dao laws also underwent an earth-shaking change. The origin pearl of the laws that Chu Xian had prepared instantly entered the heavenly Dao laws. At this moment, the world expanded. The laws were being assimilated. When the laws of the chaos were triggered, and when Heiyu's divine soul awakened, the heavenly Dao laws underwent their greatest transformation and expansion since their creation. Boom! The reincarnation Great Dao principle was also changing. The origin Dao Ring's Great Dao seemed to be replicating and evolving something. Chu Xian did not dare to be careless. He paid attention to the changes in the entire 9 zones, especially to some special existences in the 9 zones. He also had to be wary of the danger of the Great Tao's power of rejection temporarily disappearing. Boom! He saw a terrifying existence that was roaring and attacking the 9 zones. However, that existence was still being held back by the Great Dao. The heavenly Dao laws continued to devour the 9 zones' Great Dao. Where it was connected to the reincarnation Great Dao principle, it was also infiltrating the Great Dao. At some point, the heavenly Dao laws took over the entirety of the primordial land. Chu Xian saw more special existences there. He saw Ding Yu and his other disciples, but he did not have the time to pay attention to them. Instead, he continued to focus on the Great Dao and the heavenly Dao laws. After the laws of the chaos were triggered, Chu Xian became more aware as to why the Great Dao of the 9 zones was so powerful. This was because the Great Dao of the 9 zones was connected to the laws of the chaos and could be regarded as a hidden law of the laws of the chaos. Under Chu Xian's control, the heavenly Dao laws began to use this opportunity to connect with the laws of the chaos as well. If the heavenly Dao laws were successfully connected with the laws of the chaos, they would also become a part of the hidden laws of the chaos. Since many of the laws shared the same origin as the Great Dao of the 9 zones, it would not cause a rejection or backlash. Chu Xian looked at Heiyu. Her divine soul had actually touched upon the laws of the chaos. It was simply unbelievable. Of course, in reality, it was a Great Dao of a higher level and could be seen as the core Great Dao of the entire chaos. 526 Killing with a Single Sword Strike, Part 1. Chu Xian continued to control the heavenly Dao laws, expanding them to devour the great Dao of the Nine Zones and connect with the laws of the chaos. The reincarnation great Dao principle was also transforming, and the reincarnation cycle was being perfected. At this moment, the entire Nine Zones were undergoing a change. The world was also expanding. Finally, the heavenly Dao laws were connected to and accepted by the laws of the chaos. The laws of the chaos would not reject any laws, but it was almost impossible to trigger them and come into contact with them. Chu Xian heaved a sigh of relief. The heavenly Dao laws were truly on the right track. Now, the heavenly Dao laws were creeping into the heavenly domain and rapidly expanding. The devouring and assimilation of the great Dao of the Nine Zones was also ongoing at an extremely fast speed. The great Dao did not appear to exhibit any resistance to this process. Furthermore, the power of rejection of the great Dao remained intact. Chu Xian felt as if a huge stone had been lifted off his chest. Pan Shan was still attacking the Nine Zones. However, even though he was a chaotic being and was extremely powerful, he could not get close to the Nine Zones. Such a huge change in the Nine Zones had alarmed Hong Yuanchuo and all of the other Daiyuan realm cultivators. They did not know what had happened, but could sense that the great Dao was actually rippling. The three creatures of the great Dao beings did not seem to be anxious or curious. Instead, they took advantage of the situation to start exploring. No matter what happened, even if the great Dao was destroyed, they would not care too much. After all, being trapped in the great Dao and being unable to leave was actually very boring and lonely. Moreover, the great Dao would not be destroyed. Even if it collapsed, Huang Long and the other two would not die because of it. As long as time existed, Huang Long would not die. It was not just a saying. If the great Dao collapsed, but time still existed, he would not die. Even if he died, he would be reborn in the river of time. In fact, they even had a tiny bit of hope that the great Dao would collapse, so they could take the opportunity to leave the great Dao and travel the world. In the heavenly domain, the skeleton opened its eyes again, and its shriveled eyebrows were tightly knitted together. What had happened in the Nine Zones? Why was there another change? Was the great Dao calamity coming? It did not seem right. There was no trace of the great Dao calamity. He could not detect the changes. It was as if there was a transcendent power that was covering his senses. It was the same for the other hidden existences. However, they did not move, nor did they reveal any trace of their auras. No matter how big the change was, they would not be exposed until the time was right. Nothing would happen. In any case, were these changes not tempting them into appearing? Brother Chu, the great Dao is trembling, and there are some unknown changes in the world. What's going on? Hong Yuanchuo and the others could only seek answers from Chu Xian. The change had come too suddenly, and they all felt uneasy. Chu Xian paid attention to the changes in the world while controlling the heavenly Dao laws to spread as fast as possible, assimilating and devouring the laws of the great Dao. Seeing Hong Yuanchuo and the others' questions, he could only take some time to reply. The laws of the chaos have appeared and are connected with the great Dao. This is an opportunity. Everyone, go into seclusion to comprehend it. If you can comprehend a trace of its aura, you will undergo a transformation. They were shocked. The laws of the chaos? Laws that surpassed the great Dao? They did not hesitate and immediately started their secluded cultivation in an attempt to comprehend the traces of the aura of the laws of the chaos. Chu Xian was not lying to Hong Yuanchuo and the others. If one could come into contact with a trace of the laws, it would be a great opportunity. In the primordial land, heavenly Dao seals appeared on the foreheads of Ding Yu and the others. Moreover, their ancient chaos god bloodlines seemed to have been stimulated and entered a special state. They all entered seclusion. In their minds, the birth and expansion of the great Dao seemed to appear. Of course, what appeared in their minds was actually the heavenly Dao laws. This was a great opportunity. Chu Xian suddenly looked in a certain direction. In the newly expanded world, a gap actually appeared in the Great Tao's power of rejection. It was an extremely small gap. Even if they discovered it, most experts would not be able to enter through it. However, at this moment, a black shadow appeared in the chaos. It was like a wisp of black smoke, trying to enter the 9 zones through the gap. The black smoke was a special expert. Although his strength had not reached the million-mile mark, he was still a supreme expert. Furthermore, he was almost undetectable in that form. Chu Xian's eyes flickered as he saw that smoke-like existence. Black smoke that transformed into a living being. Furthermore, the other party had a faint, unique aura. It was the aura of the abyss. The reason why Chu Xian was able to recognize it was because he had seen the abyss when probing the source of Heiyu's innate divine soul back then. Was it here for Heiyu? Or was he just trying to sneak into the 9 zones? He raised his hand and pointed. Boundless Destruction Sword. Chu Xian naturally would not let the other party sneak in. Yan Huan came from the abyss with the goal of entering the 9 zones. 527 Killing with a single sword strike, Part 2. However, due to the power of rejection of the Great Dao, he was unable to enter. He was secretly aware of Pan Shan's plans. Although he did not know the reason, he could sense that the Divine Soul fragment was special. Of course, he did not have the intention to destroy it. Pan Shan was too strong. He did not even dare to get too close. In the end, Pan Shan suddenly went crazy and wanted to enter the 9 zones. Moreover, the 9 zones also underwent a special change at this moment. Yan Huan instantly understood that the changes in the 9 zones were related to Pan Shan. He did not know what had happened, but something had clearly gone wrong with Pan Shan's plan for him to be acting like this. Yan Huan had been wandering around, looking for an opportunity to enter. In the end, he finally found a gap in the Great Tao's power of rejection. If it were anyone else, they would not be able to enter the 9 zones through this gap. However, he could. The nature of his Dao path was very special. As he was worried that the Great Dao would repair the gap, he did not dare to waste any time. He instantly turned into a wisp of black smoke and drifted toward the 9 zones along the gap. Suddenly, a strong sense of danger emerged. Yan Huan did not even have time to discover its source when a terrifying sword strike suddenly appeared in front of him. Yan Huan's face turned pale. What kind of terrifying existence had attacked? The black smoke transformed and tried to dodge the attack, but it was too late. The difference in strength was too great. Moreover, the unique property of the Boundless Destruction Sword was that it ignored space and time. How could he avoid it? The black smoke was instantly extinguished. There was almost no fluctuation. Venerable He, who had been staring at the 9 zones and Pan Shan, suddenly frowned and looked toward the other corner of the 9 zones. There seemed to be some sword aura there. Was it Hong? He did not detect anyone. What was going on? Had the Sword Dao laws of the 9 zones Great Dao been triggered? Strange. It was no surprise that Chu Xian killed Yan Huan with one strike. His strength far exceeded Yan Huan's, and it was further augmented by the Boundless Destruction Sword Dao Path technique. However, Chu Xian frowned slightly. Yan Huan did not seem to be completely dead. Was there an avatar left alive somewhere else? In any case, Yan Huan was not a threat to him. The gap in the Great Tao's power of rejection gradually recovered. As the 9 zones continued to expand, the heavenly Dao laws also continued to devour the laws of the Great Dao. Heiyu was still in that special, mysterious state. As this was ongoing, Chu Xian took the time to observe the situation. Apart from the heavenly domain, there was chaos everywhere. There was no lack of ancient battlefields appearing, and remnants of places destroyed during previous calamities. Chu Xian still did not know what had happened back then that caused the various races to be expelled and unable to return to the 9 zones. However, he did know that the reason was not that simple. This was especially so when he saw many special existences hidden or trapped in the 9 zones. He was increasingly convinced that the unforeseen event back then was not caused by the major race's attempt to control the great Dao of the 9 zones. The more he understood about the great Dao of the 9 zones, the more he understood how powerful and special it was. It was not something that the immortals, celestials, and demons could control. If he wanted to control the great Dao of the 9 zones, they would have to also deal with the laws of the chaos. Back then, the various powerful races were clearly unable to come into contact with laws of the chaos. Chu Xian's heavenly Dao laws were only able to achieve this by chance. Moreover, the heavenly Dao laws had been recognized by the laws of the chaos. In a sense, the heavenly Dao laws were subordinate laws of the chaos. Chu Xian could be considered to have exploited a loophole in this situation. The heavenly Dao laws continued to expand, devouring and assimilating the laws of the great Dao. Suddenly, Chu Xian froze. He saw a special, mysterious small space in a certain area in the heavenly domain. There was a corpse sitting cross-legged in that space. It looked like a corpse, but it was not dead. It was a human 9 extreme De Yuan expert. Why was there a human expert hiding in the heavenly domain? Boom! The great Dao's vibrations suddenly increased. Chu Xian refocused his attention on the great Dao once more. He had to be on guard in case more gaps in the great Dao power of rejection appeared. The great Dao was shaking, and gradually, in a corner of the newly expanded world, there was a faint light. Chu Xian's heart skipped a beat. Would there be a gap in the great Dao's power of rejection? If the experts from the chaos could enter the 9 zones in advance, it would ruin many of his plans. Moreover, it would affect his peaceful life. 528 Ray of Light. A ray of light suddenly appeared. It spread out into the chaos, as if it was paving a path. Pan Shan, who was attacking the 9 zones, moved and charged toward the path of light. He intended to enter the 9 zones through this path. Chu Xian's heart tightened, and readied the boundless destruction sword to strike again. If Pan Shan barged in, he had to be killed to intimidate the experts in the chaos. Although Pan Shan was a world creator, he had yet to recover from his injuries. Chu Xian was confident that he could kill him in one strike. Boom! When Pan Shan approached the path of light, it suddenly triggered the appearance of the power of the laws. Pan Shan, who was originally rushing toward the path of light, was hurled back and injured. Boom! Roar! Pan Shan was not willing to give up. He roared and exploded with a terrifying strength as he charged forth once more. This time, the force of the rebound was even more terrifying. Pfft! Half of Pan Shan's body shattered, and his blood splattered into the chaos as his broken body flew out. The power of his Dao path, and Pan Shan's physical body was restored. Looking at the light, he finally sobered up from his anger. Venerable He and the others, who had wanted to follow the path light into the 9 zones, stopped. Even someone as strong as Pan Shan was sent flying, so there was no way they stood a chance. Chu Xian heaved a sigh of relief. That ray of light was actually protected by laws and could prevent experts from entering. However, why did this light appear? Where would it spread to? When Pan Shan charged at the path of light, the power of laws that exploded had the aura of the laws of the chaos. The light continued to spread. No one knew where it was spreading to in the chaos, and no one knew why it appeared. Chu Xian kept an eye on it, afraid that something could sneak in. The heavenly Dao laws were still rapidly expanding and improving. More and more places in the heavenly domain were occupied by the heavenly Dao laws. He Yu was still in a special state. His entire being was constantly sublimating. The great Dao continued to shake, and a wisp of the aura of the great Dao calamity seemed to appear. The great Dao calamity was coming? Chu Xian's expression turned serious. However, the aura of the calamity seemed to be weakening. It was as if the great Dao calamity was about to end before it even began. Was it because of the appearance of the laws of the chaos? Was this path of light a substitute for the great Dao calamity? This is the entrance to the 9 zones. Let's work together. Pan Shan's face was gloomy as he looked at Venerable He and the others. You're a chaotic being with extraordinary power. If you can't enter, we won't be able to enter even if we join forces. Venerable He shook his head. I am a chaotic being, and you are living beings from the 9 zones. Although you have been expelled from the world, you still have the innate advantage of having been recognized by the world. I can't enter, but it's not impossible for you and the other races of the 9 zones to enter, Pan Shan said in a deep voice. Venerable He and the others were startled. What Pan Shan said made sense. This was an opportunity. If they could enter the 9 zones, then no matter what fortune there was there, it would all belong to them. As for Pan Shan, he only wanted to use the experts of the 9 zones to sneak in. 529 The Scepter of the Order of Chaos. In its place was a path that led to chaos. As for where it extended to, perhaps he would find out when Heiyu finished her transformation. There were so many secrets in the 9 zones. The hidden guise and strange existences were really beyond his expectations. This included those who were once extremely terrifying and extraordinary existences, but they were not completely dead and were hiding, waiting for the opportunity to revive. Were they waiting for the great Dao calamity? If so, they were destined to be disappointed. Of course, Chu Xian still needed to confirm this. He figured that he would obtain accurate information after triggering the system's reward for Heiyu's transformation. A few days later, she finally completed her transformation. You remained in seclusion, strategized, and took back the missing portion of your disciple's innate divine soul. You stimulated the improvement of the heavenly Dao laws in a next part of the great Dao of the 9 zones. You have been rewarded with a 1,000,000-mile Dao path extension. The innate divine soul of your disciple, Heiyu, has been activated. She has transformed into the soul of the laws of chaos and order. You have been with the scepter of the order of chaos. You triggered the great change in the world, and the laws of the chaos appeared, stopping the emergence of the great Dao calamity. You opened the ancient path of the chaos abyss, and began the great abyssal calamity. You have been rewarded with the chaos supreme technique, ancient abyss prison. The 3 system rewards came one after another. Chu Xian was overjoyed. As long as he received the rewards, his Dao path would reach the 3,000,000-mile mark. Even the ancient chaos gods would have to be wary of him now. As expected, the great Dao calamity was gone even before it started. However, what was the great abyssal calamity? In addition, he was also rewarded with a supreme treasure, the scepter of the order of chaos. Chu Xian examined its description. The scepter of the order of chaos can manipulate the laws of the chaos and punish those who manipulate the laws of the chaos. Looking at the scepter's description, Chu Xian was excited. This was a killing weapon. Manipulating the laws of the chaos. He could also punish others for manipulating the laws of the chaos. Of course, the scepter had some restrictions, and it could not be used as one pleased. 530 The Ancient Path, Part 1. First of all, one had to have a certain level of strength, with the minimum requirement being a 1,000,000-mile-long Dao path. Chu Xian fulfilled this condition. Second, once he manipulated the laws of the chaos, there was a cooldown period before he could use it again, which depended on how much he manipulated the laws of the chaos. Although there were restrictions, the scepter was still an extremely powerful treasure. Chu Xian checked the last reward. Supreme Chaos Technique, Ancient Abyssal Prison. It was a powerful secret technique that involved the laws of the chaos. It could turn sections of the chaos into an ancient abyssal prison, and could suppress, kill, and control all existences. As long as one was suppressed in the ancient abyssal prison, he would be able to determine that person's life and death with a single thought. Looking at the ancient abyssal prison's description, Chu Xian could not help but think of the abyss in the chaos. The abyss in the chaos was completely different from the abyss in the ordinary world. In the abyss in the chaos, space shattered, the great Dao crumbled, and the laws were in chaos. It was in a terrifying state. Chu Xian raised his head and looked at the path of light that extended toward the chaos abyss. If he was not wrong, it led to the source of the great abyssal calamity. Still, what was the great abyssal calamity? Chu Xian felt it was necessary to understand it. He could not allow the 9 zones to become unstable because of this. Would something emerge from the chaos abyss and come to the 9 zones? Was there a cultivation level restriction? If an expert above Chu Xian's level appeared, he might not be able to protect the 9 zones. This was not what he wanted. Pan Shan and the others were unable to enter the ancient path of the chaos abyss. Chu Xian speculated that if one wanted to enter the ancient path, one had to fulfill a certain cultivation requirement. The living beings from the abyss could come to the 9 zones through the ancient path, so the living beings in the 9 zones could also go to the abyss, right? That was an opportunity. Danger existed amidst opportunities. In the chaos, the more dangerous a place was, the greater the opportunities hidden within it. The only thing that mattered was whether one had the fate to obtain them and survive. The changes in the world continued, and the ancient path continued to extend into the chaos. He Yu woke up and felt that an endless amount of comprehension had filled her mind. It was as if she had learned the secrets of many Dao principles and the laws of the chaos the moment she woke up. As long as she raised her cultivation level, she would be able to gradually control everything. Master, I've come to a certain realization. An ancient path has appeared in the world, leading to the chaos abyss. One can invade the 9 zones through the ancient path from the chaos abyss. For the time being, only Dao realm and below cultivators can step onto the ancient path. However, the Dayuan realm experts of the 9 zones are unable to enter the ancient path, and cannot even approach its entrance. The first thing He Yu did after waking up was to inform Chu Xian about what she knew about the ancient path. She did not know how she knew about the existence of the ancient path, or how she knew about its restrictions and rules. She had a premonition that the appearance of the ancient path was related to her. Chu Xian was a little puzzled. The Dayuan realm cultivators of the 9 zones could not even get close to the entrance of the ancient path? Could it be that the entrance to the ancient path was not on the Great Dao, but in the 9 zones? The Dayuan realm cultivators in the heavenly domain could not easily enter the 9 zones, so that conjecture made sense. If the creatures from the abyss invaded through the ancient path, it would be a crisis for all the races of the 9 zones. Fortunately, only those Dao realm and below could enter the ancient path. With that, Chu Xian was at ease. A Dao realm expert could not disturb his peace. Furthermore, once the heavenly Dao laws replaced the great Dao of the 9 zones, he could also restrict the ancient path. It's both a crisis and an opportunity. It's a good opportunity for the races of the 9 zones to put aside their internal conflicts and work together to resist the invasion of the abyss. Chu Xian's voice resounded in He Yu's mind. Actually, we can also counterattack and invade the abyss. The chaos abyss has many opportunities, Chu Xian continued. I understand, Master, He Yu said respectfully. There's no need to worry. You just have to figure out what you should do in the future. Yes, Master. The disciples had all grown up. After this series of transformations, they would not be too far away from opening their Dao paths. The ancient path was also a place of opportunity for his disciples. Boom! On this day, the ancient path finally changed. The light went through the heavenly domain and landed in the desolate ancient zone, revealing a huge gate. The radiant gate suddenly descended, shocking all of the Dao realm experts in the 9 zones. They had no idea what it was, or where it led to. However, they all could sense that this was an opportunity. As such, countless Dao realm experts charged over. Chu Xian glanced at the entrance of the ancient path. There were indeed some restrictions and rules that prevented just anyone from entering. Even if he used the heavenly Dao laws, he would not be able to seal the radiant gate, as the level of the heavenly Dao laws was still a little low. When the changes in the world ended, those who were trying to comprehend it all woke up. After this period, the heavenly Dao laws had devoured 1/10 of the great Dao of the 9 zones, which was a huge gain. Moreover, it had incorporated the entire 9 zones into the heavenly Dao laws. Under the heavenly Dao, some hidden existences were revealed to Chu Xian. For example, the skeleton and the giant head in the heavenly domain. They were all dumbfounded at the moment, and had no idea what to do. If they were to appear at this stage, they would face unknown dangers. They could sense that their opportunity to recover had been delayed. At this moment, Chu Xian finally had the time to observe the entire 9 territories and observe the hidden existences. The ancient path had arrived, but the time for the gate to open had not yet arrived. Furthermore, the power of rejection of the 9 zones great Dao still existed, so Chu Xian could continue to stay in his courtyard peacefully. As for the hidden existences in the 9 zones, Chu Xian did not plan on dealing with them unless they appeared to cause trouble. If there were no hidden special existences in the world would be too boring. Of course, there were some special existences in the 9 territories that he could make use of. He looked at a certain place in the primordial land. There was a special small space there, and a special existence was hidden there. The other party had once been incomparably powerful, but now, he was only left with a bit of origin essence and was barely breathing. Even so, his strength was close to that of a first extreme Dayuan realm cultivator. From this, it could be seen that when the other party was at his peak, he had definitely surpassed the 9 extreme Dayuan realm. The ghost world was in need of an expert and a guardian. Chu Xian had taken a fancy to this person. There was no other reason. This special existence had the form of the ghost race, but it was similar to the netherworld race. Chu Xian suspected that the netherworld race was born from this person's origin essence. Its body was like a soul and was very compatible with the ghost Dao principle. Of course, the reincarnation cycle was very important, so Chu Xian would not just arrange for a single person to take charge. 531 The Ancient Path, Part 2. Chu Xian did not look for him immediately. Instead, he received the system's rewards. The 2 million mile Dao path extension allowed Chu Xian's Dao path to reach the 3 million mile mark. His bragging to the Dayuan realm cultivators was finally about to become a reality. Chu Xian once again entered the state of enlightenment. In the chaos, as the 9 zones became peaceful again, one could see the ancient path leading to the depths of chaos. Venerable He and the other experts all had extremely serious expressions. The changes in the 9 zones had completely exceeded their expectations. What was certain was that their knowledge of the 9 zones had been rendered defunct. The races that had been expelled would probably not be able to return to the 9 zones. This was not a good thing. The 9 extreme Dayuan realm cultivators were in an even worse mood. Being unable to enter the 9 zones meant that one would not be able to cut off the source of their Dao paths and that their strength would remain stagnant. The only thing they could turn their attention to was the ancient path. They had already sent someone to follow the trail of the ancient path to discern its final destination. Now, the question was whether or not they could enter the 9 zones from the end of the ancient path. Pan Shan's expression was ugly. He stared at the 9 zones with a gloomy face as he wondered whether the failure of the plan was an accident or a trap. Recalling the entire process of the setup, there were no flaws, and there were no signs of anything amiss with He Yu. She was far weaker than he was, and her divine soul was also in a dormant state. Furthermore, she had also cultivated the secret technique he had taught her. Was it an accident? Was the awakened divine soul even more terrifying than he had expected? Pan Shan found it difficult to understand. With his strength, even if He Yu's divine soul had awakened, how could she destroy his wisp of consciousness? His intuition told him that someone had ruined his plan. An existence from the 9 zones? Pan Shan could not understand why or how such a powerful existence had been hiding in the 9 zones. Those guys were either restricted and could only move around in their small spaces, or were half crippled. How could they still have the ability to ruin his plan? Could it be that one of them had recovered? Pan Shan was unwilling, resentful, and helpless. looking at the ancient path. Why did this path of light that extended into the chaos abyss feel so familiar? It was as if it had appeared before when he was still weak. However, too much time had passed, and he had been severely injured several times. Some of his memories from when he was weak had been affected to a certain extent. Venerable he also stared at the path of light that spread from the 9 zones into the chaos abyss. He raised his eyebrows as if he had thought of something. He looked at Pan Shan, the powerful chaotic being. Of course, he could now see that Pan Shan had not recovered from his injuries. Even so, he was still not his match. No one present could match him. Even if they joined forces, they might not be able to resist Pan Shan. After all, World Creator Realm experts were too powerful. Chaotic beings were not exactly World Creator Realm experts, but in terms of strength, they were no different from one. If Pan Shan went crazy and attacked them, no one would survive. Of course, the immortal, celestial, and demon races all had their own World Creator Realm experts. The races of the ancient chaos world also had such experts, so unless Pan Shan fancied his survival chances against multiple World Creator Realm experts, he would not do such a thing. Chaotic beings were powerful, but there were still stronger and weaker ones among them. Those who had not been born when the chaos was born were naturally weaker than those that were. Have you recalled something? Pan Shan asked Venerable He. From my memory, there seems to have been a similar situation. However, I was still weak at that time and had not reached the Dayuan realm, so I am not too clear about the details, Venerable He said after some thought. In fact, it was not because he was weak at the time, but because he sensed some danger and chose to cultivate in seclusion in the immortal race's secret realm. Only when the danger was gone did he step out of seclusion and enter the Dayuan realm. Trash! Pan Shan directly said in disdain. He was a second-generation ancestor of the immortal race, and had existed for so long, yet he did not even know much. Venerable He did not seem to be angry at all. He stared at the path of light that spread from the 9 zones to the chaos abyss and said after a long while, the similar situation back then seemed to be related to that person. Mo-zun and the others were stunned. That person? When Pan Shan heard this, he suddenly recalled something. His expression changed again and again as he said, the similar situation back then was caused by that person. Yes. Venerable He nodded. Mo-zun, Divine Lord Du, and Kun Zhen silently listened. In front of Venerable He and Pan Shan, they were all juniors. 532 The Ancient Path, Part 3. However, they knew who that person was. Although they did not know his name, they had heard of legends about him. He was the one who had created the cultivation technique of the human race. The ancient path of the chaos abyss. The great abyssal calamity. Pan Shan finally recalled his past memories and coldly spat out these words. Venerable He was stunned for a moment before his expression changed. The great abyssal calamity? Right. Pan Shan nodded his head heavily. Mo-zun was an impatient person, so he could not help but ask, Senior He, what are those things? He did not dare to ask Pan Shan directly, for fear of angering him and being made an example of. Venerable He had a good temper and would not attack him rashly. There was once an accident in the 9 zones. I don't know how it happened, but that person caused the great Dao calamity to end in advance, which led to the great abyssal calamity. Venerable He's expression was heavy. The ancient path of the chaos abyss is a path leading to a chaotic abyss from the 9 zones. The great abyssal calamity came from the abyss. During that period, countless living beings of the 9 zones died, and many races were also wiped out. Once the chaos abyss occupies the 9 zones, the fate energy of all the races will be completely cut off from the great Dao, and their future path will be unknown. Mo-zun and the others' expressions changed. The current 9 zones were much weaker than they were in the past. How could they resist the invasion of the chaos abyss? Once the 9 zones were occupied by the abyssal creatures, it would be a great crisis for all the races. How did the great abyssal calamity end? Divine Lord Du could not help but ask. I don't know. Venerable He shook his head. Both Divine Lord Du and Mo Zun cursed inwardly. How could a second-generation ancestor of the immortal race not know? Could it be that he had hidden himself back then and had not experienced it, so he did not know? Does this mean that the great Dao calamity has already ended? Ancestor Yuan Shan could not help but ask. They had been on guard against the arrival of the great Dao calamity, but it ended before it even started? That was too much of a joke. Venerable He looked at the 9 extreme Dayuan realm experts and said after a moment of silence, for you, the great abyssal calamity is far more terrifying than the great Dao calamity, especially given that you haven't cut off the source of your Dao paths. It's rumored that the living beings of the abyss will devour the source of Dayuan realm cultivators' Dao paths and obtain the recognition of the great Dao, becoming the creatures of the 9 zones. The expressions of the 9 extreme Dayuan realm experts present changed drastically. They could not enter the 9 territories and did not even have the chance to resist. Once the sources of their Dao paths were devoured, the consequences would be unimaginable. In their current situation, they were rejected by the great Dao and could not even hide the sources of their great Dao. Could it be that the great abyssal calamity was triggered by the return of that person? Mo Zun looked at the 9 zones with fear. There had always been rumors that that person had died. After all, he had not appeared for a long time. However, only that person had achieved this feat, so the reappearance of the path of light might mean that he had returned. It has nothing to do with that person. After all, he has disappeared for a long time. Venerable He shook his head. He looked at Pan Shan. The changes in the 9 zones were most likely related to Pan Shan. He did not know what the latter had done. Pan Shan naturally would not explain anything. He coldly snorted and headed towards the chaos abyss. Why did that divine soul trigger the great abyssal calamity? Could it be that the divine soul was related to the abyss? Was it born in the chaos abyss? No one present dared to go to Pan Shan for an explanation. After all, their strength was inferior to his. The real crisis is here. Let's gather together. If the great abyssal calamity is not dealt with, it will not only affect the 9 zones. You must know that the changes in the chaos are also related to the chaos abyss, and it will spread to our region of the chaos at any time, Venerable He said in a deep voice. The experts of the 9 zones returned to the ancient chaos world worriedly to discuss countermeasures. Chu Xian woke up from his state of comprehension and looked at the ancient path. It seemed like it would open soon. He had to make some preparations in advance. He could not leave the cultivators in the 9 zones to fend for themselves. They had to take the initiative. Chu Xian looked at Hong Yuanchuo and the other Dayuan realm cultivators. Now that the heavenly Dao laws encompassed the heavenly domain, he knew exactly how many Dayuan realm cultivators there were in the 9 zones, as well as what level they were at. The current 9 zones were probably the weakest they had ever been in history. There was not even a single person who had reached the 5,000 mile mark. Even accounting for those hidden special existences and those half-crippled guys, who were hiding and waiting for the opportunity to recover, things were still bleak. In any case, those hidden fellows would not rashly reveal themselves. Some were even restricted and could not leave the space they were in. Chu Xian looked at Hong Yuanchu. This expert of the human race was also the leader of the human race's Dayuan realm experts. He had actually come into contact with a wisp of chaotic energy of laws and obtained a great opportunity. The speed at which he was extending his Dao path had increased dramatically, and he had already reached the 4,000 mile mark. Mo2's strength had also improved during this period, as did the other demon race Dayuan realm cultivators who had converted to Buddhism. Soaring Floor Dragon had also successfully comprehended the Monster Dao principle. The changes in the world ended, and Hong Yuanchuo also woke up from his state of comprehension. Chu Xian said in the group chat, the 9 zones have changed. The great Dao calamity has ended in advance. Now, the ancient path of the Chaos Abyss has opened, and the great abyssal calamity is coming. When Hong Yuanchuo and the others heard that the great Dao calamity had ended in advance, their hearts tightened before they could even celebrate. The ancient path of the chaos abyss? The great abyssal calamity? Chu Xian continued, now that the 9 zones are connected to the chaos abyss, the living beings of the abyss will soon invade. The races of the 9 zones need to join forces to resist them. The living beings of the chaos abyss were not recognized by the 9 zones or the Great Dao. If they wanted to be accepted by Great Dao and leave the chaos abyss, they had to devour the source of the races of the 9 zones in order to conceal the aura of the chaos abyss and obtain the recognition of the Great Dao, allowing them to survive in the 9 zones. The environment in the chaos abyss was harsh. Every living being in the chaos abyss had the lifelong dream of becoming a living being of the 9 zones. Thus, the arrival of the great abyssal calamity was a catastrophe for the living beings of the 9 zones. They would either kill the living beings of the chaos abyss, or be killed or devoured by them. The chaos abyss was dangerous, but there were also opportunities. By killing the living beings in the chaos abyss, one could obtain the fate of the Great Dao, which would help them cultivate faster and become stronger. Therefore, the 9 zones were an opportunity for the living beings of the chaos abyss, and the chaos abyss was also an opportunity for the living beings of the 9 zones. Hong Yuanchuo and the others were shocked. They realized that the real crisis of the 9 zones was coming. Even if they did not know much about the chaos abyss, they knew that any calamity that replaced the Great Dao calamity would not be simple. The living beings of the chaos abyss were definitely powerful. Why do we obtain the fate of the Great Dao by killing the living beings of the chaos abyss? Kun He asked curiously. Was it solely due to the great abyssal calamity? There should be a reason, right? Chu Xian smiled. The Chap's abyss is a prison. The living beings inside are viewed as sinners by the Great Dao. Chu Xian had some guesses as to how the chaos abyss had appeared. It was probably to suppress experts who violated the laws of the chaos. Perhaps it might even have been created by an omnipotent expert. He did not know how many of these abysses existed in the chaos. However, some of the weaker abysses were probably the work of certain experts. We'll arrange for Dao realm experts to enter the ancient path, Hong Yuanchuo said. The group of Dayuan realm cultivators heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there were restrictions around the ancient path. Only Dao realm cultivators and below could enter. Otherwise, they would be under a lot of pressure, and danger could befall them at any time. 533 Reincarnation Cycle Guardians, Part 1. The news of the ancient path and the great abyssal calamity would be disseminated through the Dayuan realm cultivators to the various races in the 9 zones. In any case, these Dayuan realm cultivators were legendary existences in the 9 zones, so it should be easy for them to facilitate the formation of an alliance to defend the 9 zones and attack the chaos abyss. In any case, this whole venture was an opportunity, especially so for those who had been stuck at the Dao realm for a long time and were unable to break through. Chu Xian looked at the primordial land. It was time for that special existence to increase the strength of the ghost world and become a guardian of the reincarnation cycle. The great abyssal calamity would undoubtedly result in the loss of many lives, and the reincarnation cycle would play a huge role in managing the dead souls. Chu Xian decided to make the reincarnation cycle known so that all the living beings in the 9 zones would know of its existence. Therefore, it needed the protection of experts to lay down the rules. With the current power of the reincarnation cycle, it was impossible to suppress a Dao realm expert. That fellow in the primordial land was very suitable to oversee this. Other than the fact that his Dao path was special and that he was similar to the ghost race, he also had strength and potential. If he could recover to his former peak, even 9 extreme Dayuan realm experts would not be able to escape the rules of the reincarnation cycle. In addition to this person, Chu Xian also looked at the wisp of consciousness of the extreme Dao cultivator. It was in a dark, abyss-like space, and its wisp of consciousness was scattered and floating inside. He was in a state of deep sleep. It seemed that only when the extreme Dao was in danger of being eradicated would it awaken and take action again. Chu Xian narrowed his eyes. This wisp of consciousness was very special, in line with the fact that the extreme Dao itself was special. This thought was not deliberately separated from the main consciousness, but was a remnant wisp of consciousness after death. However, the remaining origin essence it possessed was too little, and it could only maintain its current state and not recover. G. Was he the third ancestor of the human race, the founder of the extreme Dao? After Chu Pingfen transformed into an ancient chaos god, he would likely be comparable to the third ancestor at his peak. Unfortunately, he was only left with a wisp of consciousness, so he naturally could never recover to that state by himself. After looking at this wisp of consciousness, Chu Xian realized that Chu Pingfen's extreme Dao was different from this person's extreme Dao. Even though they were both extreme Daos, there was still a difference. Chu Xian could not judge which was stronger. The wisp of consciousness that was scattered in the space suddenly gathered together and woke up. Who is it? G. Chu Xian's voice resounded in its mind. This person was also a candidate for the Ghost Dao principle. If the other party became a ghost, they could recover and create a ghost cultivation path similar to the extreme Dao for the ghosts. The wisp of consciousness was shocked. He was actually unable to find out who was speaking to him. Yes and no. Chu Xian raised an eyebrow. This answer was interesting. The fearsome existence, the ancestor of the extreme Dao, was indeed not simple. Was he truly dead? He could not help but think of the first person to create a human cultivation technique. It was rumored that he had fallen. That person's talent should be even more monstrous, right? Even after massacring experts from various races and being surrounded, he was still alive. How could that person be dead? He should have escaped into the chaos. What do you mean by yes and no? Among the extreme Dao cultivators, only you possess such strength. Chu Xian's voice sounded in his mind. Who are you? Ji asked after a moment of silence. 534 Extreme Dao Avatar, Part 1. He was shocked. Even if he only had a wisp of consciousness left, he still possessed a certain measure of strength. However, he could not even trace the origin of the voice transmission, nor block it. This was too terrifying. Chu Xian did not answer and continued, "You're not a clone, nor are you a divine soul that has been split off. There's no sign of possession or integration. Your origin is indeed the extreme Dao. Why is it both extreme and not extreme? Can't you see it?" Ji replied in a deep voice. "I have my guesses, but I'm not sure." Chu Xian continued, "Ji, tell me, what happened? I'm looking for you to give you an opportunity." Silence. Since the other party was able to discover him, it meant that it would be easy for him to destroy this wisp of consciousness. "I'm formed from a Dao path." Chu Xian's guess was confirmed, which left him speechless. He actually cut off a part of his Dao path and turned it into his own avatar. Was he not afraid that the Dao path would be damaged beyond repair? This was akin to severing one's cultivation foundation. Back then, it was this extreme Dao avatar of yours that massacred the experts of the various races. If an extreme Dao avatar could slaughter those experts, how strong would his main body be? Furthermore, even such a powerful being did not dare to directly resist the immortal, celestial, and demon races, and was forced to use an avatar. From this, one could see how powerful those three races were. That's not the case. I knew that I would be hunted down by everyone, so in the moment of crisis, I used my avatar to die in my place, he said indifferently. He was indeed a ruthless person. Which Daoyuan realm expert would dare to cut off their own Dao path to create a scapegoat? If he was not careful, he would die. Somehow, he had actually succeeded. What was even more terrifying was that this extreme Dao avatar of his was not completely dead. Where is your main body? It fled into the chaos. After cutting off the Dao path, did it recover? You're asking too much, sir. What's the harm in telling me? The 9 zones are isolated, so there's no way I can tell how my main body is doing. The Great Tao's power of rejection has cut off his connection with his main body. Not long ago, the laws of the chaos had appeared. Although the Great Tao's power of rejection had not disappeared, Ji, who was in a special state, would definitely be able to discover some information about his main body. Who are you? What are your intentions? Ji asked coldly. From Ji's attitude, his main body should have resolved the repercussions of severing his Dao path, and managed to grow stronger again. He was not afraid of this wisp of consciousness disappearing. Of course, Ji was not the kind of person who would compromise. Among the 10 ancestors of the human race, he was the most brutal. He killed so many people that all of the races in the 9 zones were terrified. He was the reason why cultivating the extreme Dao became taboo. I created a world and a race called the Ghost Race. The ghosts have their own Ghost Dao principle. Your current state makes it very suitable for you to enter the ghost world. Chu Xian did not hide anything and directly stated his intentions. For Ji, it was an opportunity for his wisp of consciousness to enter the ghost world and recover. This wisp of consciousness contained his extreme Dao path, which was different from ordinary avatars. After entering the ghost world, even if this wisp of consciousness did not increase his strength, it was equivalent to gaining a second life. If his main body were to fall, then this avatar would be able to take over the legacy of his true body and rise to power again. If you cultivate the Ghost Dao principle with your wisp of consciousness and cultivate your extreme Dao cultivation there, you can restore this avatar. This matter is an opportunity for you. Ji revealed a shocked expression. You created a world? In the 9 zones? That's right. What about it? The 9 zones were a complete world, a world born at the beginning of chaos. How could another world be created within it? Who could create a world in the 9 zones? In the long history of the 9 zones, there were countless experts. It was not that none of them wanted to create a world. For example, the immortal, celestial, demon, and monster races had once wanted to create a world that belonged to them. In the end, they had all failed. They could only open up a space, but not a realm. There was a fundamental difference between a spatial mystic realm and a world. The mystic realm still belonged to the same world, whereas a world had its own set of laws and great Dao. As everyone knew, it was impossible to create one's own world in the 9 zones. Even if a realm was created, it would become a part of the 9 zones. However, someone had actually created a ghost world in the 9 zones. He even created a new race. What was even more terrifying was that the ghost world had its own Dao principle, which was a nascent great Dao. It was not devoured and assimilated by the 9 zones, but a relatively independent existence. How did you do it? You're not lying to me. He was extremely shocked. Just how powerful was the other party to be able to do it? Chu Xian could tell that there was something wrong with his tone. Could it be that there was no way to open up a world in the 9 zones? The ghost world, the Buddhist world, and the monster zone were actually worlds of their own, and were all system rewards. Chu Xian had not thought about it before. Now that he thought about it, it was indeed impossible to open up an independent world in the 9 zones. They could only open up spatial mystic realms. However, the spatial mystic realms were also part of the 9 zones, while the Buddhist, ghost, and monster worlds were not. They were merely connected to the 9 zones. In addition, the 3WPR/DS would continue to grow stronger. Of course, if the great Dao of the 9 zones was devoured by the heavenly Dao laws, then the 3 worlds would naturally become dependent on the 9 zones. 535 Extreme Dao Avatar, Part 2. He would become the guardian of the reincarnation cycle. Moreover, as long as the reincarnation cycle did not collapse, he would not be destroyed and could not be killed. You want me to guard such an important thing? He was extremely tempted. After all, it was only an avatar with a trace of his wisp of consciousness. If it could recover and become the guardian of the reincarnation cycle, it would definitely be a great opportunity. The reincarnation cycle is important. Of course, you're not the only one. You're just one of the candidates. Furthermore, the reincarnation cycle is basically complete and it's still growing. It won't be long before even Yuan realm cultivators will be included within the reincarnation cycle. Chu Xian continued, what do you think? You should know that you will be given the power of the reincarnation Great Dao principle. You can protect whoever you want to reincarnate. I agree, Ji said after a moment of silence. He felt that he had no reason to refuse. 536 Guardians of the Reincarnation Cycle, Part 1. A wise decision. You won't regret it. Ji's choice was not surprising. This was not an offer that one would reject. The chance to recover, and the immortality unless the reincarnation Great Dao principle was destroyed, was extremely tempting. Furthermore, the reincarnation cycle had just been created and had endless potential. He would continue to grow stronger as it did. Since you've agreed, then go to the ghost world and cultivate the ghost Dao principle. You can recover there. All right, he said. Ji nodded. Shua. As he nodded, his wisp of consciousness instantly left the small space involuntarily. When he came back to his senses, he was already in the ghost world. Ji was shocked. This person was too terrifying. You should comprehend it yourself. The ghost race is special, and so is the ghost world. However, when you cultivate the ghost Dao principle, it will naturally be impossible for you to return to your original physical body. Chu Xian's voice resounded in his mind. How should I address you? Ji asked. You should call me Lord. You will know my name in the future. Ji was speechless. Lord? He could not say it. No matter how strong the other party was, this was not a term he could use. Who was he? He was an existence who had slaughtered experts from various races and made them tremble in fear. He had never bowed his head. This time, he did not lower his head. He had just seized the opportunity. Chu Xian did not care. After he was done, he looked at the other person. That one had a powerful background as well. He was once a chaotic being. His Dao was somewhat similar to the ghost Dao principle. His body was like a soul, illusory and ethereal. The netherworld race was most likely a race that was formed from this person's origin essence. The netherworld race was once extremely powerful. Even though there was only a little bit of his consciousness left, he was still as strong as a first extreme Yuan realm cultivator. It was clear that at his peak, he had definitely surpassed the 9 extreme Yuan realm. However, he should not have reached the world creator realm. Otherwise, he would not have died here. Perhaps if he had not been injured so severely, he would be no weaker than Pan Shan was now. Chu Xian estimated that at his peak, the other party probably had a 500 to 600,000 mile long Dao path. In the early stages of the 9 zones, those who had Dao paths that long were definitely top experts. Most of the experts from back then who had survived to this day had become world creator realm experts. In the primordial land, on a broken mountain peak, there was a layer of grey fog. It was as if there was endless resentment lingering in the air that could affect one's mind. Dao realm cultivators who entered would be affected. It was one of the forbidden areas of the primordial land. On the broken mountain, some corpses could be vaguely seen, emitting a grey fog. It was unknown how many years they had been laying there, but they still emitted a special power that affected the mountain peak, turning this area into a forbidden area. One could see how strong the corpses were when they were alive. There was a small dark space hidden under the mountain. There was a soul-like existence floating inside the space, seemingly dormant. An illusionary Dao path was wrapped around the other party, giving off a sinister and evil feeling. The wisp of consciousness head was like a small mountain, and it had a burly body. However, it had 4 arms, and even in its current damaged state, one could still see some burning black flames on its arms. His eyes were wide open, as if he could never close them. 2 fangs extended from his wide mouth, His entire appearance gave off a sinister feeling, like that of an evil ghost, which was one of the reasons why Chu Xian found him. Furthermore, the other party's Dao path was sinister and terrifying, which even seemed to be similar to the Ghost Dao principle. It could be said that he was very compatible with the Ghost Dao principle. Are you waiting for an opportunity to recover? A voice suddenly rang out in Han Yu's consciousness. The voice came too suddenly and without any warning. What was even more terrifying was that it came directly from inside his consciousness and not from around it. The sudden turn of events scared the wisp of consciousness so much that it trembled, and its illusory body almost cracked. He was shocked. He had been hidden here for an unknown number of years. Back when the immortal, celestial, and demon races were at their peak, they were unable to discover his existence. The corpses on the mountain was just a cover to tell the outside world that he had completely fallen. It was unknown how many years had passed. He knew that the time for him to recover was coming. The next great Dao calamity would definitely be when he recovered. The current 9 zones were at their weakest since its creation. Because of this, he started to absorb some Dao aura. As he was a chaotic being, in order to not be assimilated by the great Dao of the 9 zones and become a living of the 9 zones, his talent and potential were limited. He did not absorb the Dao aura to recover. All he needed to do was to ensure that his wisp of consciousness would not be destroyed. Recently, he had already sensed that the opportunity to recover was coming. He was filled with anticipation. When he recovered to his peak, he would kill his enemies to take revenge. In the end, a voice suddenly appeared and scared him. Who is it? Don't panic, don't panic. I don't have any ill intentions. I'm here to give you an opportunity. Chu Xian was helpless. This person was a little timid. 537 Guardians of the Reincarnation Cycle, Part 2. I don't need an opportunity. Han Yu's voice sounded a little cowardly. He had no choice. He had been in hiding for too long, to the point that he had become timid. Don't be in such a hurry to refuse. Chu Xian did not know whether to laugh or cry. Are you waiting for the great Dao calamity to come in order to recover? Han Yu remained silent. He calmed down and felt that he had been too cowardly just now. He was a chaotic being and had once been extremely powerful. He was one of the rulers of the 9 zones. That being said, he could not help but ask, how did you find me? How did you know that I'm waiting for the great Dao calamity? Nothing and no one in the 9 zones can escape my eyes. You're not the only one waiting for the great Dao calamity. However, you're going to be disappointed. The great Dao calamity has already ended in advance. Chu Xian decided to be patient and give this person some advice. After hiding for so long, even if he was a chaotic being, only a wisp of his consciousness remained. Something must have gone wrong somewhere. His personality had changed, and the direct manifestation of that was that he had become timid. Impossible. How can the great Dao calamity end in advance? Han Yu did not believe it. This person was definitely lying to him. Haven't you already noticed the changes in the world? The great Dao calamity has been replaced and been superseded by the great abyssal calamity. Chu Xian's voice was soft, but direct. He did not want to scare this person. Han Yu fell silent and felt a little flustered. The premonition that his time of recovery was coming had indeed disappeared. Then, when would he be able to recover? How long would he have to hide? I created a world called the Ghost World, as well as a race called the Ghost Race. I created the Ghost Dao principle. You can enter the Ghost World and guard the reincarnation cycle for me. By doing so, you'll be able to recover, Chu Xian said slowly. You created a world? In the 9 zones? Han Yu was shocked. In the past, many chaotic beings had thought of this. However, they could not do so. That was when the 9 zones were first created, and they had endless potential. Even in the era of great opportunities, they could not create a world. Today, the 9 regions had matured, and its laws were far more perfect and complete. It was even more impossible to create a world at this time, yet somehow this person had done it. Of course. How can you fathom my methods? Could it be that Senior is an ancient chaos god? Han Yu was shocked. He then shook his head. Impossible. Even an ancient chaos god would not be able to do it. I created the reincarnation cycle. Chu Xian briefly outlined the reincarnation cycle. Han Yu became even more shocked and was left speechless for a long time. He was too powerful. It was unbelievable. Could the other party be in existence that surpassed those ancient chaos gods? Han Yu was a chaotic being and one of the rulers of the 9 zones when the 9 zones were first created. He also knew what it meant to create the ghost world and construct the reincarnation cycle. What do you think? This is a great opportunity for you. Chu Xian asked again. Han Yu was weighing the pros and cons in his heart. If you miss this opportunity, I'm afraid you won't have another chance to recover. The Great Dao calamity will probably never appear again, Chu Xian continued. Once the heavenly Dao laws devoured the Great Dao calamity would naturally not appear again. Han Yu would then be unable to recover unless Chu Xian allowed him to. I agree to it. Han Yu sighed. He understood that if he really missed this opportunity, he might really never have the chance to recover. Moreover, the reincarnation cycle and the ghost world had just been established, and had endless potential. It was not impossible for him to surpass his peak strength from back then. After becoming the guardian of the reincarnation cycle, will I be confined to the ghost world and reincarnation cycle and be unable to leave? He was still thinking of getting revenge on those guys when he became stronger. Of course you can leave, but not for too long. The reincarnation cycle must remain safe at all times. You will need to make advance preparations before you leave, Chu Xian replied. Then there's no problem. I'll be the guardian of the reincarnation cycle. After Han Yu agreed, he felt more relaxed. He was no longer nervous. Good choice. Han Yu only saw a brief flash of light. When he regained his senses, he was already in the ghost world. The ghost world and the ghost Dao principle. He was shocked. The ghost Dao principle and his Dao path actually had similarities. Ji was no longer a wisp of consciousness. He had returned to his human form. Of course, his physical body was not made of flesh and blood, and was different from that of the ghost race. It was a body condensed from the power of his Dao path. Han Yu also spotted him, but did not speak, choosing to immediately begin his comprehension of the ghost Dao principle. Boom! The ghost Dao principle was rapidly becoming stronger and more perfect. The ghost world was also expanding and improving, as was the reincarnation cycle. He looked on silently. The Fengde Ghost King and Yuer were the most aware of the changes in the ghost world. Their strength was increasing as well. Han Yu needed time to recover. Of course, the current ghost Dao principle was not enough to support his full recovery to his peak strength. At most, he would recover 20 to 30% of his previous strength. It was about the same for Ji. Still, this would be enough to maintain the reincarnation cycle and prevent it from being destroyed for the time being. As the reincarnation cycle and ghost Dao principle improved, they would too. Furthermore, when the heavenly Dao laws completely devoured the great Dao, their strength and status in the 9 zones would undergo a massive change. Before that, Chu Xian needed to set up positions of authority for them. The ones who had opened their Dao paths in the 9 zones during the era of the immortal, celestial, and demon era races were known as the Saints. As such, he gave Ji the title of Extreme Saint, and Han Yu the title of Absolute Saint. They were the 2 Absolute Saints who were in charge of the reincarnation cycle. Chu Xian informed the Fengde Ghost King and Yuer about the existence of the 2 Absolute Saints, Han Yu and Ji. The ghost race was still under the jurisdiction of the Fengde Ghost King and Yuer. The ghost world was also governed by them. Han Yu and Ji would mainly be in charge of protecting the reincarnation cycle. Despite that, if the ghost world or the ghost race was in danger, the Fengde Ghost King and Uer could ask them for help to ward off the danger. In essence, Han Yu and Ji were like the grand elders of the ghost race. They were the strongest, and would only appear when there was danger or something that the other leaders of the ghost race could not handle. While Chu Xian was waiting for Han Yu to recover, he continued to observe the 9 zones to look for more suitable candidates. The colorful spotted ancient tree was very special and could not take on human form. Since it could not take on human form, it could only take the shape of a tree, which was very limiting. Furthermore, it was restricted by the laws of the Great Dao. In order to avoid being targeted by experts, it had opened up a special space and hid inside. If one had great luck, they would have a chance to enter that space and obtain some opportunities. This ancient tree was very special. It possessed some of the laws of the Great Dao. The colorful spots were the manifestation of Great Dao runes, which had the special ability to help people comprehend secret techniques and divine powers. Chu Xian was considering whether or not he should recruit this ancient tree. However, where would he place it? In the monster world? Since the tree was a spirit, it was indeed also a kind of monster. The fact that the spotted ancient tree could show its face meant that it had already transcended a small part of the laws of the Great Dao. However, it was too difficult to transform. The only way forward was for it to become a world creator realm cultivator. At the very least, if it entered the monster world, he would be able to condense an avatar that could walk around freely. The other party should be willing, right? Chu Xian pondered this matter inwardly, but decided not to seek out the other party immediately. The monster world has soaring flood dragon, so it might not need this ancient tree. Chu Xian looked at his pocket dimension. If the tree entered his pocket dimension, what would happen? In the group chat, Soaring Flood Dragon was looking for Chu Xian. After he connected his Dao path to the monster Dao principle, he benefited greatly and truly understood what the monster race was about. The rest of the monster race cultivators also wanted to enter the monster world, so Soaring Flood Dragon decided to seek out Chu Xian. 538 Pecking Order. Chu Xian was very happy with this. He casually transferred a few connecting Dao crystals to help the other monster race cultivators comprehend the monster Dao principle. Now, the Buddhist Dao principle had Mo2 and other demon race Dayuan realm cultivators, while the monster Dao principle had Soaring Flood Dragon and the other monster race Dayuan realm cultivators. The ghost world was linked to the reincarnation cycle. Ji and Han Yu were in charge, which made the ghost Dao principle far stronger than the other two worlds. Of the demon race in the 9 zones, only the small group led by the former Grand Elder of the demon race was left. Moreover, they had been in hiding the entire time, and had been on the verge of extinction several times. They could not even be compared to some small clans. As one of the former overlord races of the 9 zones, they had fallen to such a state, which made many cultivators sigh. The Buddhist sect had replaced the existence of the demon race. Even the Dao realm and Dayuan realm demon race experts had converted to Buddhism. In the ghost world, Han Yu's restored figure finally appeared. He was ferocious and terrifying. He had a strong body and 4 thick arms, giving him the appearance of an evil ghost. Han Yu. Ji raised his eyebrows and asked in surprise. This was the legendary, brutal, bloodthirsty, and extremely terrifying chaotic being. He was one of the rulers of the 9 zones in ancient times. He was not dead? Many of the powerful races that had once surrounded and exterminated the chaotic beings of the 9 zones had been annihilated. The immortal, celestial, demon, and other powerful races had the last laugh. One had to know that the ones who first went against the rulers were not led by the immortal, celestial, or demon races. Instead, they were led by some legendary existences. Most of those experts were innate life forms of the 9 zones. The first innate life forms were not like Huo Xian, who was only born in the later stages of when the 9 zones were born. They were extremely powerful and fought against chaotic beings. The war was extremely cruel. One by one, the once powerful races of the 9 zones were wiped out in the war against the rulers. After a long war, the chaotic beings that once ruled the 9 regions either died or fled. In the end, the 9 zones were ruled by the living beings of the 9 zones. It was during this period that the immortal, celestial, and demon races rose to power and became the overlord races of the 9 zones. It was rumored that the 9 zones in ancient times were vast and wild, far more so than it was in the current era. However, after the long and terrifying war, the world was shattered, leaving only the primordial land of the desolate ancient zone. From this core, the 9 zones gradually reconstructed themselves. Han Yu was one of the rulers back then. Furthermore, he was one of the 3 most vicious rulers, and extremely strong. Moreover, his Dao path was extremely terrifying and horrifying. Those who were weaker than him would naturally feel fear when facing him. It was precisely because of this that countless people had died fighting him, unable to muster their full strength. Back then, they had been able to fight these rulers because the rulers had their own grudges and were not united. They would even gloat when they found out that a ruler had been killed by a rebel, and even reward that rebel. By the time the rulers had realized that it was an organized rebellion, it was too late to join forces. "That's me. Who are you, Junior?" After restoring his body, Han Yu was not as timid as before. His violent and brutal aura naturally reappeared. His image was terrifying and fierce. Being a senior isn't an advantage, nor does it give you the right to act superior, Ji chuckled. "In the past, if a junior like you dared to look me in the eye, I would have killed you on the spot," Han Yu said proudly. "If you were of the same generation as me, I wouldn't even look at trash like you," Ji replied coldly. "Junior, you're not convinced. Each generation is stronger than the last. Old guys like you aren't worth the salt you spew. It seems like you're not convinced. Let's have our fists do the talking then, since we both have recovered somewhat." Han Yu's forearms spread out, and a sinister and terrifying power surged out of his body. Ji stood there without moving. However, there seemed to be an extremely sinister and terrifying aura emerging from his body. It seemed that cultivating the Ghost Dao principle had a unique effect on them. Chu Xian silently watched the two and did not stop them. One was a chaotic being, and one of the rulers of the 9 territories. The other was the 3rd ancestor of the human race, who created the extreme Dao and killed countless people, making the experts of various races tremble in fear. Both were extraordinary in their own right. There was naturally a reason why the two of them were at loggerheads. They were both guardians of the reincarnation cycle. However, even though they shared the same status, they had to establish their might. This battle would determine the pecking order between the guardians. Chu Xian was not afraid of any conflict between them. Their only job was to protect the reincarnation cycle. As long as they did not shirk that responsibility, Chu Xian would not interfere. Moreover, there would be more than just them in the future. 539 G's Extreme Dao. Chu Xian could also take this opportunity to see how strong Ji's Extreme Dao was and how it differed from Chu Pingfan's. Die. Han Yu was like an evil ghost. A terrifying and sinister energy swept out as a ghastly claw appeared and struck toward Ji. Ji stood in place, his eyes calm. When the attack was about to land, he raised his hand and pointed. His power seemed to be concentrated on one point, and instantly pierced through the ghastly claw. The Extreme Dao could attack a single point and penetrate everything. Ji moved. His entire being was like an attack. Boom! Chu Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. His Extreme Dao was indeed extraordinary. It caused his power level to instantly rise by more than one level. It was likely that Ji would be able to fight cultivators who were a whole major realm above his. Kingslayer and Chu Pingfan were Extreme Dao cultivators as well, and they were invincible among those within the same major realm. However, they could not fight those who were a major realm above them. Chu Xian was uncertain as to what kind of comprehension Ji's main body had, and whether his main body had advanced to a new realm of the Extreme Dao. Ji's avatar displayed the power of Ji's Extreme Dao, which seemed to be some sort of extreme transformation, and strengthened his attacks significantly. Originally, after Han Yu recovered, his strength had almost reached the third extreme Daeyuan realm. However, the moment they started exchanging blows, the Ji's attacks instantly suppressed Han Yu. The more he fought, the more shocked he became. What kind of Daeopath secret technique was this? It could actually generate this level of power? Han Yu immediately adopted a defensive strategy. The more powerful the Daeopath secret technique was, the more energy it would consume. As long as he could drag this out, he would definitely be the one to win. However, Han Yu was wrong. What Ji used was not a Daeopath secret technique. In terms of endurance, he was even stronger. Han Yu, a former ruler who has killed countless experts. He had once caused many experts to be petrified on the spot with a single glance. Looking at you now, you're nothing special. Perhaps the various races and experts back then were too useless, Ji said casually as he attacked. Humph, if it was back then, Junior, you would have long been annihilated. Han Yu coldly snorted. He was also puzzled. Why could the power of his Daeopath not influence Ji? Those who were weaker than him would naturally feel fear when facing him. To be able to ignore the influence of his Daeopath, one had to have a strong will and an extremely strong will. All such people who could do so were absolutely monstrous. Throughout the entire history of the chaos, there were not many. This fellow was not simple at all. He remained calm and composed, as if he felt no fear whatsoever. If I was in your era, I could kill you alone. There would be no need for so many experts, Ji said in contempt. Is that so? In that case, I'll let you experience the power of a ruler of the 9 zones. Han Yu's body exploded, transforming into thousands of ghostly shadows. Ghostly wails and howls resounded as the boundless power of his Daeopath. The battlefield seemed to have been transformed into a ghastly domain. Ji had no choice but to be cautious. He raised his hand, and a saber appeared in his hand. Kill! The saber chi was like a bolt of lightning as it slashed a path through the ghastly domain. However, layers of grey mist appeared, wearing down the attack like a swamp. The power of the attack was continuously exhausted. As the battle continued, the dense aura rolled and wrapped around Ji as it sought to shake his soul and erode the power of his Daeopath. A saber, a sword, and a spear appeared in Ji's hands. They constantly bombarded the ghastly domain, but every time they made progress, the grey mist reformed the domain. Chu Xian silently watched the battle. These two were indeed fierce combatants. Chu Xian was suddenly curious about the history of the 9 zones when they were first created. How did the chaotic beings that once ruled the 9 zones get defeated? Where were the experts who had defeated the chaotic beings? Junior, just admit defeat. So what if you're strong? You won't be able to hurt me. Those B***stards tried to kill me, but they couldn't shatter my divine soul realm. If it wasn't for... Han Yu seemed to have thought of something as he coldly snorted. Ji kept attacking, pushing back the fog that was pressing towards him. They were just trash. How can they be compared to me? He was as arrogant as ever. Today, I'll let you experience what the extreme Dao is like. Ji's entire aura changed. In an instant, his body exuded an aura that seemed to be able to break through everything. Nothing in the world seemed to be able to escape destruction. What Dao principle is this? Han Yu's expression changed. Boom! The grey mist surged and burst forth with scarlet light. One figure after another with scarlet eyes appeared in the grey mist. Han Yu sensed danger. Boom! A burst of power instantly erupted. The grey mist started to collapse, and the scarlet light dimmed. Ji's aura was still rising, and had not reached its peak. Chu Xian's expression became a little more serious. This was the true strength of Ji and his extreme Dao. The extreme of everything. Extreme destruction, extreme damage, and even his life was extreme. At that time, when he had been surrounded and attacked, his extreme Dao had allowed him to survive with just a wisp of his avatar's consciousness. Han Yu was defeated. He could not stop Ji. He could only watch helplessly as Ji's extreme Dao continuously erupted with even greater power. This was also the reason why all the races wanted to exterminate the inheritance of the extreme Dao. Because it was too terrifying. Han Yu's figure appeared as he staggered backward. The power of his Dao path was in chaos, and there were even signs of cracking. Ji was still exploding with power. This was his ultimate burst of strength. It sublimated all of his power to the extreme. After this burst of strength, Ji would be weakened for a short period of time. Han Yu was unable to block it. He would definitely be severely injured. He had just recovered, but it seemed that he would be severely injured again. Furthermore, injuries from the extreme Dao were even harder to recover from. Although Ji would be weakened after the burst of strength, he could still fight, and would recover much faster than he did from his injuries. This was extremely terrifying. Back then, Ji had used this method to kill countless experts from the various races. 540 Reincarnation Cycle, Part 1. If Chu Xian did not do anything, Han Yu would need a long time to recover. Ji had already reached his limit. There was no way he could stop. Of course, Chu Xian would not interrupt his burst of strength. A wall rose between them, blocking them from each other, as well as from each other's attacks. Boom! Chu Xian's voice then rang out. From today onward, you two will oversee the reincarnation and protect it. You can also use this opportunity to comprehend the great Dao of reincarnation and the heavenly Dao laws. The reincarnation cycle has its own order and laws. You two only need to interfere when someone wants to circumvent or break those laws. From here on out, I grant the two of you the authority over the reincarnation cycle. Chu Xian's voice became serious. Ji will be the extreme saint, and Han Yu will be the absolute saint. The two of you shall guard the reincarnation cycle here. As soon as Chu Xian finished speaking, the reincarnation Great Dao principle appeared, and their fate became intertwined with it. At the same time, he gave the two of them the right to use the power of the reincarnation Great Dao principle to a certain extent. Han Yu and Ji were both shocked. This was the reincarnation Great Dao principle? Hearing about it was one thing, but experiencing it personally was another matter. Only now did the two of them understand the mystery and incredulity of reincarnation. It was indeed a great opportunity. In a sense, they could be immortal as long as the reincarnation Great Dao principle was not destroyed. Furthermore, as it grew, so would they. It might even be possible for the reincarnation Great Dao principle to reach the level of the Great Dao of the 9 zones. This is the Fengde Ghost King and Uer. They are the rulers of the ghost world. You belong to two different systems. However, you two are also the guardians of the ghost world, and will need to protect it if such a need arises. The Fengde Ghost King and Uer appeared in front of Han Yu and Ji. Greetings to the Absolute Saint Han Yu and Extreme Saint Ji. They bowed respectfully. Today, I will change the ghost world to the netherworld. Chu Xian's voice resounded. After some deep thought, he decided that given the role of the reincarnation cycle, it was time to change the name of the ghost world. Chu Xian made new arrangements for the netherworld. However, the status of the ghost race would not change. Of course, the ghost race would not be the only race here in the future. After Chu Xian finished his arrangements, he left the Fengde Ghost King and Uer in charge of the management and operation of the netherworld. Han Yu and Ji sat cross-legged on either side of the reincarnation Great Dao principles. Their figures were hidden within it as they comprehended and studied the reincarnation cycle. After countless living beings died, their souls were sucked into the netherworld and entered the reincarnation cycle after passing through the reincarnation bridge. Their memories of their previous lives were wiped away, and they then reincarnated into the 9 zones. After reincarnation, a new consciousness was born. At that moment, the two of them sensed that the mysteries of reincarnation were unfathomable, as well as how vast the Great Dao was. If someone was cultivated a Dao principle similar to reincarnation and used a secret technique to protect his or her consciousness, they would be able to reincarnate and cultivate anew with their memories intact, and quickly rise to power once more. This would allow them to avoid their enemies, and even make up for any shortcomings they had in terms of talent. Of course, it was also possible for one's talent to become even worse after reincarnation. If one could control their own body and reincarnate into someone with a special bloodline, or become the descendant of an expert, they would truly rise up in their next life and change their fate. Before the reincarnation cycle, there were experts who reincarnated using secret techniques. It was a world of difference from the reincarnation cycle. Moreover, it was something exclusive to the strong. More importantly, the previous reincarnation methods were actually another form of rebirth, and did not change their essence. It was different from the reincarnation cycle. The two of them were hidden in the reincarnation cycle, silently comprehending and watching the reincarnation of the dead. The weak creatures who had not condensed their divine souls would leave behind their consciousness after their death and be sucked into the netherworld and into the river Styx. There, after being baptized by the river Styx, they would either become a ghost or enter the reincarnation cycle. 541 Reincarnation Cycle, Part 2. Most of the new members of the ghost race were born this way. Chu Xian had finally found guardians for the reincarnation cycle, so he would be able to fully implement the reincarnation cycle. It was also at this moment that every Dao realm cultivator in the 9 zones suddenly had a flash of enlightenment. Reincarnation. There was reincarnation in the 9 zones. Humans might reincarnate as monsters in their next life. And there was also a chance for monsters to reincarnate as humans. Reincarnation was a new life, and it had nothing to do with this life. The Dao realm cultivators of the 9 zones were all shocked. How did this suddenly appear? Was it related to the great abyssal calamity? Or the changes in the world not too long ago? Some of them began to ponder. Since reincarnation now existed, could they use reincarnation to avoid their enemies? Or perhaps cultivate for another lifetime? There were Dao realm cultivators who immediately tried to comprehend the reincarnation great Dao principle, but it was too profound. Many Dao realm experts frowned. Especially those who were stuck at the 36th level and could not break through. Out of 10,000 36th level Dao realm martial artists, there might not even be one who could reach the Daoyuan realm. Furthermore, Dao realm experts did not really have an infinite lifespan. It was certainly long, but it was still finite. Although this life was very long, it still had an end. There were also some Dao realm cultivators who were unable to recover from their injuries due to various accidents, which affected their lifespans. At the end of their ropes, they had all wanted to challenge the ancient path and fight for a chance to break through, or even a chance to find a supreme treasure. The reincarnation cycle's appearance had given them a new hope. Immediately, some people wanted to exploit the reincarnation cycle. This was all within Chu Xian's expectations, which was why he had recruited Ji and Han Yu in the first place. When Chu Xian introduced reincarnation into the world, the great Dao also changed, as if it acknowledged the existence of reincarnation. Even the laws of the chaos appeared for a moment, as if it was replicating the mysteries and reincarnation cycle. After all, reincarnation could be considered to be filling a void in the chaos. It allowed the chaos to have reincarnation and perfected the Dao principle of life and death. You remained in seclusion and created the reincarnation cycle and introduced it to the world. A new world has been born. You have been rewarded with the supreme chaos technique of life and death. Chu Xian was overjoyed. This was an unexpected harvest. At this moment, the 9 zones changed again. The heavenly Dao laws expanded rapidly, thanks to its connection to the reincarnation great Dao principle, continuously devouring and assimilating the great Dao of the 9 zones. Furthermore, the 9 zones began to expand rapidly, as it was shrouded in multicolored lights. Even the power of the great Dao was increasing visibly, and new great Dao laws were born. This change in the 9 zones once again shocked countless existences. The hidden existences in the primordial land and heavenly domain woke up from their deep sleep again to examine the changes, before going dormant again. In the chaos, the experts from the various races gathered in shock. How long had it been? What had happened in the 9 zones? Why was the great Dao expanding toward the chaos? There was no doubt that great opportunities were hidden in the 9 zones at this moment. The experts from all the races were envious as they were unable to profit from these opportunities. Venerable He's eyes flashed. Could the changes in the 9 zones be related to the changes in the chaos? He had to find a way to enter the 9 zones as soon as possible. The ancient path was about to open. The 9 zones would also welcome a period of great growth and opportunity. It was just like when the world was first created. Now, such a great opportunity and fortune had appeared in the 9 zones, it was time to talk to Hong personally. Venerable He's figure flickered and disappeared. 542 There's a big shot in the netherworld, Part 1. In the 9 zones, Hong Yuanchuo and the rest went into seclusion once again to comprehend the changes in the world. This was a great opportunity. Chu Xian did not even need to remind them this time. Chu Xian looked at the newly opened world. It was still in a lifeless state. That being said, at the beginning of the world, great opportunities and fortunes were hidden within. With a thought, Chu Xian temporarily blocked access to the newly opened world. He wanted to wait for a new world to open up and for a life form to be born naturally there. These life forms would be future experts of the 9 zones. Moreover, they were not living beings born from the great Dao, but the heavenly Dao laws. The heavenly Dao laws had already devoured and assimilated 2/10 of the great Dao. The reincarnation Dao also welcomed a period of rapid improvement as some experts tried to comprehend reincarnation. Ji and Hun Yu were hidden within the reincarnation great Dao principle. Both of them were glad that they had made the right choice. This was truly a great opportunity and fortune. Chu Xian looked at the ancient path. The gate to the ancient road was about to open. The Hong Yuanchu had already passed on the news about the great abyssal calamity and the ancient path to the Dao realm experts of the 9 zones. Furthermore, he had encouraged the 9 zones to join forces to resist the invasion of the abyssal creatures and seize the opportunities in the chaos abyss. Chu Xian checked the system reward. It was another supreme chaos technique, which gave him the ability to decide life and death. It was extremely powerful and involved the laws of the chaos. In fact, if one was strong enough, it was not impossible to transcend the chaos. After receiving the reward, Chu Xian entered a state of enlightenment. The appearance of reincarnation made many experts in the 9 zones drool. Many even thought that they could gain an advantage by transforming into ghosts. In the end, they would only be disappointed. Some ancient existences had begun to plan for reincarnation, as well as those stuck at bottlenecks for far too long. The appearance of reincarnation had opened up a new path for them, and given them a new chance to break through, to reincarnate and recultivate. If they could not break through in this life, they would do it in the next. In a certain sect in the desolate ancient zone, a hunchbacked old man looked at a middle-aged man, who was his disciple. I've spoken with a few good friends and we've decided to use reincarnation to reincarnate. Where does Master wish to reincarnate? The middle-aged man's expression was complicated. He was not surprised by his master's decision. His master had once encountered an accident and his cultivation had stagnated for countless years. Let's go to the sect, the old man muttered. Don't worry, Master. I will protect you as you develop in your next life. Let's hope it succeeds. The old man walked away. After reincarnating, he would be able to retain his memories and consciousness and become a new life form. With the experience from his previous life, he might be able to break through the shackles of his bottleneck. There were actually many experts who had such thoughts. For example, the Dao realm expert of a certain race was struggling at death's door. The race he was in had been basically exterminated. His strength had also stagnated. He did not have any thoughts of restoring this race. After all, even if he recreated this race with his blood essence, their aptitude and talent would not be too strong. There was no meaning in being reduced to the weak race at the bottom of the food chain. He was prepared to reincarnate and become a human in his next life. The human race was now the overlord of the 9 zones, and had a promising future. As long as he was reincarnated into the family of powerful human experts, he would definitely be able to rise quickly and obtain a high status in the human race. On this day, a few powerful figures appeared in the netherworld. With the emergence of reincarnation, experts could enter the netherworld without being guided by the ghost race. The expressions of the Fengde Ghost King, UER, and the rest of the ghost race experts all changed slightly, but they did not act. The netherworld had the 2 saints. No matter how many Dao realm cultivators showed up, they would not be able to threaten the netherworld and the reincarnation cycle. Several hunchbacked elders looked at the rolling river Styx and the 3 lives reincarnation bridge and sighed. They were wonders created by the world. They did not step onto the 3 lives reincarnation bridge. Their instincts told them that once they stepped on the bridge, they would not be able to escape reincarnation and their memories and consciousnesses would be erased. Instead, they made their way to the reincarnation Great Dao principle, planning to make use of it to reincarnate on their own terms. However, just as they approached it, a terrifying spiritual pressure descended. It pressed down on the Dao realm experts and they were all stunned senseless, unable to move. They were extremely shocked. How was that possible? Was there a Dayuan realm expert here? One had to know that even the weakest of this group of Dao realm experts had reached the 30th level. 543 There's a big shot in the netherworld, Part 2. They had lived for countless years. In the netherworld, several groups of existences who wanted to exploit the reincarnation cycle emerged, yet at this moment, they all stood far away, not daring to come close. A majestic and terrifying voice rang out. The aura this person exuded caused all of the Dao realm experts present to be filled with fear. Don't mess with the netherworld or the reincarnation cycle. Those that do will be killed. The dazed Dao realm experts who had first charged forward were then turned into dust, and their souls were thrown onto the 3 lives reincarnation bridge. Soon, their consciousnesses were wiped out, and their memories dissipated. They turned into blank souls. Guided by the reincarnation cycle, they disappeared and reincarnated. From start to finish, Hunyu did not appear. At this moment, all of the Dao realm experts who entered the netherworld felt a chill run down their spines. Endless fear filled their hearts. It was as if they were being stared at by an evil ghost. The voice then disappeared. However, they were still stunned senseless. It took them a long time to recover from their fear. After that, more Dao realm cultivators entered the netherworld. When they saw the dazed cultivators, their expressions changed. Even if they did not know the reason, they knew that something must have happened, and as such they all stopped outside the reincarnation cycle, not daring to rashly attempt to enter it. Shua. A figure appeared in the netherworld. He had a walking stick, a hunched back, and a face full of wrinkles. He looked very old. Many Dao realm experts' expressions changed. Someone recognized the person. It's the human King Qi. That person? Even he couldn't reach the Dayuan realm. It's him. I heard that he's reached the peak of the Dao realm. If I remember correctly, he is from the same era as Luo Xinbei, right? It seems that it's not that easy to break through. The Dao realm experts all had complicated expressions. Among the dazed Dao realm experts, there were human Dao realm experts. One of them clearly knew Qi. Seeing Qi walking step by step toward the reincarnation cycle, he suppressed the endless fear in his heart and said, "Senior Qi, stop. The reincarnation cycle is too terrifying. You can't break through." Qi stopped in his tracks and turned to look at the man. Then, he continued to move forward. After arriving in front of the reincarnation cycle, Qi did not attempt to enter. Instead, he sat down cross-legged. He was here to comprehend reincarnation. After Qi, a terrifying aura descended upon the netherworld. The person who came was extremely arrogant. Its huge body carried a rolling momentum, as if wanting to conquer the netherworld. The Dao realm expert's expressions changed. Another peak-level Dao realm existence. Boom! As soon as he arrived in the netherworld, he glanced at Fengde Ghost City and hesitated for a moment. He did not go to Fengde Ghost City, but went straight to the reincarnation cycle. Humph, as timid as a mouse. That's what all humans are like. The other party glanced at Qi and snorted contemptuously. Then, he charged straight toward the reincarnation cycle. Boom! A terrifying pressure descended, instantly freezing him in place. All of the Dao realm experts present were shocked. Endless fear filled their hearts. Han Yu was very satisfied with the reactions of the Dao realm experts present. At this moment, he felt like he had traveled back in time to when he ruled the 9 zones, when his presence struck fear into the hearts of those living beings. He turned to look at Qi. This person was comprehending reincarnation, and he had actually gained something. Qi also had his eyes on Qi. After all, Qi had once been a human king, so there was no harm in giving him some preferential treatment. The uniqueness of the human king position and its inheritance were also created by the ancestors of the human race. Han Yu looked at the fellow who attempted to charge into the reincarnation cycle, and his pressure intensified once more, specifically targeting him. That person's heart was trembling in terror at this moment, and it felt like he would collapse at any moment. Since he was young, he had never felt this level of fear. Then, the pressure dissipated, and a terrifying voice rang out in the hearts of every living being. Get out of the netherworld in 15 minutes. The only thing that awaits those who trespass is doom. Pa! The huge body fell to the ground, trembling. After a long while, someone among the Dao realm experts suppressed the fear in his heart and fled with trembling legs. After that, more and more people started to escape. It was too terrifying. The reincarnation cycle was extremely terrifying and could not be challenged. When the 15 minutes were up, the last Dao realm expert finally escaped from the netherworld. The terrifying news that reincarnation was hiding something spread throughout the 9 zones. All of a sudden, many existences who wanted to exploit the reincarnation cycle immediately gave up. The only chance left was the ancient path. Moreover, the more it spread, the more outrageous it became. There were even rumors that the founder of a certain race had died there. Of course, not everyone had given up. Some experts felt that perhaps that was not the right approach. What if they occupied the Fengde Ghost City? If they became the ruler of the Fengde Ghost City, would they be able to manipulate the reincarnation cycle? Someone took action, and was promptly annihilated. With Han Yu and Ji in charge, these experts who intended to interfere with the netherworld naturally would not succeed. Gradually, everyone understood not to mess with the netherworld or the reincarnation cycle. Only Qi remained in front of the reincarnation cycle, sitting cross-legged. Han Yu had no choice but to compromise since Ji insisted. Time passed quickly, and the 77-year milestone was about to arrive. Chu Xian looked at the ancient path. The gate to the ancient path had trembled several times, indicating that it would open soon. The terrifying aura of the chaos abyss had already filled the ancient path. He looked at the netherworld. Qi was still sitting cross-legged, comprehending reincarnation. Every human king had both talent and luck. It made sense though, otherwise, how could they have risen to that position? Qi was comprehending reincarnation, which was the most profound Dao principle in the 9 zones. It so happened that aside from Han Yu and Ji, the netherworld lacked some middle-tier experts. This could be considered an opportunity for Qi, and Chu Xian was considering making him one of the regular guardians of the reincarnation cycle. He was at the 36th level of the Dao realm, and once he successfully comprehended reincarnation, would likely be the first to reach the Dayuan realm, which would be extremely beneficial to the reincarnation cycle's growth. Chu Xian decided to help Qi a little so that he could reach the Dayuan realm as soon as possible. 544 Chaos Dao Mirror, Part 1. As for whether Qi could actually reach the Daiyuan realm, that would be up to him and his fate. Chu Xian's gaze looked towards a mysterious small space in the primordial land. The space was white and extremely cold. In the middle, there was a snow-white object that looked like jelly. It was a ball of chaotic ice essence. The primordial actually hid the 5 elements of chaos, as well as some other essences of the chaos. When the chaos created the world, these essences also appeared. No one discovered it, or perhaps someone had discovered it, but was unable to obtain it. Of course, there was the possibility that someone had fused with part of these chaotic essences. The disciples had all transformed into potential ancient chaos gods, so he had to make sure that Su Xian'er kept up with them. In any case, he had promised to give her a huge opportunity. Chu Xian extracted part of the ball of chaotic ice essence. He looked at another mysterious space in the primordial land. The inside was verdant and full of vitality. In the core of the space was a chaotic wood essence. He also extracted it. These chaotic essences were left behind from the beginning of the world. They were extremely precious. Chu Xian only needed to take a portion. The rest of the chaotic essences would continue to remain in the space they were in, and as the world expanded, there would gradually be more. In fact, it might even give birth to life and become an innate life form. In the future, the 9 zones would be his, so he naturally had to take good care of this world. Chu Xian called Su Xian'er over. "Sir, you were looking for me." Chu Xian raised his hand and rubbed her head. "I once said that I would give you an opportunity and not let you fall behind them. I will give it to you now." Su Xian'er was overjoyed. "What kind of opportunity is it?" She pulled Chu Xian's arm and looked excited. "Chaotic ice essence." Chu Xian raised his hand, and a small, crystal-clear object appeared in his palm. "This is great, I love it." Su Xian'er was overjoyed. Chu Xian injected the chaotic ice essence into Su Xian'er's body and sent her into the pocket dimension. "Comprehend it well and fuse with the chaotic ice essence. It'll be a little uncomfortable during this period, but you have to overcome it yourself." "Got it, sir." Su Xian'er was so cold that she could barely reply. Chu Xian observed for a while. Su Xian'er's fusion with this chaotic ice essence would not be a big problem. The process would just be a little uncomfortable. After the fusion, she too would have the potential of an ancient chaos god. Unfortunately, Su Xian'er had not relied on her own luck to obtain this opportunity, so this would not trigger a reward from the system. Chu Xian called Chu Yun over and injected the chaotic wood essence into her body. After all the arrangements were made, Chu Xian continued to cultivate. He would strive to reach the 10-million-mile mark. Chu Xian sighed. In the blink of an eye, he had been cooped up for almost 77 years. Other than Chu Yun, no one in the Chu family remembered him, right? No, that grandfather of his, Chu Tianming, still remembered him. Recently, his cultivation base was stuck and he was unable to break through to the heaven realm. He had been suppressed by an old enemy that he had been fighting with for more than 10 years, so he was not in a good mood. He had only roared once in the ancestral home yesterday. The Chu family was already used to his roars. As soon as he heard Chu Tianming's roar, he knew that he must have suffered a loss somewhere. The northern zone had lost many cultivators who left to fight for opportunities amidst the calamity. As a result, there was a shortage of martial artists above the heaven realm in the northern zone. There was not even a single Dao realm expert. All of the martial artists who left the northern zone seemed to have forgotten about its existence. In the entire 9 zones, other than the living beings of the northern zone, the living beings of the other territories seemed to have forgotten the existence of the northern zone. Even if Qin Qiun left, the Great Qin Empire would still be the ruler of the southern state. The Chu family gradually became a special existence. Over the years, they had vaguely gained the reputation of being the #1 family here. It was mainly because of the Chu family's special status in the Great Qin Empire. Chu Yun had also displayed her strength a few times, shocking countless experts. Chu Xian thought that it was good for the Chu family to be like this, living peacefully and without too many grudges. Chu Tianming, this old man, had been holding back for a long time. It was better to help him break through to the heaven realm. Speaking of which, Chu Xian thought of his parents. There was no trace of them in the entire 9 zones. There was a high probability that they were really dead. It might really be as the rumors said, and they had fallen while exploring an ancient ruin. Chu Xian sighed and did not think much about it. He continued to immerse himself in cultivation. He was looking forward to the 80-year milestone reward. You remained in seclusion for 77 years, created the heavenly Dao laws, and created the reincarnation cycle. You have been rewarded with World Origin Energy, the Origin Pearl of the Laws, and an upgrade to the Chaos Dao Mirror. 545 Chaos Dao Mirror, Part 2. This was an unexpected surprise, though Chu Xian had not used the Chaos Dao Mirror for some time now. After all, there was no real need for it anymore. The Origin Dao Ring had already transformed and no longer needed the help of Dao Realm cultivators and Dayuan Realm cultivators to nurture it. Furthermore, with Chu Xian's current strength, he did not even care about the ordinary Dayuan Realm cultivators. Unexpectedly, the system rewarded him with an upgrade to the Chaos Dao Mirror, so he chose to receive the reward. The World Origin Energy was infused into the Heavenly Dao Laws, alongside the Origin Pearl of the Laws. He then examined the Chaos Dao Mirror. The Chaos Dao Mirror can now search the chaos as well. This was great. Chu Xian was overjoyed. With the Chaos Dao Mirror, he would no longer be bored staying in seclusion. No one knew how vast the chaos was. There were too many hidden existences and too many secrets. That being said, the energy consumption would also be tremendous, making it impossible to search the entire chaos. Still, with Chu Xian's current cultivation level, he would be able to search the chaos area by area. Moreover, he could use it to project his image. It was a good tool for bluffing and deception. Perhaps he would be able to fool some experts again. He took out the Chaos Dao Mirror. It did not seem much different from before. The only difference was that the mirror no longer had a needle that pointed in a particular direction when it was used. With anticipation in his heart, Chu Xian used the mirror for the first time. He randomly chose a location and poured the power of his Dao path into the mirror. A scene of the chaos appeared in the mirror. The scene kept changing, and Chu Xian finally zoomed into where Kun Zhen and the others had attacked the 9 zones from. He continued looking around. His first destination was the ancient Chaos World. Shua. The ancient Chaos World was extremely vast with many mountains. All of the races of the 9 zones lived here. There were also some primeval races from the ancient Chaos World. Chu Xian saw the ocean in the ancient Chaos World. There was a dragon lying on the island. There were also some other monster tribes that lived there. He also saw a giant bird that looked like it was burning in a mountain range. The fiery phoenix. They were also one of the overlords of the monster race, and their strength was not much weaker than the dragons. Then, Chu Xian saw a few giant tigers crouching on a mountain peak. The heavenly tigers. He also saw the territories of the 3 major races, which formed somewhat of a triangular formation. They were hostile to each other, but they were united against outsiders. Chu Xian then recalled Daoist Flying Cloud, and used the Chaos Dao Mirror to lock onto his position. Daoist Flying Cloud was in the midst of cultivation. He was not too strong, and had not even reached the 9 extreme Dayuan realm. The scene shifted away, and the scene of a certain palace appeared. Chu Xian saw a familiar scene and immediately focused. In the main hall, Venerable He was there, and a refined middle-aged man was standing in front of him. Chu Xian looked at the man. His appearance and aura were similar to Hong Yuanchu's. Could he be Hong Yuanchu's ancestor? Was he one of the human geniuses that became part of the immortal race? Chu Xian turned and looked at Venerable He. This person should be the strongest immortal present in this territory at the moment, as he was on the verge of reaching the world creator realm. However, breaking through would not be easy. This person must have been stuck at this step for a long time. When he looked at the middle-aged man again, Chu Xian was stunned. This person was hiding a little too much. He was carrying a supreme treasure that concealed his world creator realm cultivation. Those who were well hidden were generally wily old foxes. Could it be that he was not a member of the immortal race? Was he one of the 10 ancestors of the human race? Chu Xian's interest was piqued. He was the first person he had seen who had reached the world creator realm, even if he had just entered the early stages of that realm. Although Pan Shan had the power of a world creator realm cultivator, he was a chaotic being and had not actually created a world. He used the Heavenly Secrets origin probing technique. Using it through the Chaos Dao mirror would require far more energy, and was far more difficult. Hong, the 4th ancestor of the human race, a world creator realm expert. As expected, he was one of the 10 ancestors of the human race. It also seemed like he was indeed Hong Yuanchu's old ancestor. In the end, someone who had managed to survive and rise up during an extremely difficult time for the human race, where they were on the brink of extinction, would definitely be an extraordinary person. If Hong was a world creator realm expert, then the 1st and 2nd ancestors would also have reached that realm as well. Chu Xian was very sure of this. As such, including Ji, the human race had 4 world creator realm experts. Even so, they were still suppressed by the various races of the 9 zones and were in a difficult situation, which meant that the overall strength of the other side was much higher, especially the immortal, celestial and demon races. 546 The Cooperation Between Humans and Immortals, Part 1. Venerable He looked at Hong and revealed the smile of an old senior. Hong, you've come here personally. It seems that you truly value the cooperation with us immortals. In that case, let's cut the formalities and get right down to business. Hong coming personally was beyond Venerable He's expectations. In his mind, they should have found a neutral space to meet and have this discussion, or perhaps even communicated through proxies. Unexpectedly, not only did Hong come to talk to him personally, but he also fearlessly entered the territory of the immortal race to do so. What did this mean? It meant Hong had enough confidence to ensure his own safety. Of course, the immortal race would not make a move, because it was not in line with their usual style. The celestial race probably would not as well, but the demon race definitely would. Venerable He wondered where Hong got his confidence from. Hong was the human race's 4th ancestor. Many would not pass up the chance to surround and kill him if given the opportunity. Was he so sure that the immortal race would not reveal his presence here? Or was he relying on a secret partnership of some sort of the races of the ancient chaos world to come to his rescue if anything went awry? Venerable He dismissed the idea that Hong was confident in his own strength, as the latter was, from his perspective, not a world creator realm cultivator. After all, Hong did not exhibit the heavenly phenomena associated with world creator realm cultivators. The final possibility was that perhaps the 1st or 2nd ancestor were also present somewhere. Those 2 were definitely world creator realm cultivators. Since Senior He has that intention, then I will speak frankly as well, Hong said with a smile. Venerable He was a 2nd-generation ancestor of the immortal race. He was considered weak among those from his generation who had survived. Still, Hong did not underestimate him. After all, there were many who were more talented than he was who had not survived to this day. There were definitely certain aspects in which he was extraordinary to have accomplished this. In addition to the previous conditions, we, the human and immortal races, must sign a Great Dao contract. Those who violate it will be punished by the Great Dao. In addition, the human race needs 10 chaos artifacts or materials that can be used to refine 10 chaos artifacts. Venerable He frowned. 10 chaos artifacts were something they could easily afford. However, signing a Great Dao contract that involved punishment by the Great Dao was somewhat unacceptable. If such a contract was really signed, then under the right circumstances, the immortal race would be placed in danger of being punished by the Great Dao. The chaos artifacts are not an issue, but the Great Dao contract needs to be discussed. Some terms cannot be written into the contract, Venerable He said after some thought. Senior He, it's not that we don't trust the immortal race, but rather it's a fact that the chaos is unpredictable, and the future of the human race is uncertain. We need the immortal race's assurance through the Great Dao contract to ensure that the human race's legacy will not be severed. Hong sighed. Hong, you must be joking. How can the inheritance of the human race be severed just like that? You know as well as I do that the human race is the overlord of the 9 zones today, he said meaningfully. There have been too many changes in the 9 zones, and it's full of uncertainties. The races in the 9 zones are much weaker than we are, so being the overlord race there is meaningless. Hong shook his head, his face full of worry. It's fine for us to sign a Great Dao contract, but some of the terms we've agreed to can't be written into it, Venerable He said after pondering for a while. There's one thing that must be written into it. The immortal race must promise to protect the legacy of the human race from being severed. This condition was not too harsh. The human race had only a few hundred people left, so it was not unacceptable. At least Venerable He thought so. Furthermore, the population of the human race cannot be less than 1 million. This is our bottom line, Hong added. 1 million people should be the bottom line that the immortal race could bear. They would not agree to any more. 547 The Cooperation Between Humans and Immortals, Part 2. 1 million people is too many. I'm afraid the immortal race can't protect them all. How about 10,000 people? Venerable He shook his head. With how powerful the immortals are and the treasures they possess, it shouldn't be difficult for them to protect 1 million people, Hong said. 1 million ordinary people was not impossible. Sure, but on one condition. If the immortal race does not have the ability to protect them, we won't. Senior He must be joking. The immortal race is extremely powerful, so how could they not have the ability to protect them? If the immortal race declines to that point, it will be annihilated. It would be no different from breaking the contract then. Hong shook his head and laughed. Venerable He thought about it and it seemed to make sense. If the immortal race could not even protect 1 million ordinary people, it could only mean that the immortal race had declined to the point of near extinction. All right, then let's do it this way. Venerable He nodded. The need for cooperation with the human race was getting more and more urgent. In particular, there were frequent changes in the 9 zones, which signified great opportunities that they wanted to take advantage of. Currently, none of the races could send their wisps of consciousness into the 9 zones. Only the human race could. They could even force their way into the 9 zones at the price of having their Dao paths suppressed to being less than 1,000 miles long. Hence, cooperation was necessary. The grudges between the immortal race and the human race were not that deep, so their cooperation would be relatively smooth and conflict-free. After all, in ancient times, the human race had worshipped the immortals and gods and had received their protection. When Yang descends to the 9 zones to investigate the situation, take this along. This treasure can descend and return with his wisp of consciousness and record the situation observed. After confirming the cooperation, Venerable He started to plan. If Yang descended to the 9 zones, and did not tell the truth, no one would know if he was telling the truth. Therefore, he had to bring a treasure with him. What they saw would be recorded on the treasure and returned to the immortal race. This was the basis of their intelligence sharing and cooperation. As expected of the immortal race. You guys even have such a treasure, Hong praised. It was easy to send treasures into the 9 zones, but it was almost impossible to take them back. After all, the Great Tao's power of rejection was still present. Taking out something from the 9 zones would be viewed by the Great Tao as an act of plunder and would be blocked. It's just an ordinary treasure. It's not of much use, Venerable He shook his head. He did not believe that the human race did not also have such a treasure. Since we're working together, this is fine. However, I'm afraid Yang won't be able to descend to the 9 zones in the near future, Hong said with a frown. Why? Venerable He frowned and revealed a dissatisfied expression. Since the conditions had been agreed upon, it would be insincere of them to delay the cooperation. After all, the situation in the 9 zones was constantly changing, and the earlier they knew the situation, the more they could make timely arrangements. If they waited too long, things might truly spiral out of control. Yang is severely injured. Mo Zun was really ruthless. If Yang tries to descend with his wisp of consciousness, it will damage his soul, Hong said helplessly. Is it really that serious? Venerable He had a look of disbelief. Even if Yang was seriously injured, did the human race not have supreme treasures to help him recover? He was clearly just using this matter to ask for some benefits. He cursed inwardly. So many years had passed, yet the human race still had not changed their nature, seizing every opportunity to extort others. It's true. The human race has used all our means and treasures, but it will still take many years for him to recover. Hong sighed. Senior He, I'm really not lying to you. The 2 races have already reached an agreement. Why would I make a fuss over such a small matter? Venerable He's thoughts were a little shaken. Was Hong not going to take the opportunity to extort a sum? It would take many years to recover, which was not a long time for Daeyuan realm cultivators. If it was in the past, it would have been fine, but not now. In a few years, no one knew what would happen in the 9 zones. The changes in the 9 zones had happened too quickly. There's no way to shorten the recovery time. It's not that there's no way. Yang's injuries came from the power of the demon race's Dao path. If the demon race is willing to provide some treasures to assist in the healing process, he should be able to recover in a few days, Hong muttered. Venerable He cursed in his heart. What serious injury? He was just finding an excuse to extort the demon race. This matter is easy to deal with. I will pass on the message to the demon race and put pressure on them. In that case, on behalf of Yang, I thank Senior He. Hong cupped his hands. Chu Xian watched the entire process and was surprised. The humans and immortals had actually come to an agreement? The wisps of consciousness of the experts of the various races could not descend upon the 9 zones, which gave the human race a chance. What prompted the cooperation between the human and immortal races was probably also related to the changes in the chaos. What were those changes? Chu Xian was curious. After Hong and Venerable He finished their discussion, the former left the celestial race's territory. He then headed to the territories of the races of the ancient chaos world. The changes had made everyone change their stance on targeting the human race. Now, they wanted nothing more than to cooperate with them to find out what the changes were in the 9 zones. A great opportunity was brewing in the 9 zones. No race was willing to miss this opportunity. It would not be long before Yang's wisp of consciousness would descend. Chu Xian pondered. He naturally could not allow the other races to discover exactly what was going on in the 9 zones. As such, he needed to make some arrangements in advance. The Chaos Dao mirror shifted targets and started to scan the ancient chaos world. After a while, Chu Xian deactivated the mirror. He looked at Yang Tian, who was preparing to head to the desolate ancient zone. In the blink of an eye, Yang Tian had entered a treasure land. After that, outside the treasure land, another 9 zones appeared. However, these 9 zones were fake. It was an illusory space set up by Chu Xian. When Yang Tian came out of the treasure land, he would find himself in the fake 9 zones. After the arrangements were completed, Chu Xian waited for Yang's wisp of consciousness to descend. Chu Xian was looking forward to Yang sending back false information about the 9 zones. Just as he was about to continue cultivating, he suddenly looked at the heavenly domain. In Mo2's residence, Mo2 was holding a ball of blood essence in his hand. It was the demon bloodline that he had left behind before he transformed into a Buddhist. At this moment, the originally solemn Arhat Mo2 revealed a sinister smile. He was currently communicating with Tian Molai through this bloodline. Chu Xian's face was strange. Mo2, this troll, actually knew how to use his brain? He was actually cheating people? It was very different from the image of Mo2 he had in his mind. In his impression, Mo2 was rude, overbearing, and arrogant. He was definitely not a guy who would deceive and backstab people. Was this something he learned when he became a Buddhist? Mo2 actually wanted to cheat Tian Molai of his treasures. Furthermore, he was on the verge of success. Chu Xian also understood that the ancient demons were eager to understand the situation in the 9 zones and take the initiative. They had no idea that Mo2 had already become a Buddhist. After all, the demon race bloodline was still intact, and they could still connect to it. Even if they noticed some abnormalities, they would only think that Mo2 had used some secret technique to tamper with the bloodline. Chu Xian ignored him. Mo2 was not stupid, so there was no way that he would reveal anything important about the 9 zones. As for how many treasures he could swindle, that depended on his own ability. Just as he was about to withdraw his gaze, he suddenly looked at Mo Zhan's residence, and his expression turned even more strange. It appeared that Mo2 and the other demon race Dayuan realm cultivators had discussed this beforehand. They were actually all using their bloodline to cheat the ancient demons of their treasures? Chu Xian was speechless. Mo2 and the others had already become Buddhists and could be considered his subordinates. If the ancient demons attacked them to take revenge for this, he would be forced to act. Mo2 and the others probably understood this, which was why they had no scruples doing this. Retracting his gaze, Chu Xian decided to continue cultivating. He would strive to reach the 10 million mile mark as soon as possible. 548 The Gathering of Geniuses, Part 1. Desolate Ancient Zone. Many Dao realm experts of the 9 zones were gathered in front of the gate of the ancient path. Among them, there were many old and ancient Dao realm experts. Since the reincarnation cycle could not be exploited, the ancient path was their only hope. They had to kill the living beings of the abyss to fight for fate in order to break through. In any case, which Dao realm expert had not gone through battle? Who among them had not survived their fair share of dangerous situations? Danger and opportunity coexisted. Boom! The gate started to shake, and the aura of the chaos abyss seeped out. Many Dao realm experts were excited. They sensed the aura of the chaos abyss, which meant that the gate was about to open. Moreover, they could sense a hint of opportunity from the aura. The chaos abyss, the abandoned land of the great Dao, which was also known as the abyss of sin. It was precisely because of this that they would be able to obtain the fate of the great Dao by killing the living beings of the chaos abyss. In front of the gate, there were a few old men sitting cross-legged, and the space around them was empty. The Dao aura around their bodies seemed to be unrestrained and powerful. No one approached rashly. These few people clearly had some problems with their cultivation. If they approached rashly and those people lost control, it would result in a disaster. Furthermore, they were all 36th level Dao realm experts. In the distance, someone was walking over. All of the Dao realm experts present changed their expressions. Even the old men opened their eyes. Though it was a young man, it felt like a peerless sword was slowly approaching. Ding Yu. 23rd level of the Dao realm. This was Ding Yu's current cultivation level. One of the Dao realm experts recognized him. It's Ding Yu, the peerless genius from the current generation of the human race. Hiss, I actually can't sense his cultivation level, which means that his cultivation has surpassed the 20th level of the Dao realm. What kind of monster is he? How old even is he? The Dao realm experts present were all shocked, and felt inferior in his presence. Ding Yu was not even 100 years old. They themselves had taken tens of thousands, or even longer, to break through to the Dao realm. How terrifying! A monstrous genius had emerged. Some non-human Dao realm experts' eyes flashed dangerously, but they did not dare to attack. They did not dare to disobey the rules set by the Daeyuan realm experts of the various races. Their lives were more important. Following Ding Yu's arrival, another young man appeared from the other side not long after. It was as if the air around him was burning. Wang Luo. Another human genius. Many experts sighed inwardly. The human race was indeed a race favored by the great Dao. Given time, these monstrous geniuses would reach the Daeyuan realm, and then the strength of the human race would grow rapidly. Wang Luo walked over. 22nd level of the Dao realm. He was on the verge of breaking through as well. Ding Yu revealed a smile. He was the eldest disciple after all. If he was weaker than his junior brother, how could he maintain his dignity? A scorching aura also appeared in the distance. It was like a ball of flames was approaching. Xiang Xing had also come. His cultivation base was similar to Wang Luo's. Apart from the human race, the Dao realm experts of the other races all had solemn expressions. There were too many geniuses in the human race. Although many races also had geniuses, compared to these few human geniuses they were not worth mentioning. What was even more terrifying was that their auras were extremely shocking. They probably had the strength to kill opponents that were above their cultivation level. Many people sighed inwardly. The rise of the human race was inevitable. As for killing these geniuses, they did not dare to try. The human race also had their own peak-level Dao realm experts. In addition, these peerless geniuses were blessed by fate. One wrong step, and it would be them dying instead. No one wanted to become a stepping stone for these human geniuses. It could be said that the appearance of Ding Yu, Wang Luo, and Xiang Xing shocked all the Dao realm experts present. 549 The Gathering of Geniuses, Part 2. Suddenly, a soaring battle intent could be sensed from the distance. Another young man walked over. Another human genius. Xiao Yang. 23rd level of the Dao realm. Ding Yu narrowed his eyes. This junior brother was very fierce and never fell behind his cultivation level. He was also very strong. However, this time they would not spar with each other, but compete to see who could kill the most living beings from the chaos abyss. Immediately after, a peaceful aura emerged, diluting the soaring battle intent. A handsome monk in a snow-white robe walked over slowly, and there seemed to be Buddhist light lingering around him. Demon Buddha, who was also known as Mighty Buddha. It was rumored that he was once a genius of the demon race who later converted to Buddhism. It was even rumored that he was the one who led the Buddhist sect and was the first one to spread Buddhist Dharma. The former demon race was now the backbone of the Buddhist sect, and there were even rumors that the Daeyuan realm ancestors of the demon race had also converted to Buddhism. Many people heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, a monstrous genius that was not a human. Demon Buddha was also a 23rd level Dao realm expert, much to Wang Luo and Xiang Xing's dismay. They were currently the weakest of Chu Xian's disciples present at the moment. Another young man walked over. He was once the peerless genius of the Central Zone's Qian region, Qian Ming. He had already surpassed Ji Dexin, and had reached the 21st level of the Dao realm. Wang Luo and Xiang Xing heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this junior brother had not surpassed them. Then again, him being weaker than them was only natural, as he was the last to enter Chu Xian's tutelage. Ji Dexin was also in the crowd. He looked at Ding Yu and the others with mixed feelings. He had once been considered a peerless genius and was known as the #1 genius of the human race. However, he was now clearly lagging behind, and had only reached the 17th level of the Dao realm. He sighed inwardly. The 9 zones of the current era were indeed unique. So many monstrous geniuses had appeared. However, he considered himself lucky to have reincarnated during this era, as it seemed that the great opportunities present would allow him to reach the Daeyuan realm. A day passed. Boom! The gate of the ancient path, this time even more intensely. Suddenly, terrifying pressure and killing intent filled the surroundings. Many experts were shocked. This was especially so for the Dao realm experts of the monster race. They instantly felt their souls tremble as if a huge mountain was pressing down on their heads. The eyes of a few seniors of the monsters flickered as they thought of some rumors about the demon clan. As they had always been in seclusion in the desolate ancient zone, they did not know much about the monster world other than what they had heard through rumors. A majestic white tiger walked over lazily. His body exuded a terrifying pressure and killing intent. He was not any weaker than the few human geniuses. Hu Tianya, 23rd level of the Dao realm. When they saw Hu Tianya walking over, Ding Yu and the others were speechless. This junior brother of theirs seemed to have transformed even further. Also, his preferences had not changed at all, and he still did not take on human form. Seeing Hu Tianya appear, many Dao realm experts, especially those from the monster race, could not help but think back to the legends of when the world was first created. Originally, these legends had all disappeared from the 9 zones. With the appearance of some treasure lands, these legends reappeared. Legend had it that when the world was first created, the 4 divine beasts fought against the rulers of the 4 directions and defeated them. One of them was the white tiger divine beast who occupied the west. The 4 divine beasts were extremely powerful. They fought against the chaotic beings, stabilized the world, and protected many creatures and races that had existed at the beginning of the world. Had this person from the monster race transformed into the white tiger divine beast? Of the legendary 4 divine beasts, it seemed that the white tiger divine beast had appeared. Did the other 3 divine beasts also leave behind their inheritances? However, there were no signs of the other 3 divine beasts' inheritances appearing in the 9 zones. Hu Tianya's body trembled, and he transformed into a resolute and dignified young man. Ding Yu and the others looked at each other, but did not greet each other. It was better not to expose their identities as fellow disciples. Otherwise, would they not scare these old guys? At present, only junior sister Heiyu had not appeared. Ding Yu and the others were all waiting for her appearance. At the very least, she should be stronger than Qianming, right? After all, she was Qianming's senior sister. Chu Xian's disciples appeared one after another, causing a huge commotion. Countless Dao realm experts felt ashamed. They had lived for such a long time, but in vain. Boom! The gate of the ancient path was shaking more and more frequently, and each time it shook, it was stronger. With time, more and more Dao realm experts gathered around this place. Among them, there was no lack of Dao realm cultivators from the Great Dao Communication Group. When they saw Ding Yu and the others, their expressions were extremely grave. These geniuses were all seniors' messengers, and as expected, each and every one of them was extremely monstrous. Ren Changhe was also here. Although he was much older, he was still a junior compared to the other Dao realm experts. As a 12th level Dao realm expert, he was not considered weak, and was a genius in his own right. However, in comparison with Chu Xian's true disciples, he was indeed lacking. Du Yuan and the little evil king had appeared together. They were both 10th level Dao realm experts. Then, Qin Ying and Qin Qiun appeared together. 2 peerless beauties, one valiant and heroic. When they saw Qin Ying, the corners of Ding Yu and the others' mouths twitched. This junior brother always gave them a strange feeling every time they saw him. Qin Ying was at the 13th level of the Dao realm. Qin Qiun was actually at 15th level of the Dao realm. Moreover, compared to when she was the great Qin Empress, she was more domineering. The moment the two appeared, they attracted the attention of many Dao realm experts. Many people were eager to strike up a conversation with these beauties. However, the two of them had cold faces and would not allow strangers to approach. Those with insufficient cultivation levels did not dare to step forward. Incidentally, those who were strong enough were all old men. Qin Ying and Ren Changhe formed a team. This made everyone look at Ren Changhe in a strange way. What did this guy do to attract the attention of these two beautiful women? The corners of Ren Changhe's mouth twitched. He looked at the cold yet arrogant, domineering, and valiant Qin Ying. There were a few times when he felt like distancing himself from the latter. However, in the end, he endured it. They were fellow in name disciples after all. Another figure appeared. Kingslayer. His hair was still messy, and he did not care about his appearance. There was a saber hanging on his waist. He walked over casually, completely ignoring the hostile gazes directed his way. 20th level of the Dao realm. He had had another breakthrough. Under Chu Xian's guidance, he obtained the extreme Dao inheritance left behind by Ji and gained a lot of insight. For an extreme Dao cultivator like him, the ancient path was definitely a great opportunity to improve his cultivation level. Many Dao realm experts had died at his hands. Among the Dao realm experts present, many had disciples and friends who had suffered this fate. However, Kingslayer's strength made it impossible for them to take revenge. Thus, there were many resentful gazes, but none of them made a move. 550 The Gathering of Geniuses, Part 3. Kingslayer was carefree and unbothered about this group of people. He looked at Ding Yu. This young man was not to be trifled with. Since they were his master's people, they were all in the same group. If their strength was equal, they could still spar. If the other party was stronger than him, he would not go looking for a beating. Since Chu Xian had said nothing so far, Kingslayer was more than happy to treat Chu Xian as his master. After all, one had to grab every opportunity possible to cozy up to a super expert like that. It did not matter if he was thick-skinned. The arrival of Kingslayer attracted the attention of many experts present. Especially the non-human experts. The extreme Dao was taboo. Among these Dao realm experts, there was no lack of existences who had killed extreme Dao cultivators. They all hated the extreme Dao. However, Kingslayer was the first one to develop to this level of strength. Many people then also thought of Chu Pingfen. 2 extreme Dao cultivators had appeared in the 9 zones. It seemed that the extreme Dao was about to rise. It's been a long time since I've heard any news from little Pingfen. Ding Yu and the others sent each other voice transmissions. Other than the initial period when Chu Pingfen was targeted by many, there was no longer any news about him after Kingslayer emerged. He seemed to have become rather low-key. Could he have gone back to Master's side? How is that possible? Little Pingfen is not the kind of person who would cower in the face of setbacks. Ding Yu and the others all knew about Chu Pingfen's childhood. Could something have happened? With Master around, what could happen? Then, a simple and honest young man with a wooden saber hanging on his waist walked over. Chu Pingfen. Kingslayer stood up. He looked at Chu Pingfen in bewilderment. Following Chu Pingfen's appearance, he discovered that his extreme Dao seemed to have undergone some changes. It was as if Chu Pingfen was a god of extreme Dao. Furthermore, Chu Pingfen's extreme Dao seemed to be different from his own. It was as if there was a second extreme Dao in the world. His expression changed again and again. Did this young man create a new extreme Dao? How was that possible? Furthermore, Chu Pingfen seemed to be slightly stronger than him. 21st? Or was it the 22nd level of the Dao realm? He had actually caught up to him? Chu Pingfen walked over step by step. He swept his gaze across the Dao realm experts of the other races, but his expression did not change at all. He was no longer the weak Chu Pingfen of the past. Seeing Kingslayer, he revealed a simple and honest smile. He looked like an honest young man. As soon as he opened his mouth, Kingslayer choked. "Old man, long time no see. He used to call me senior, but now he's calling me old man." Kingslayer's eyes revealed a slight bitterness. This kid looked simple and honest, but in reality, he was also a black-hearted person. "You're actually more powerful than me," Kingslayer said sourly. "Isn't that to be expected?" Chu Pingfen laughed naively. It was indeed normal. After all, it was related to his master, so it was not surprising that Chu Pingfen was more powerful than him. Kingslayer felt even more determined to stick by Chu Xian's side. The two extreme Dao cultivators of the 9 zones were gathered together. Some forces and races that had targeted the extreme Dao felt fearful. Chu Pingfen, Ding Yu, and the others were reminiscing about the past through voice transmissions. They did not act like they were close so as to help guard each other's backs. If one of them was targeted, the attacking party would not expect a sudden strike from the others. At a critical moment, they would be able to deal a fatal blow. If they appeared to be familiar with each other and it became known that they were fellow disciples, it would make their potential enemies more vigilant and cautious. Boom! There was a crack in the gate of the ancient path. Everyone's spirits were lifted, and they prepared themselves to enter the ancient path. They were ready for a great battle. Another person came. Feng Kong. Kingslayer's mouth twitched. Feng Kong, this guy, was really good at pretending. Feng Kong's strength had improved quite quickly. After all, the Jade Crystal Palace had recognized him as its master. This was the secret cultivation abode of a 9 extreme Dayuan realm expert. 17th level of the Dao realm. Unfortunately, he was still a little inferior to Kingslayer. However, the speed at which his cultivation level rose was extremely shocking. From this, it could be seen that anyone who could become a human king was extraordinary. Within the crowd, a Dao realm expert suddenly said, "Feng Kong, if you want to take revenge on Kingslayer, I can help you suppress him."